The bootloaders and such that are bundled are what end up being the issue. You say you're having trouble with you plug in a new drive, it doesn't boot anymore.
Yeah, but that's not an issue right now. Since I found out that SATA hard disks can be hot plugged in, essentially, meaning that when the operating system is running, when your computer is running, you can just plug them in, essentially like a USB type hard drive. Problem is, my computer is not detecting it at all.
Yeah, I think it takes a little bit of extra setup.
Is your power supply, is it
Yep.
supplying power to the hard drive?
Yep. I checked. Yes.
Yeah, the consumer grade implementations of the SATA controller and so on are probably not up to the task. And even if not that, then a lot of times it's not going to be in the operating system that's targeted toward consumer end affairs. I mean, I've dealt with things like this. It's what is it? Used to have well, it still exists. The SCA, like Ultra 160, Ultra 320 affairs, right? They were I had an entire Ultra Enterprise 3000 with I think was it, is it 10 of them or 12? It was, I think it was 10 different drive bays for SCA drives and sleds and so on. And well, the operating system wasn't quite prepared to handle hot plugging them, but the hardware sure is set up to, right? You know, so even and of course you can make the physical connections, but a lot of times the controllers aren't prepared for it either.
I see. Okay.
Does it show up in CMOS?
Say again.
When you boot into CMOS into your BIOS, does it show the hard drive?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes.
Well, yeah, but if you're hot plug, I mean, if you're hot plugging it, that's kind of like.
I thought he said he restarted it a bunch. That's why I asked. I'm sorry.
I tried both. Say again, Nadia?
But was it the question about hot plug?
Yeah. Right now, I'm doing a hot plug because the normal booting, for some reason, when I plug in the hard drive, the new hard drive, it doesn't see my drive that has the boot sector on it.
No, that's the opposite problem. It doesn't see it during a normal boot, but it sees it if you hot plug.
Well, it doesn't see it in. Okay, it sees it when I boot from. Okay, when I first start a computer and all of my hard drives are connected, it sees the new hard drive, no problem, but it does not see the hard drive that has the operating system on it. That's the thing, and it's probably because I damaged the hard drives because I caged a computer. So what I did instead is disconnect the new hard drive that assumingly causes the problem, allowed my operating system to boot, and just hot plugged the new hard drive, which according to at least what I've seen on the forums is okay because SATA is hot plug compatible.
Oh, very different.
Yeah, but I don't see the hard drive. I don't see the new hard drive in the disk management.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's jumper to an ID or something.
No jumpers.
I know.
Huh, well,
Don't you miss the days of jumpers?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of do and I kind of don't. From my experience, the SATA drives don't even need jumpers, at least from what I've had before. Or maybe this one does.
I'm just curious. Well, I'm curious as to why they won't work with them both plugged in, and it seems to not recognize the boot sector on the original hard drive.
I have no fucking clue myself. I don't know. I have quite a few hard drives actually. Quite a lot of them are 5 years old. This one time I just accidentally kicked the computer by my chair, and a few hard drives started to sort of clackle and tick, and were having problems reading and writing. And but they kind of worked, but I had some problems booting. It would take more time for the BIOS to detect them, but I have these anomalies. Like I said, I have these anomalies occurring. I guess I should maybe just replace all of them, but right now I don't have the time really. But well, okay, yeah, it might be connected with that thing. Okay, I will try to deal with myself. Try to figure this shit out.
I hate it when they got those mysteries like that. I usually just say fuck it all and start over.
It's the gremlins. It's the gremlins in the engine. Like what the World War II pilots used to call the weird errors and problems.
Well, everything was mechanical, so there were like real gremlins in there.
Right.
Yeah, that's not one I've heard of offhand. Yeah.
It's a kind of a myth. I think the computer geeks refer to as voodoo. It's basically voodoo, unexplainable errors.
Well, I'm not subscribed to any of that stuff, but I do hear that Microsoft operating system has gotten so large that they're not even fully aware. There's not one person certainly that understands it, but they're not even fully aware of all of the little things. I mean, I'm sure that's happened a long time ago, but that's just comical. I mean, because things do happen for reasons they don't understand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
That's fair. Well, operating systems for a number of decades have been
Yeah.
in general. I mean, never mind. I think for Microsoft, I think SVR4 probably was already there.
I think I was reading an article about how many lines the new Windows 10 is going to be, or something like that. And it was just astronomical.
Yeah, well, that's pretty bloated, but anyway. VMS was certainly in that category as well.
I just find that we've created some like the airplanes with the gremlins in them, big systems that nobody really completely understood.
Which has its drawbacks, but also has its benefits. Windows 7, for example, which is the one that I have, is really quite neat. It's a combination of Windows XP and something beyond Vista. It has a lot of automated functions, really, which makes it much more comfortable to use. You don't have to manually set up all sorts of shit. It does it for yourself. It does it yourself, essentially.
I haven't been around since the Microsoft 3.1 workgroups. It's the best so far, and I hear they're moving to subscription base, and all Windows 7 and Windows 8 users can get a free year, first year, or something like that. Should be quite interesting.
Yeah, I think actually everybody who owns Windows 7 can get Windows 10 for free. So that's a good thing.
So I wonder what will happen when everybody's on Windows subscription, but nobody wants to pay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Asking corporate guys at Windows.
I mean, because Windows is probably a necessity for, I don't know, maybe Wall Street would be one. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you can always recreate it.
Well, if it's not a necessity for Wall Street guys, I'd like to know, because I'm gonna totally fucking crack their Linux operating systems, because they're fucking full of holes, most likely. It's just that people don't really care about it because most people don't use it. But if people found out that some of the guys at Wall Street are using these systems, they would totally target them.
I was always surprised with the lack of internet security that car dealerships had back in the late 90s.
Well, back then it was a new thing, right? Really
It was
early.
really easy to... I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, those were the sort of baby steps, baby days of internet security and internet in general. I'm pretty sure the first car was easy to hijack. There was no security locks, no shit.
The horse thievery was pretty punishable then, right? Because it's so common.
Oh, yeah.
What are you making for dinner here?
Total whole grain. And soy milk.
Yeah, that's what we drink too, soy milk. I love soy milk.
Yeah, it's...
Because before that it was skim milk. The wife made us drink skim milk.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
we use skim milk too. It's good.
I always called it water milk.
Yeah. But it's better than nothing.
You gotta have something. When I was in California, everyone would put like juice on their fruit or on their cereal, and that's just disgusting.
Like orange juice with cereal?
Like orange, banana, like mango juice. Yes.
Ah, fuck's sake. Fucking heresy.
Seriously. But I couldn't drink a glass of milk if you paid me. I couldn't do it.
I can't taste the difference. Yeah, I never got to see any real human beings in California. I never actually landed a job, so who knows?
Never missed anything. I didn't like California that much. It was okay when I was younger. I hate to raise kids in a big city. Does anybody?
Yeah, from what I hear of their health insurance, if I had actually managed to get on one of the actual company group plans or anything, I would have been set for life. But apparently that's beyond my power, and I am well, I guess now wrestling with why live.
So interestingly, I shared this on my Google Plus stream, but interestingly, I watched a documentary on the 1985 bombing in Philadelphia done by the police on the MOVE organization. Is everybody familiar with that?
I am. Yes, the anarchist people of color.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I loved it. I did find it a little comical that they threw a satchel of bombs on top of a residential home. That's just amazing.
Well, the anti-communist affairs are a bit over the top. Then again, of course, what was the Third Reich?
Did you say Hitler's Third Reich?
No, I said what was the Third Reich? Anti-communism.
Yes, yes.
Why go after the Jews? They were presumed communist.
They're easy target too. I think communist was another label to put on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch of ongoing anti-leftist affairs in the U.S.
Huge.
A lot of the Homeland Security what is homeland? Oh,
What is the homeland?
Heimat from the Third Reich. Yeah. Um, a lot of that homeland security stuff is like targeting leftist groups mostly, as opposed to actual Muslims.
Well, and they're attacking the right. I mean, on the top of the not the FBI, but the CIA's worry list, is homegrown terrorism, religious fundamentalism, and that means Muslim and Christian. And yes, left-wing organizations are also terrorist groups, depending on how broadly you define terrorism.
Well, terrorism is, to them, is anything that knocks a cent off their bottom line.
Well, of course. You're attacking my way of life.
If you look at what they're actually doing in practice, as opposed to just what's being named, the actual action as such is, for as offensive as it might be against the various Muslims who have been targeted by it, is dwarfed by what they're doing against the leftist groups.
I bet, because they're a challenge to the power there. I mean, I would say the leftist groups would outnumber the Muslim groups in this area.
Yeah, well, anyone left is extinct anyway.
Yeah, and so if you're like defending the homeland, I would suspect the threat would come from within, and it wouldn't be very many of your hardened enemies. It'd be sympathizers, which usually occur on the left.
Mm-hmm.
In this case.
Yeah, that's a pretext they used to go after people like me, except usually go after people with a racial profile. Baron, Cherry, and so on. Yes, the FBI still carbons people.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
On the matter of the Jews, I don't know if this is a new topic or not, but I overheard it from a distance. But I personally think that dehumanizing the Jews is a normal human phenomenon. I see this in the atheist movement. I see this in the religious movement. We segregate, dehumanize, demonize, and we pour our frustrations over those we do not consider human. And I see this as a general defense mechanism from our genes. This is to protect the village.
Tribalism.
I think that I think that blaming the Nazis or whatever, or making them out to be boogeymen alone, so that was a one-time thing, is a huge mistake. I think I have to reflect on this, that I think that everyone has this to some extent, and be aware that we are segregating people and dehumanizing other people while we do not have the means to exact our vengeance or whatever. It is,
Isn't the claim of being Jewish a need to be segregated?
Yeah, but I'm saying that this is a human phenomenon. Every human has this to some degree. This is not a Jew thing or a Nazi thing or whatever. This is, everyone has this. If you've noticed yourself, when you make yourself into a group, you say, this group, I belong into this group, and when my things are better than yours, and you're not as good as me or whatever, and that's how what we do.
So people claiming that they're Jewish hold an account like people who don't like people who claim they're Jewish for willingly segregating themselves from the rest of humanity?
This is a complex issue. It's never one thing. When they say they're Jewish, they're talking from a cultural standpoint. They're talking from
Or religious
sometimes also a
standpoint.
religious
Yeah.
standpoint. Yes, but the label of the group they inherit is not always used to make themselves feel better or to segregate themselves. Sometimes they even use it to mingle instead of segregate. But the labels lean, is it a word? Lean themselves, or I don't know. When something is more leaning one side, it gives more a leaning towards segregation. Atheists have this too. They were yesterday, was it? I think they were hounding Tommy Hall, calling him idiot and stupid and dense, and it was a group lynching actually. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that does no good, and it. Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I thought Nadia was trying to talk there.
Oh no, she wasn't. I think no, I didn't hear anything.
I don't know what I was saying, but I just believe that with the Jew thing, yes, it is cultural, but that just lends to the problem. And I understand having nationality, pride, and all those things, but that lends to a problem.
But it's inherent. It's inherent. It's not like you can choose. These things are biological.
And that's the thing, is that just the assumption that this is what I've been born into and I have to own it is a problem.
Yes, but everyone has this.
Not because everyone has it does that necessarily mean we have to embrace it. We can recognize it.
It's to degrees. Everyone has it to different degrees. Some have it stronger, some have it less, and it's multifaceted. It's not one thing actually. But it's a component.
Like sexuality.
Yeah, it's so hardwired in you that it's not possible to not have it. But what you can do is be aware that you have it.
And what's socially acceptable.
Maybe. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, and what's socially acceptable. I mean, because shitting or defecating is a human condition that we can't seem to get away from. And we all do it within a certain agreeable means. And my point of bringing this up in the context of Jews is maybe the pride that comes with being a Jew also brings harm on Jews and non-Jews.
It depends. It's never
never
simple. It's never that simple.
Jews plead for special exception like every group. I mean, atheists plead for special exception. They're not as dumb as believers, and
I suppose if you look at it, yes. If you look at it that way, yes. Then yes, yes. Then it does actually cause. It lends itself to causing harm. Not necessarily causes harm, but it lends itself. It can become extreme.
Welcome. I see the original, or...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, good.
Not entirely sure how to say your name.
It's just something to think about. I'll free up the chat so others can talk. Sorry.
Well, I don't have that extensive of a commentary on Judaism.
What was that?
I see I see the original that, what is it? Soy milk there is twice the price of regular milk. Where?
Sorry?
Where is soy milk twice the price of regular milk?
Italy.
Italy, okay. Yeah, I don't know offhand the prices there.
Yeah, it's well, we have a lot of issues with food because food here is very expensive. I mean, it's the first thing people save on because it's easiest to save cash on food, so people practically starve just to have the cash for the month.
Well, it probably helps people from getting overweight. Maybe not the nicest way to do it, though.
Is Italy under the same austerity measures as Greece? Is this part of the issue?
Well, right now I'm not. I'm actually in Canada right now. In Italy at the moment it's like that. It's not as bad, but the big problem is that Italy has a very corrupted system. It has a very corrupted. I mean, the majority of people in the parliament are convicted members of the mafia. Everyone has like something going on there. And like whenever you go voting, it's not like you have new people because they try to not make the new people go in. And so you always only have to choose those people, and it doesn't really bring anything. And so all those changes that they want to put in, they try to, how should I say? They try to just, get the cash from the people, but people already do not have the cash. And half of the cash that they actually gain actually end up in their own pocket.
That sucks so bad.
I missed my top hat. Well, I remember Berlusconi was at a stranglehold for quite a number of years.
Oh, well, Berlusconi is a chapter per se. I mean, he stays in parliament just because he doesn't want to be put in jail, because he got convicted already several times, and he should stay in jail, but he just tries to not get in. Like, he tries to stay in parliament until he's too old to be able to be jailed, because there is a maximum age. When you're older than a certain age, the people can no longer jail you.
Wow. And welcome, Gus.
Thanks.
That is such an interesting exception.
Yeah.
They're crazy over there for a while. Again, they're crazy.
Hey, Gus.
Hello.
I mean, seriously, so what is that age? And so when I get there, I can go to Italy and do whatever I wanted, right?
Well, no, it's I think it's very old. It's like 70 something or 80, but he's nearly 80, so.
Yeah, with the advances in technology and personal transportation, you could have a lot of fun.
Yeah, but if you look at Berlusconi, with all the facelifting he made, he could look like his own son. I mean, I think his own son looks older than him.
Yeah, he has had a lot of plastic surgery. Gus, what's your opinion of Silvio Berlusconi?
Sorry?
I was asking Gus his opinion of Silvio Berlusconi.
The Italian Prime Minister? Or is he
Former, yeah.
the former Italian Prime Minister? Isn't he the one that basically had a scandal every 15 minutes, this guy?
Yeah.
And wasn't he terribly, terribly fond of women? Like made Bill Clinton look like a friggin' Mormon by comparison? Like, like, isn't he like... It was like, I'm sorry, I can't deliver an address to the nation today because I have this Bella here. Look at this Bella, and I have this other Bella over here. And then, of course, there was also his wife. I mean, as a matter of fact, wasn't his entire presidency like the marriage of Figaro? Like, isn't that kind of how that worked?
It was kind of more like Caligula.
Well, I don't think he was that bad.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. By the way, I like the top hat.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Go ahead. Go ahead. Is it the original?
I lost the track.
Well, I'm sorry.
No worries.
So are you Italian?
Ask me something easier. I think I have like 2 citizenships now, and none of them really represents where I come from because half of the time I lived somewhere else. And it's a whole mess up. So yeah, well, officially I am also from Italy. Yes.
Are you in a space station orbiting the Earth?
No, not really. No, but like since we have the European Union, you can travel around the way you want, and because of that, I was practically living once in the Netherlands, once in Italy, then in Austria, a bit in Germany, in Poland. I mean, everywhere.
When your mommy all of a sudden had a great big pain and then you came out, where did that happen?
I think she was already in Italy then, but she was flying, so I'm not completely sure.
She was flying.
Yeah, she was flying back home.
Okay. Fair enough. That does sound that does sound complicated.
Yeah.
No, you know, the easiest way to say it is, you know, I'm European, because there is, I mean, most of the countries I come from are somewhere in Europe, so I think that's the easiest.
Fair enough. The easiest way to say where I'm from is Canada. Because I was born in Canada, when I was raised in Canada. Generally speaking, I haven't left Canada. That's very easy.
Yeah, well, Canada is quite big. I mean,
Why,
if
thank
I
you.
go from, I don't know, if
Thank
I
you
would
very much.
travel from, what was it, Lethbridge to Edmonton, that's about 6 hours more or less.
Yes.
I mean, if you do the same and you travel from my home village to wherever it drives you, you drive through like 3 different countries.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you could drop Italy into Canada and lose it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Canada's not really that populated.
Do I count as being from somewhere if they've essentially voted me off the island?
Why did they vote you off the island?
They don't like who or what I am.
Oh.
It still matters. They can't change it.
Well, if you're from nowhere, you can practically say you're from everywhere you want to be, because that's the easiest. In the end, we are at home where we want to be.
Okay, yeah, well, landing in Spain is not going to be easy. I have ancestry from there, of course. But what good does it do me?
So you from northern Italy?
Yeah. Is it possible that someone has like the talk going at the same time, or is this me?
It might
What?
be you. I don't hear it through the actual Hangout audio.
Let me see if I can like stop this somehow.
Well, fortunately, we're not hearing it through you either, so.
It's weird.
With me?
No, it's probably the video still playing on her end.
Oh.
Oh, wait a second. Okay. Okay. Do you still hear it?
We don't hear it. We never heard it at all.
Okay. No, it seems to be gone. Okay, maybe it was. Now it just opened into Windows, it seems. I'm not very good at technology, sorry.
I'm just one level removed from Neanderthal as far as computers are concerned. I'm lucky I don't beat it with a stick. I'm so terrible at it. So when's your next video?
Sorry?
When's your next video?
Well, you know, do you remember the last video where we said that we are kinda, you know, a bit in trouble because we have a mess and we have like people coming up and stuff?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, it's maybe like a couple of weeks left, so I'm not sure if I managed to make any video right now.
I really like your stuff.
Yeah, no, it's a bit difficult because obviously like we're all the time going around and walking around, medic here, medic there, and we don't have much time to start with, and then it's also we have only one green screen and we work together, so either one films or the other, we are not managing the same number of videos we used to.
Well, you do what you lack in quantity, you certainly make up in quality.
Well, I hope.
Yeah, I may be taking Stalin's old dictum of quantity is quality on my end.
You are impossible to your room is impossible to get in sometimes, young lady. I feel stupid sometimes because I'm screaming at the computer, I want in, but it's always full. Then I realize I'm screaming at a computer. What the hell is wrong
Gary,
with me?
you just ask in the outside external chat, and we will make arrangements for you. I mean, just ask there next time. Do you know where that is, the external chat?
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Just ask there, and one of us will see it, and we'll correspond accordingly.
So you do talk.
Yeah,
Wow.
I do.
I think this is the first time I ever heard you say anything.
Well, fingers crossed we'll have Pom in for many more conversations. And, how do we say this? Icy?
Is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you pronounce it because there is no one who can pronounce it correctly. I made it in a manner that no matter from which country you come, you cannot pronounce it correctly.
Okay.
Try spelling Wishon. No one ever gets it right. I've had people read a computer printout of my name, spelled correctly, and still say Wilson.
I see.
Well, I've had some bizarre variations on Nadia, which is unimaginably, I don't know, difficult to screw up. People say like Nadia and who knows what else kind of craziness.
Well, you know, Nadia is kind of a good name. I mean, there are like several names, for example, that when my friends and family come over, the people are just not able to pronounce their name correctly, and so obviously they pronounce them like with accent. For example, when my friend Sarah comes over, they all say Sarah, and whenever they call Sarah, she obviously doesn't listen to it because she doesn't recognize her own name as Sarah. And for example, there is also the name which one was it? Well, we have Esther and Miriam, and we have a lot of people who instead of saying Esther and Miriam, they say Easter or Mariam, and then obviously it doesn't work as well.
Okay. Did you mention something about Lethbridge in Alberta? I think Faith might be nearby.
Oh, yeah. Where exactly does he? Where do you live? I see.
Well, what do you like more, Italy or Canada?
I have to say Canada. I mean, Italy has nice weather and stuff, nice landscape, but that's about it. Also, nowadays, it's very hard to find a job there. I mean, we have a lot of people fleeing from Africa over, so we have a lot of overpopulation because of illegal immigrants. And then we have also a lot of problems with the younger people. They don't get jobs. And also, like, since we have all this, you know, cuts everywhere and the high taxes, I mean, we have, I think, about the last time, yeah, but that was 5 years ago, so it might be higher now, but the last time we had about 67% income taxes. And that's quite a lot.
But the industrial base isn't that great anymore? I mean...
You know, if you go for a vacation, you will absolutely love the place. But if you want to stay, it's very nightmare because you cannot really sustain yourself either you have someone who owns a place, or you live with someone together, or you just can't stay on your own.
What's the fundamentalism like? Being so close to the Vatican, I'm sure it's a little more Catholic than anything else. Or am I completely off?
To be fair, I found more religious people here than I had back in the north of Italy. And the main reason is the north of Italy, it is extremely connected to the culture. So most of the people are very cultural Catholic and not that much religious Catholic. I mean, it's like completely connected. You cannot really distinguish one from another anymore. So it's not like you can say, okay, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Protestant, I'm whatever, because the whole place is actually Catholic, except if you're like, immigrant. But the people themselves, they don't go to church, they don't really realize which part is actually, part of their religion and which part is just something that they do by default.
Yeah. America can be such a... I mean, the upcoming elections, how many Republicans are screaming Jesus this, Jesus that? I thought there was supposed to be a separation of church and state and a constitutional ground.
You know better than that. Nobody gets elected to dog catcher in the United States unless they claim that Jesus is God. You know better than that.
It's so weird though, because we have the Vatican right next by, and yet it seems that we, as the people that live right next to the Vatican, have partially more freedom to not include religion into the talking than anyone else. I mean, the most religious people are probably the criminals.
Oh yeah. I've known a lot of criminals, and more often than not, they're the ones that are talking about God the most. You want to see a place that talks about God a lot, visit a prison. It's the intellectual fig leaf a lot of criminals hide behind to justify their behavior. Oh, I'm still a good person. I could be saved when I die. When I die, I'll claim Jesus and I'll go to heaven. Like, no, I wouldn't want a God that would let you into heaven. I've known a lot of bad people in my life.
Yeah, but it's also, people here react on this, people here like, oh, don't you hear, he has found Jesus, he found himself, he found Jesus, now he's a good person. This kind of stuff wouldn't work in Italy. You could be like, oh, but I found Jesus as much as you want. People would still say like, no, you're a criminal, you stay in.
I admire the honesty. I mean, just because somebody says something doesn't make it true. I would think that the religious people would be offended that their religion's being sullied by politics.
I don't think so. I think the fact is that since you have all this dogma around all this, faith talk and stuff, and people really take it that heavily serious, that you are completely stuck in it. Like, the more you propagate the religion, the more you are into the religion, the more you are I would nearly say fundamentalist in the religion, the more you are eager to just take up this kind of hunches and hoax and whatever as granted.
It's like doubling down on a bad bet.
What do you mean, religion?
Sorry, what?
What do you mean, religion?
What I mean by religion? I mean, jeez, there's so many different denominations.
Well, I mean, that seems to be my...
hold the Bible over me and says, do this,
but
because the Bible's true, because the Bible's true, because it's true, because it says it's true.
But would you agree that
there's circular logic there that kind of baffles the hell out of my
the Bible being a thing mind. It's not the only kind of religion, right?
No, there's other flavors of the same gibberish.
Okay, so you're reifying the word religion then.
So religion, when I talk about religion, I talk about, let's say, organized groups of people who believe the same nonsense. That's what I consider religion.
Okay, so anybody who has a view that you disagree with would be considered religion then?
No.
Wow, is that ever not what she said?
It's
Sure it is.
completely unlike what
Is that
you
ever
said.
not what she said?
Sure it is. Everyone is part of some infrastructure, and everyone has
Nonsense.
beliefs.
Utter
And everybody else has beliefs that disagree with you. So.
Well, sorry, but not every belief is organized. If I believe in an afterlife, it can be that I personally have a very idea about how the afterlife looks, and no one else shares this idea, or there are other people who share this idea but who are not really connected to you. If you take something like the Catholic Church, they have this whole instance, they have this whole setup where one person tells you what you actually ought to believe to be part of that group.
Right, but it doesn't matter because no matter what you believe, you will always be connected to other people. And even though you might not be connected to other people in that you believe in the afterlife, you may be connected to other people in that you believe, let's say, that the Earth is flat. Or
You can
perhaps
believe that the Earth is flat, but that doesn't make you necessarily a member of the organization.
And there's no moral compulsion with atheism as there is with religion.
That's not true at all. But regardless, what you said is the original is irrelevant because no matter what, a person will always be connected to other people through their beliefs.
Yeah, but you go from a connection. I'm not talking about the connection.
Yeah, no, you're talking about organization, right?
What has an organization to do with a connection? I can go out with my friend to drink a coffee. That is a connection. That is not an organization. It has nothing to do with an organization. You can go out and be, I don't know, a Democrat, a liberal, whatever, but it doesn't mean that you are integrated. I mean, when I got baptized, because everyone in Italy does get baptized, I get written into this thick, fat booklet, and it takes me, I think, about a year just to get myself deleted from there, because unless you're really, messing with the church, they just won't allow you to get out of it properly.
Sure, so that would be an organization, but the issue is that everyone has beliefs, and that everyone is connected to other people.
But that has nothing to do with organized religion. You can believe whatever you want. You can be connected with whoever you want. You can have hundreds and thousands of people who share your belief and still not have, a sort of, hierarchy institution that tells you what to do and what to think.
Okay, you didn't. That's not how you defined religion. So if you would like to redefine religion, please present the definition of religion that you actually want to use. Are we now defining religion as a hierarchical institution that tells people what to do? Is that now religion?
With a moral or compulsion, if you're somehow compelled to do this because you're in a religion. Lawrence Krauss, Richard Dawkins can tell me I'm supposed to submit to their will all they want. I'm an atheist. I don't have to. There's no atheist hell. There's no atheist prison. I just share a lack of belief.
Okay, but Gary,
they might have some great ideas. They can draw crowds, but they can't compel the crowd. There's no moral authority that they're drawing on.
Well, anyone can
all-powerful being.
No one make people do other things just by saying it. That's an irrelevant point. Your atheism has nothing to do with your ability to say, I'm not going to listen to person XYZ. Any religious person could do that to any other religious person. Anyone can go up to the Catholic Church and say, I'm not going to do what you tell me. You do not have to be religious or irreligious to do that. It has nothing to do with whether or not you think there's an afterlife, whether or not you think the Bible is accurate, whether or not you...
But belief itself has not that much to do with religion, to be fair. I mean, you have to believe to be a member of religion, but you don't have to be a member of religion to believe something.
But that's exactly why I'm asking you, what do you mean by religion? Because I think that term gets thrown around a lot and people have no idea what they're talking about when they use that word.
Well, I'm sorry, but I completely don't get your question, because I'm all the time telling you, if you take, for example, I don't know, let's take the Catholic Church. You have a system, yeah, a system that is built up on a certain belief, where you have a group of people adhering to that system, to that specific system, with that belief in like holy gods, whatever, and they just follow that system. You can say there is someone who believes in a god, who does not adhere to what the system says or what the system wants them to do. And then either they split off and build their own system, or they just stand completely on their own. And the moment they stay completely on their own, even if they adhere to certain things of that faith, they are no longer part of the system.
Yeah, but again, I think that that just conflates religion with any kind of belief system, because everyone has a belief system, and everyone is connected to everyone else through their belief system, and everyone lives their life. All societies are built on unspoken contracts between people, where, for example, if I walk into a Pete's Coffee down the street, I'm not going to shoot people, because me and the people in the room all agree on a life system that we're not going to shoot each other, but we're going to try to live
but you
peacefully.
have the possibility to go in and shoot the people. The reason you don't do it is because you won't get your pizza unless you know, it's just, it doesn't make sense what you say.
Yes, there's that too. So, okay, so I agree. There is a threat if I break the contract, but the contract nonetheless is still there. It's not merely that I won't kill them just because there's the threat. It's also because, oh, I have certain beliefs that I use as a rational basis not to shoot the people that are in the room, and so do they. And many of our beliefs are the same.
You know, where do you live exactly, if I may ask?
I live in United States, California.
You know, something that I noticed when I came here is that many people, and in Canada and in the US, have this very interesting idea that everyone thinks or believes or has more or less the same foundation. There are a bit of difference, but in the end of the day, everyone, you know, has certain ideas that are just fixed in their head, and they just take it as granted. When you stay, for example, in different countries in Europe, you will notice that no matter what silly, stupid thing you will take as granted, the moment you go into another country, it's absolutely not that way. I mean, for example, in Warsaw, they take for granted that once you reach a certain age, you have to find a husband, you have to study, so that after you get children, you can go back to work, but you have to find a husband within a certain time span, because that's how you're supposed to be. There is nowhere written that you are supposed to do that. But it's just something that's, you know, that propagates like that. So the moment you go from that place, just, you know, I don't know, I would say 3-4 hours towards, you know, the west, you end up in a place where they don't care at all how old you are, whom you're with, if you're a single, if you're not, if you're gay, they don't care. And then you go a couple of hours further, and then it's very important that you adhere to a very specific type of system, because this is just the way it is. I mean, if you listen to my friend once in a while, she will tell you, you cannot eat cheese with fish sauce. There is no reason why she says that. It's just that way because that's how she's used to.
Okay, but my comment was on the word religion being employed in this conversation, and I think that the way it's being used is very loose. It's not a very it's not a very useful word in the way that it's being used, because it's being used for 1,000 different things that don't have much of a connection. If we want to say that people have various belief sets, they have various systems or ideologies.
Could I hear the example that you found not correct, and then you tell me exactly what about this, you know, part that you heard you did not find correct? Because it's very hard for me to imagine. You take it very loosely, you explain it very loosely, and it would very much make it easier for me if you would give the example of what was said, and then say why it is, you know, not working.
Sure. Okay. So you keep using the example of the Catholic Church, and let's say that we're talking about the Roman Catholic Church that's found in Italy, right? That's found in that place in Europe. They have specific dogmas that they hold to, and this is how they go about reasoning and deliberating what they're going to do every day, right? This is their belief set that defines for them how they live their life. Now, the problem is, if you define that as religion, then you're defining everyone as religious, because everyone has a belief set by which they live their life, and by which they connect to other people and have relationships with other people. There is not a single.
I don't think that follows, really. I don't think that follows, because if you really look at the Catholic Church, to be a member of the Catholic Church, you have to follow certain rituals. You have to be in a group in a certain way. You have to take part of that group in a certain way.
That's true of any society.
The moment you do not,
that's true of any society.
You act in a weird way, you are acting a different way, they do no longer consider you part of the group. And so I don't really see how that follows. I mean, if I
you cannot
have
point
certain
to a
ideas,
single society that's not like that. There's not a single society on the planet that's not like that. Every society has certain standards which, if you break them, they will kick you out or they will kill you. Period. Every single place on the planet is like that.
but that is not necessarily to do with, you know, religion.
That they will
Okay,
kill
but
you?
that's why I'm
that
saying
they will kill you? Really?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
You mean
No.
there's an atheist death
No.
squad after me?
Yeah, seriously. In Canada, nobody kills you for breaking social standards.
Yeah, if I go to Canada with a couple of guns and I start massacring people, let's see how long I survive without getting shot.
Well, that's a little bit of the far outlying edge of breaking.
It doesn't matter.
Standards.
We're not dealing
You're not
with.
breaking social standards. You're breaking laws. That's another matter entirely.
No,
And
she's
you're
not
playing
talking.
you're playing fast and loose with the idea of social standard at that point.
No, not that laws are a social standard, but regardless.
Laws are not
question.
No. That's laws are a social standard when I squint real hard and tilt my head in one direction. Laws are laws. Social standards are social standards. If you're talking about mores,
You didn't explain how they're different.
which I think you're actually talking about. If you're talking about social mores, nobody gets shot for breaking social mores.
No, again, I said that what is the original described was certain standards, certain belief standards that the Catholic Church has in order for you to be part of the congregation. Every society has belief standards like that. If you don't believe,
I would disagree. I would say that they have rules, they have regulations, and if you don't stick to the regulations, they have a problem with you. And the main reason they have regulations is because the moment they take away the regulations, everyone thinks differently, acts differently, and just messes up with everyone else. So the reason they put in those regulations is mainly, you know, to get the system kind of sort of working, but it has nothing to do with the fact that you have to believe in whatever, you know, the rules are. I mean, you can stick to the rules without believing in them. If it's like, you know, you're not supposed to go into the superstore and like shoot everyone, then you're not supposed to go in there and shoot everyone. Whether you believe it's good or not, or whether you believe it's correct or not, is a different story.
well, yeah, but you can't separate what people do from their beliefs.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
No, you can't.
Of course you
Absolutely
can.
not.
Of course you can. You absolutely can.
Oh, so you don't believe you can?
You're gonna fuck around now? Listen.
I'm just applying your standard to your words.
No, you're screwing around is what you're doing. Listen.
Oh, so you don't like it when
people all over this country don't believe in taxes, but they pay them.
No, people around this country believe that paying taxes is an injustice, but
People all over this country don't believe in taxes.
Yes, they do.
They pay them.
Everyone believes in taxes. You cannot pay taxes without believing in them.
As far as I'm concerned, that's just playing with the words. I think we both understand what we mean.
Okay, then I'm done conversing with you. Good day. So, now, is the original. My problem with your conception of religion here is that you're defining it as some kind of institution or organization which has standard beliefs, right? They have these belief sets which, if you do not accept them, you do not get to be part of the system or organization or whatever it is. The problem with that is that definition is so broad that it can be applied to any kind of society, because all societies have standard belief sets. They have standards which, if you do not hold to them, you are not counted as part of the society. For example, if I don't...
You're more right about that than when you decided to try to ignore me.
Cool story, bro.
Good story, bro.
Did you kick him out?
Say?
No, he's still there.
Oh, okay.
He's having a assault.
Managed to sneak in here.
Dex.
Hey, Dex.
Oh, Non. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, Gus. Hey, everyone.
Hello.
How are the babies?
They are good. One's about to go to bed. Right, buddy?
Oh, that's a precious time.
That's what you think, Dad.
when the child finally goes to sleep, that's when it's the best behaved.
That is the best time ever.
Oh,
When my first boy went to daycare, me and my wife bought a $100 bottle of champagne. Celebrated.
I raised my nieces and nephews. This is possible. Next time the baby's asleep and it's on its back, my nephew would always wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning, right on the dot. I wanted to go back to sleep.
Is he German by any chance?
What?
Anyway.
Well, I wanted to go back to sleep. So I took off. It was like deactivating a bomb. I took off the diaper, slowly took it off, put a new one on. He wakes up exactly at 8 o'clock with this confused look on his face, like he pre-planned to have a pissy diaper at 8 o'clock. So he has this confused look on his face, like, well, then it must not be 8 o'clock, and he went back to sleep. I went, joined him.
8 o'clock, man, that's nothing. Most kids I know wake up at the crack of dawn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Babies are evil, I'm telling you. They're fucking evil.
They are.
That's why we atheists eat them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Jimmy had a good discussion with the new lady here. Maybe we should allow them to continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt?
I believe discussions have sort of an organic flow, and that they will reinitialize or not as they see fit. Art.
Well, I'm just suggesting if Jimmy wants to continue, or if the nice German-sounding lady wants to continue. Go ahead, guys.
I think it sounds like she's from. She had background in Italy.
Well, I don't know. I know a lady that has the same accent, and she's from Germany. Exact same accent. That's what I'm basing it on.
No, she's from Italy.
No, that's not a German accent.
No, not.
Well, that's weird because I know what's her name. She's kind of a more. Well, I know for a fact she's a German lady, and she has the exact same accent. And she was born in Germany, always lived in Germany. She has black hair. She's a sort of ripe woman. Her golden age.
I'd like to say something about Jimmy and the nice lady. I think it's important not to turn these discussions into contentions. This is not really a battle.
Pom Jam. Yeah, really, Pom Jam. Step the fuck back.
Oh, I never talk. Come on, let me talk. With all due respect.
Oh, with all due respect, guard.
I think it's important. I think it's important that we don't turn these into contentions. Let's talk about ideas. If they're wrong, they're wrong. Let's not turn this into personal things. If it's wrong, then the people will know it's wrong.
Yes, Mom. We'll be nice.
No, Jimmy and maybe you want to bring it back up.
Where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that?
Yeah, I'm happy to discuss whatever.
Like an intellectual shark tank.
But Nadia's room are not like that, not so contentious. They're more known for being places where people can talk. This is not the talking.
What are you doing talking anyways, you? Aren't you a silent partner around here? What's going on here? I don't think I like this Gabby
talking for once.
Let's ban this baby.
Let him talk.
That's right. Ban him good. Where's he at? Where's my ban?
Ban him.
No, you're wrong. Yeah, guys, yeah. The nice lady from Germany. I think she's from Germany. Fuck everybody who thinks she's not.
She says she's European. I asked her, and she said she's European. So that's good enough for me.
From Northern Italy, so we probably have a cross-cultural cultural.
Sorry, guys.
She said she's European.
Are you from Germany, by any chance?
I
asked her. Weren't you guys listening when I asked her? I asked her where she was from. She said it was easier. She said she was from Europe.
That's like saying I'm from the Americas.
I'm from Canada.
Yeah, seriously.
It's from Canada. It's good enough for me. I mean, it's not like Europe is an entire hemisphere for crying out loud.
No, but it does have tons of different cultures in it.
Yeah.
Well,
if
she says she's from Europe. That's good enough.
Please tell us.
Not for me. I'm more interested specifically. At least I am. I don't know about anyone else, but personally, I'm interested in where specifically you're from is the original.
I'm interested.
The main problem I have is that, as you say, there are many different small places, even within countries, that have many specific cultures and ideas, and so it's very hard to say, because you can say you come from Germany. When you're in the north of Germany, it has a different type of upbringing than in the south of Germany, yet the people consider them all German. When you go to Italy, you have 4, 5 different minorities living at the border, and so you can say, sure, I'm Italian, but half of the Italians on the border speak either French or German or what else? Well, several languages. I mean, and then you go, for example, to the Netherlands, another place where I was, and you're able to speak Dutch. You're from the Netherlands. You stay in a place, and you don't understand half of the people because they all talk Turkish. I mean, it's very hard to say. And the worst problem I have is that I have already parents from different countries, and I didn't grow up in any of the country they came from, which makes it even worse. Like, what do you say? I have the father from this country, so I'm from this country. I have the mother from that country, so I'm from that country. Both, influence the way I am. Then I live and grow up in a certain specific place to which I don't really have that much connection, so I cannot really say I'm from that place either. And then we switch place, live somewhere else, and then suddenly I'm from there. It's very hard to say,
Yeah, I know how you feel. I was born in Crimea. My parents moved to Czech Republic. I'm half Ukrainian, half Russian. I don't associate with Czechs because I just don't really feel like it. So it's a hard thing. But okay, if you just your opinion, that's fine.
No,
in America, you got like Louisiana and the French influence down there. Quebec, it's the same thing, but it's Canadian.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean. Even in like San Francisco, Chinatown, you hear more Chinese than American.
Yeah, but like for example, we have a specific place in Italy, and it is a place that before the World War I, it was part of Austria. So, if, for example, you are a person that is from that place, yeah, and you ask them, so you're Italian, they will say, no, I am not. Because they speak all German, they have all Austrian, relatives all over Austria. They have all the Austrian culture within their culture. And so they will not say, I am Italian. They will say, either they will say, I'm Austrian, or they will say, what was that place called? South Tyrol. So they will say, I'm South Tyrolean.
Oh,
and
didn't Poland have something like that too?
Yeah, Poland has the...
Galatians?
No, in Poland you have a German minority because that part got from Germany to Poland. And those people will tell you, I am not Polish.
Yeah, Danzig.
Danzig, yeah.
But I remember reading about I forget the name. Isn't there like a part of Poland that identifies with Austria too?
Well, there was a time where Austria was going all over Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine, Hungary. Ungarn. And all this
Hungarian Empire.
So, yes, and like you have a lot of German-speaking minorities in Hungary, and you have a lot of Hungarian minorities still in Austria.
I think multiculturalism is the greatest strength. Diversity in all things, I say.
Yeah, but the main problem is, if you look at Canada, you have a lot of people who immigrated, and they all came with the same basis. I am coming here, I'm a guest, I build up something new, and there you go. But those are all places who got over and over and over conquered from different places again. So those are actually people who live there and who have been born there and who have been raised there, and then they suddenly just change their culture because another country takes them over. They don't work that way. They don't want to integrate. They want to be themselves because that's what they were for centuries. So it's much worse in Europe, and that's why you have all these little pieces. I mean, if you look at the south of Germany, if you look at Bayern, they speak a completely different German than, for example, in the north of Germany, because of the fact that they're just always among themselves.
Yeah, this is another thing that happened to Crimea. Essentially, it's mostly Russian, even though it's officially Ukrainian. Most people are really pro-Russian, and they're Russians themselves, including myself and my family, and my far away family, so to speak. So yeah, we're kind of all for the Russian occupation, so to speak, even though it's not occupation. But anyway, you guys had a conversation. You had a conversation with Jimmy. You want to continue?
I think that ship sailed.
Okay. Well, I guess atheism is proven correct then. Okay.
Of course, always.
Art proves there's no God. You crazy Russian.
Well,
JK.
this is what earlier Sam was questioning the value of, well, considering such affairs as philosophical zombies. And I maintained that there was a great deal of value, whether one deemed them, well, counterfactual or, as I do, universally the case.
Well,
I don't know.
Enlighten us, Nadia. Enlighten us.
What is
Tell us your truth. Tell us your truth, Nadia.
As a student of philosophy, and may have commentaries on that in some respects. It's kind of sort of a general anti-philosophy stance he was taking.
I can understand philosophy to a point. Then you get that one person who can argue that water isn't wet for 2 hours using philosophy. Some people can use it as a tool, other people use it as a hammer. Like you said once, a long attention span theater, where they just use so many just vomit so many philosophical words to where you forgot what the question was by the time they're done talking.
Gary, why do you think that water is wet?
Well, okay, the problem with this philosophy is quite often and unintuitive, but it still is correct. It's a valid form of, science. Well, not science, but thought. It's generally rational. It's more rational than most conversations people have.
Yet, to the extent you are maintaining such things as naturalism, the non-existence of the supernatural, and atheism, the non-existence of things except as gods, and methodological naturalism in terms of science and the other kinds of standards of truth. You are, and well, at least for the ethical system, you are maintaining, philosophical positions as you do so, right? You can't really, well, not eliminativist value, but rather the value of philosophy as a whole. And
Oh no. I mean, the discussion seems to be what is value on eliminativism.
No.
What is value is I have to go to work. Bye, everyone.
All right.
Peace, Gary. Good seeing you.
Bye.
Take care.
Well, when
I'm sorry, I have to go too. See you guys.
All right.
Bye.
When I presented the sort of eliminativist thesis, we are all philosophical zombies, was the value of philosophy as a whole was questioned in response. So, given that you're a student of the field, I thought you might care to defend it.
I mean, we've discussed this before, Nadia. I don't think that. So I don't think that any sort of physicalist position is defensible. I think that axiology is kind of a. I don't know. It's kind of jumped on especially if you're talking with Christians. They kind of jump on the whole. Oh, there's no morality without some non-physical thing. That's jumped on quite often, so I try to use something else that's perhaps less talked about so often on that subject rather than axiology. Maybe maybe language or graphology or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that physicalism is tenable.
No, even if you don't do physicalism, so you still consider philosophy a valuable enough enterprise to study it, don't you?
Oh, I see. You're asking me just in general, like, do I believe that philosophy is valuable, regardless of what my metaphysic is?
Yes.
Or rather, in regards to whatever metaphysic I already have. Yeah, sure. No, I think that philosophy is indispensable.
I view it as mental masturbation, but perhaps that's a good thing.
Well, it's inevitable.
I think masturbation is essential.
I don't think it's mental masturbation, but I think it's important to keep it in its context. Philosophy is to thought in general what the sport of fencing is to actual combat, and I think it's important to keep that perspective when you're discussing philosophy. I think there's a great number of excellent conversations to be had, so long as everybody remembers that there's a real world out there that sometimes acts completely contrary to what philosophers can agree on, or at least discuss civilly with each other.
I
can agree with that,
an
Gus.
example of anything that is in reality that disputes philosophy.
Yeah,
I know you don't, Art.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I know you don't, Art.
Okay. That doesn't say anything, really.
You're right.
Okay. Good talk.
And oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Too bad she left. You know who that was, right?
I do not know who she was entirely. No.
I think I'm almost positive she's the girl that's in Logic's videos.
Okay. I don't know who Logic is.
Logic's an atheist. He does a lot of videos along the lines of who's the guy that wears the helmet?
Oh, please don't compare. I mean, Logic is at least a little bit better than him.
Yeah, Logic wears the stocking over his face.
I don't recognize the stocking or the helmet.
I think that Logic is kind of like, I only seen 2 of his videos, but I think Logic is a more honest version of Gary Edwards, and yet perhaps a little less educated in matters that he speaks about.
Okay. There's a lot of people out there that aren't as smart as you, isn't there?
What?
I've heard you say that a lot about a lot of people.
Say what about a lot of people?
That they're not really that smart.
Yeah. I mean,
what's happening here? Kind of strange to bring that up.
Hell, usually that's my line. I'm usually the one telling people they're not as smart as anybody else. Smart as me. I don't think Jimmy does that. Do you do that, Jimmy? You seem like a nice enough fellow.
I don't take myself to be particularly intelligent, but people who, if you see people posting videos on YouTube, in my experience, chances are they're a lot dumber than if you go read Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or some journal about the topic. It just seems like a waste of time to go get your information from YouTube.
I agree about that.
I think it depends on the
You're
information.
talking about it on YouTube, right?
Well, there are people on YouTube, right? Unlike, wow, what is that guy's name? The atheist who enjoys using the suit of armor. Can't remember what he's. That's like
I'm a skeptic.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Unlike someone like that, I prefer to reference people in my videos. So if you do see a video where I'm making a contention about something, more likely than not, I'll be telling you, okay, go read this person because they're worth reading on this, as opposed to Armored Skeptic, where as opposed instead of actually doing any kind of activity whatsoever with scholarly work. He just kind of pretends like he's the first one who said anything that he says, and nobody disagrees with him out there in the realm of the world.
I don't think he purports to be any sort of scholar. I don't think he purports his videos to be any kind of scholarly work. He's not giving a seminar. He's giving a video with his opinion on it.
I guess it becomes an issue when people rehash what they heard from the video rather than go out there and do their own research and make up their own mind on the subject, right? I think, and that's what ends up happening quite often. So you get like this echo chamber of all the same opinions that are all in some way maybe not quite fully formed.
Yeah, I think that that's exactly right. Yeah, and I think that that's true of any given position. So I think that people, and I'm speaking as a Christian, and I think that Christianity is true, but nonetheless, many Christians and many non-Christians, many Hindus, oh my gosh, tons of Muslims that I can think of in conversations I've had in the past, and many atheists will watch these videos just to bolster what they already believe. They don't care about finding out what the answer is on a matter, but rather they have an idea and they want to learn how to make arguments for it.
I don't think that's a methodology that's particularly endemic to any point of view. I've seen Christians do that, just as I've seen Muslims do it, just as I've seen atheists do it. People often look at other people's opinions with an eye towards what they can absorb into themselves and what agrees with them.
It's endemic to the popular discourse altogether.
Indeed.
And not everybody has time to go to the library and pick up books. I work 11 to 14 hours a day. I'm on the road in a truck where I can't find all this information. I can't read a book while I'm driving down the road. And on weekends, because that's the only time I'm home, I'm not going to sit there and read books. So I watch videos and I listen to people on YouTube. And that's where I get most of my information from.
Audiobooks, man. Audiobooks.
Oh, I can't do them. I need to read I can only, like, when I sit down to read a book, like, I have a highlighter, I have a place for taking notes. Like, there's no such thing to me as reading a book when I'm not studying it. Like, if I'm going to read a book, I have to delve in it and pick out every single word that's being said.
I hear you. But
then when you got time to do that, that's great.
Yeah.
But don't look down at someone else who doesn't have time to do that.
When you're doing some sort of like labor or something like that, I find it really helps. Yeah, you're right. It's not as you're not taking all the knowledge, and it's not as comprehensive. Generally, you're just going to be you'll get distracted. Your ears will perk up when you hear something that's relevant, but usually it's just background noise. It's hard to focus on two things at once. But still, 20% of information is better than zero, I think.
That is true. Yeah, but I disagree. I think that the whole seeking out information to bolster one's commitments is not a universal quality. Some positions could give a damn about trying to make some kind of argumentative case for what they believe. I mean, if I have rarely met a Buddhist, I've met few Buddhists, and rarely do they speak about what they believe as truth. Most of the time, you're discussing their beliefs merely as their beliefs, right? And and I think that my experience in that, although it's merely my experience, is not something that's an exception to the rule, right? It's unheard of, right? I could go online and look around right now. There's not a lot of arguments for Buddhism, and there's even less people seeking out those arguments to bolster their faith in Buddhism when you compare it to the amount of Muslims or Christians or new atheists trying to defend their ideas.
Well, that's very true. I find, and I'd say with the spiritual people as well, that's it's the same. They're far more pragmatic in their beliefs. They're just like, listen, you do this, you're going to get these results, and that's it.
Well, my opinion that you have more the Muslims and atheists is because the Buddhists aren't trying to push anything on people. They're not trying to tell people how to live and what they should be doing and how the government should be run. Okay, so nobody's going to fight back with them, so they're not doing videos about them.
I mean, that's simply not true. Have you ever seen Buddhist temples? They don't. Sure, they don't. Or I don't think I've ever seen Buddhist protesters walking down the street, but that doesn't mean that they don't have agendas that affect society. Everyone has agendas that affect society.
And what are those agendas that the Buddhists are trying to do?
They're awful quiet about it if they've got them.
Yeah, what are they?
I mean, are you familiar with Buddhism at all? One of its tenets,
No,
for
what are
example.
their agendas?
Sure. So, for example, one of their beliefs is that the idea of private property is an illusion, and that it actually causes people pain and discomfort because we are becoming obsessed with an illusion when we try to relate things so closely with ourselves that we would call it private property, personal property. So one of the teachings of the group is that we need to seek out letting things go and not trying to hold an inherent influence over things as if they belong to us, right? Do they go walking down the street holding up signs that that's the case? No. But that's still something they teach. That's still something they share with people around them. And that affects the society as a whole. The absence of a Buddhist temple in a society, even if there's only 5 people there, 5 people to share their beliefs with other people, that still has an effect on the surrounding society. There's no way to get around that.
Are they trying to make laws and trying to change? I mean, yeah, they talk about it, and if people follow it, they follow it. But are they trying to change laws and tell people that they can't do something?
Well, considering that if they share their belief and people start believing that, there will be no laws because they don't believe in laws, yeah, sure, that does have an effect on the legal system. Just because you're not voting doesn't mean that you don't have an effect on the society around you. It's not like there's just only one single method for affecting people around you. There's human beings are incredibly complex individuals, and our societies as a whole are incredibly complex complexes. So, supposing that people have to hold up signs or vote in order to affect that society, and I'm not saying that you're saying this in your name, but anyone who does think that is rather naive.
I want to welcome Commando. What do you got for us today, bro?
Yo, I'm just sort of listening still at the minute. Rather interesting to observe what's being conversed.
Yeah, it still didn't answer the question. I mean, they're not trying to make a law that's going to make people do something. They're talking about it, and if you like it, it might do change, and if you don't like it, it won't do the change. Where, if you're voting on a law, you're forcing people to change. There's a difference.
No, voting on a law doesn't force anything. If a law is passed and the government sees fit to make or coerce people to follow that law, yeah, sure, that involves force. But voting on the law itself doesn't force anything. It does affect the surrounding society.
Well, you skate around anything, can't you? If you vote on a law and a law becomes a law, then you have to follow the law. If you don't follow the law, there's consequences.
See, that's not true. That's not true. Anyone can say, I don't want to follow this law, and so I'm not going to. Right? There's no way to mind control another being by writing down on a piece of paper, this is wrong. Laws don't do things like that. Neither do the police who try to uphold them. However, you can coerce or physically threaten someone to follow a law, right? Now, the Buddhists don't go around pointing guns at people and telling them, do this or I'll kill you. But neither am I as a Christian doing that. And neither are many Christians doing that. Neither are many Muslims doing that. Neither are many Hindus, so on and so forth. Many people do not come to your door, point a gun at you, and tell you, if you don't accept X, Y, Z, I'm going to shoot you. In fact, in the country I live in, although this is not rare elsewhere, that's pretty rare, right? Mostly, you have that's a pretty strange incident over here in California. Maybe if you go to the Middle East, you might run into that a lot. But even then, when they come up to your door and tell you, believe this or I'll blow your brains out, you could still choose to say, no, I'm not going to believe that.
Why is it always shooting and killing? There are other ways to get people to do things besides shooting and killing.
Well, that was my original point, Yuri.
But just talking about something is not going to get somebody to change overnight. And making,
yes, it will.
And the law, it has consequences.
I mean, I don't really know what to say to that. That's simply not true. Many people are changed by talking about issues. It happens all the time, every day.
Yeah, but it's a voluntary choice. They're not being forced to choose that.
That's right. They're being persuaded.
Right, I agree.
Being persuaded, but if you don't want to, you're not going to change.
I agree.
Like, give an example. What do you mean?
Example of what?
Like an example of a person who wouldn't want to change unless force is applied to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
Obeying a seatbelt law.
Yeah, I'd rather be thrown clear of the accident. I don't wear a seatbelt if I don't have to. I throw it over my shoulder. I don't buckle it. But
Right.
I have to throw it over my shoulder, otherwise I'm going to get a ticket. And you get too many tickets, you lose your license, you lose your driving privileges. You get punished for not doing something.
Right, there's a physical threat. If you keep breaking the law, you will eventually get jailed. If you try to escape violently, people will react with violence.
So you're being forced to change your actions.
Well, in that case, yeah.
Well, the Buddhists aren't forcing you to change your actions is the whole thing I was getting at.
Yeah, okay, I admit that, but okay, so what? Many views, including the Christian view, as manifested by countless Christians across the globe, do not do that.
But what Christians often do is they often attempt to see their own elected to government with the express purpose of enacting laws that are more likely to remake the legal face of the jurisdiction into something that Christians either are more likely to recognize and more likely to be comfortable with. I don't see Buddhists doing that.
Yes, but I don't see Buddhists doing that either.
They're doing it in Burma to the Muzzies.
Fair enough.
No
No,
one,
the-
no human is exempt. None of them.
Well, but there are, well, okay, there are Buddhists that aren't interested in voting.
And what was his name? Dutta Mungu or whatever? He killed like a shit ton of people, and he was as fucking Buddhist as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, I've already admitted to the fact that there are.
He's central to their belief system.
I don't think so.
Yes, sir, he is.
Could you give me a link?
I can't remember how you spell it, but it's like DUTUGUMUNMU, something like that. Yeah, he killed a shit ton of people.
Well, the Hindu Vedas are actually sort of war poetry.
No, he's a Buddhist, like a monk that swore.
Yeah.
Like a Buddhist monk.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
but that's the issue, is that Buddhist monks aren't figureheads for Buddhism.
Excuse me?
Excuse you.
No, a Buddhist monk is not a figurehead. I'm pretty sure that a Buddhist monk is not what you're to achieve, but it's like, hey, I'm going to go to the monkery and be a monk.
Yes, but
that's a
you're
good
not
thing.
going to go to the monkery to believe in Buddhism. Buddhism is not defined by what people do. It's defined as a certain belief set. The belief set does involve nonviolence, but if a monk decides to go kill people, that doesn't actually change the belief set of Buddhism.
The belief system allows for it, supports it.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with that. That's arguable. However, a Buddhist will disagree with you. Do I think he's being
Well, of course they
inconsistent?
will, and so will a Christian, and so will a Muslim, and obviously so will you.
Yeah, anyone will. Well, that's actually not true. There are people whose belief sets might not involve disagreeing with
Of course,
that.
there are some people who will agree, and there's some people who won't. Like
Right.
if they do a Christian, a hard-believing Christian, that your beliefs allow for these violent acts, and they'll say, no, they don't. Not my beliefs. Those are someone else's beliefs.
Right. Now, you can argue that the Buddhist is being inconsistent. I think that can be argued. But the question of whether
Buddhism
they...
allows for killing.
Right. And I am admitting that you can argue for that inconsistency, but the Buddhist himself will not accept that.
And that matters what?
Well, it matters because things aren't the way they are just because you say they are. You have to make an argument for the things.
Admittedly, exactly. And the Buddhist who's claiming that their beliefs do not lend to this act have to substantiate that, and they're unable to because they claim to be a Buddhist, which we all know allows for this act. Why don't you claim to be a Jain?
I am not arguing with you that Jainism and Buddhism can be argued to be inconsistent, that it believes that killing is not wrong, or excuse me, that taking someone's life without the permission is wrong, but at the same time there is no such thing as an inherent value to an individual. Sure. However, the Buddhist himself does not believe that. So when we're talking about whether this murderer was a defining element of Buddhism, that's simply not true. A single person is not a defining element of Buddhism. Buddhism is a set of teachings, a set of beliefs, and you may argue that those are inconsistent, but that has nothing to do with whether or not XYZ person killed a bunch of people.
It does when you claim that your Buddhism accounts for other morals.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. And so substantiate how it doesn't.
Because just because I believe that the sky is blue doesn't mean that I can't go down to the store and write on a piece of paper the sky is red. People live inconsistent with their beliefs.
And well, okay, so your claim is because I hold a belief that's inconsistent with my actions, therefore the belief is inconsequential on the action.
No. What I'm saying is what you do doesn't define Buddhism. What you do is consistent or inconsistent with Buddhism.
No, because Buddhism is consistent with allowing for things it says it does not allow. It is contrary to its own self. Every human faulty religious system displays that that trait.
Well, okay, so I've repeated this several times, so I can't communicate it any clearer. I already agree with you that Buddhism is inconsistent with itself. It is an illogical
But you're saying that a person who claims to be of Buddhist belief cannot do a non-Buddhist
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was...
I apologize.
Thank you. What I said was, what a person does is not the definition of Buddhism. Buddhism is a set of beliefs, and what the person does is either consistent or inconsistent with that set of beliefs. What this person you're listing did isn't an example or standard of Buddhism. It's just an example of someone living inconsistently with their beliefs.
That's funny because they hold him up as a pinnacle. I mean, I don't see how you could say that Jesus Christ... Never mind, I don't want to get into anything off the subject. I don't see how you could say that a person who claims to be a Buddhist and adheres to Buddhist beliefs, when there's clear examples in their belief for the act that they do, are inconsistent with the belief. The belief allows for almost anything.
Yeah, I feel like we're going around in circles on this, Sam, because I agree with you that Buddhism is inconsistent. It is an irrational system, and therefore it'll say one thing and it'll have to contradict itself the next second. But in terms of the commitments that the person has in Buddhism, right, because he's not being consistent with the inconsistency that is Buddhism. So I'm just going to end up repeating this point, and the conversation is not going to progress. So I'm just going to have to stop here.
I think it's important to note that Buddhism is not really one thing. It's scattered by regions. Every region has about a different view of what Buddhism is. They speak different languages. They have other cultures. They speak other accents, whatever. It's important to realize this because they have all adopted it and they have made it their own. So Buddhism is not really one thing.
I would just say every temple. I mean, if you're going to claim to be a Christian and you find within your Christian beliefs what you're claiming to be, your actions that you commit, and it's within the Christian doctrines, what's the confusion?
So I think to relate it to Christianity, the example would be more like this. There is a lot of controversy over the Spanish Inquisition, right? And often the Christian religion, the Christian belief set, is blamed for what happened. But that's actually fallacious because the Christian religion doesn't comport with the actions that were occurred. It was rather the political agenda of the people involved in the Spanish Inquisition that caused injustice. What they did was completely inconsistent with the supposed Christianity that they held to. Likewise, this person that's supposed to be some exemplary monk did something which is not supposed to be accepted in Buddhist ethics, at least not as far as I'm aware, and I'm at least somewhat educated on what Buddhism is. And so, yeah, I agree that he's inconsistent with his system, and I agree that his system is internally inconsistent. However, that has nothing to do with whether or not what he did defines Buddhism, just as what the Spanish Inquisitors did has nothing to do with what defines Christianity.
It does have, I'm sorry, it does have something to do with it, and it doesn't totally define. And you're correct to say that the one person's actions do not totally define them, but they are part of it. And that religion has to account for it, because that person, in their whatever belief, got that from that, or maybe they got it somewhere else and it's supported by that, or they found somewhere to support it in there. it doesn't exclude it from being responsible for doing that. I shouldn't say do, because that's no, not do. They're still responsible for lending to the idea.
No, and you can argue that a view XYZ supports actions ABC, but arguing for it doesn't actually mean that the view supports it, so that's irrelevant.
No, but connecting the activity to the ideology does support it.
Again,
You bring up the Spanish Inquisition, and it's entirely possible what you say, that the Spanish Inquisition was entirely driven by politics. I'll tell you what wasn't entirely driven by politics, or at least the first 3 Crusades. Because
yeah, they were.
When the Pope stands up and yells Deus vult, that's not political anymore.
Okay, but I was talking about Christianity, not
So was I.
religion that.
So was I. And I'm sorry, you don't get to call Catholicism not Christianity just because that's what you happen to believe.
I mean, that's a bald assertion. You're welcome to give an argument for it.
You mean, do you want me to fall down the rabbit hole of defending whether or not Catholicism is Christianity?
Yeah.
You know why I believe they're Christians? Because for years and years, that's all they were for Christians.
No. You're committing equivocation now. I didn't ask you if Catholic people were Christians. I asked you if Catholicism could be included in the category Christianity.
Well, of course it can, because for years it was the only Christianity out there.
I'm waiting for an argument.
My argument is self-evident. Could you tell me where Protestantism was in the 6th century AD? In the 7th century
my
AD?
view is self-evident.
In the 8th century AD?
I'll just claim that my view is self-evident then.
The 9th century AD? The 10th century AD? The 11th century AD? Where was the other Christians out there? There weren't any. It was Catholicism. Well, excuse me. There was Nestorian Christianity, which was a religion that, strangely enough, the Mongols had. Where they got it from, your good Lord only knows. But generally speaking, by and large, usually, for about 1,500 years after the death of Christ, the only Christianity out there was Roman Catholicism. Do you dispute that historically?
I do.
I'm waiting for justification of that claim.
Do you dispute it historically?
Can you prove it?
Do you dispute it historically?
I lack belief that your claim is true.
Really? Then I ask that you put forth proof.
No, actually, if you're going to make a claim.
Because what I'm claiming to be axiomatic.
What about the Tawahedo Christian Church in Africa?
Okay,
that was one of the first
historical events, like what happened in the Middle Ages is definitionally not axiomatic. It is not indispensable to one's beliefs that they believe that Catholicism was the only Christianity going on in the Middle Ages.
I do not maintain in the main that the definition of an axiom is something that's indispensable to belief. I believe that's a portion of axiomatic definition, but it is not its entirety.
Okay, what do you mean by axiom?
I think you and I both know what I mean by axiom. I think I'm not going to get drawn into this thing about redefining terms so that everybody is happy. I think everybody knows what an axiom is. And I think if anybody's messing around with terms here, it's you, not me.
Okay, so I think everybody knows that I'm right, and I'll just use your argument as well.
So, except that the problem is where I can open up the history books and show you that, generally speaking,
except you're not doing that. Except you haven't done that.
Really?
I mean, I'm waiting for links, journals.
So what you're asking for? You're asking for the religious and historical equivalent of me showing you that the sky is blue. That's what you're looking for, and you're doing that to defend. You're doing that to keep me from being right on a point.
Well, you claim that it's obvious. I'm waiting for. I mean, you like to make claims. You're very good.
So do you, mate. So do you, mate. And the fact that you can go and dig up some article somewhere doesn't necessarily support the claim. So at least I'm being honest about the fact that ultimately what I am quote unquote claiming which is, a matter of fact, what I'm doing is actually citing that which is well known. Is
Actually, point out that the Roman Catholic Church only schismed away from General Orthodoxy in 1053, 1054, and prior to that, I think the apostolic churches were centered on cities and considered, I think, largely kind of sort of unified into like Orthodox Christianity.
Nadia brings up a good point. There actually was Orthodox Christianity. We tend not to hear so much about them because they weren't as militant.
Well, they were,
and they were also much more Eastern oriented.
Well, it's also that they were. I mean, the Roman Catholic Church was not distinct from them until 1053 or 1054, and the schisms that were early on, I think, were Assyrian Church of the East, Nestorian, and there's another one floating out there somewhere. Go ahead.
Well, there were Albigenesians and Cathars, the Albigenesians / Cathars, excuse me.
Well, those were after the.
There were a number of itty bitty little churches, but none of them stood up and yelled Deus Vult. None of them stood up and yelled, "Let's go take the Holy Land back." And it was a pope that did it. So the whole once again trying to a priori declare Catholicism not Christianity, it's not going to fly.
That's not what I said, but good straw man.
No, I don't think so. I think it is exactly what you said. I just think you don't want to own what you said.
Okay, Gus. Cool story, bro.
Good story. Good story there. Oh, good story. Go ahead. Be dismissive. Be dismissive and be derisive, and we'll see who wins at that game faster.
So, I'm not entirely convinced this is productive, but at the same time, let's try and dig up timelines of various sorts here.
Well, I don't think that's necessary. The question is, what is Christianity? All you have to do is go back to the texts that relate to the church at the time of Christ and what beliefs they had, and then all you have to do is follow the events of the church all throughout history. Right? The belief set of Catholicism during the medieval era was not the only belief set that could be called Christianity. And moreover, what the question was why call that belief set Christianity? Not, is that the only belief set that could be called Christianity? It certainly wasn't, because not everybody in the Catholic Church actually accepted the dogmas which separate Catholicism from, say, Protestantism or Eastern Orthodoxy. But regardless, the question is the Catholic theology Christian? I maintain that it's not, but I'm not the one who is making that claim.
You maintain that it's not, which I find particularly convenient, because all of a sudden it emerges when we're talking about whether or not the Crusades were driven by the Pope, who we are attempting to say is, or at least I believe, is Christian. And your response seemed to be, well, no, the Pope / the Catholic Church wasn't. Catholics were apparently Christian.
No, that's not what I said.
You said Catholics were apparently Christian, but the Catholic Church wasn't.
I said that the Catholic theology, Catholic belief set, it's being Christian is what's in question, right? You
right.
accuse the
which, as far as I'm concerned, is a distinction without a difference. The church is the ideals when it comes to Catholicism, and I think everybody knows that.
I mean, I don't know how many classes you've taken on theology.
I don't know how many classes I need to take on theology to know that Catholicism, the church, the Holy Mother Church, espouses and entombs the dogma within itself. I don't know how many. All you need to be at that point is Catholic, or have at least a layman's understanding.
Unless you're a Jansenist or a sedevacantist or tons of other Catholics.
Which one of those stood up and yelled Deus Vult before the First Crusade, then? Which one of them? Which one of those non-Christians who led all those Christians, which I find rather interesting, Which one of those non-Christians led all those Christians to the Holy Land to take back Jerusalem?
Yeah, so this is where the straw man is. I'm not talking about the belief set of individuals. I don't care what their reasoning was. I care about what the belief set of Christianity is, because that's what's being blamed.
Christianity is composed of individuals.
Maybe
yes,
it might be,
Christians are individuals. The Christian belief set is not based on what individuals do.
It's based on what they believe. I mean, it's pretty clear.
No, it's manifested by what they believe. But that's not
manifested, so they manifested original sin.
Maybe it would be a good idea to maybe take it down a notch, if you could, Gus. Kind of like not to scream quite as loudly.
I'm not screaming. I'm not screaming.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nadia. I mean, frankly, you're speaking louder than I am right now, so I'm not screaming. I don't know what you're talking about. But the fact that I'm arguing my case and that I'm being forceful about it, I think frankly each and every one of us, when it comes to arguing a case, can be forceful, and we each and every one of us have been, including you. So, the fact that you'd like us all to be nice, I mean, that's nice and all. I mean, but when I'm told I'm straw manning, and when I'm told this, that, and the other, and when I'm facing someone who's attempting to be 2 ticks to the left of intellectually dishonest about something that's been accepted as a historical and social fact for I don't know how many years, I'm not inclined to be gentle. I am somewhat disinclined there too.
So, Sam, the problem is that when I'm talking about the Christian belief set, I'm talking about a system or ideology which is called Christian, right? When we use the word Christian, we're referencing some kind of set of beliefs or set of things that are taken to be facts, whether they are or aren't.
The Messiah, all those well-known things that Christians and Catholics and Protestants and all them subscribe to. I suppose Sunnis are different from Shiites. They're not really Muslims. They're, something different, I guess. Because one might have a different idol, correct?
They might argue that. I don't think that...
wow. Nice talking to you, Jimmy. I'm ready to move on to another topic because I don't see this one being fruitful.
Jimmy, you are aware that the Catholics decided which books to put in the Bible?
No, that was individual action and has nothing to do with the belief system.
Well, the Catholics didn't. First of all, the Bible is a canon of books, right? So you're saying you're saying that you think the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, in the early period, the early ending of the time of Christ, decided what the canon of the Bible was. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I've read so far.
Well, what would you demand for someone to qualify, or even an organization to qualify as being Christian, beyond being followers of Christ?
I think that it would have to hold to the essentials of Christianity that are communicated in the Bible.
I just want to state that I agree with Jimmy in that Catholicism does not strictly adhere to the original things that are in, my interpretation of the original things that are in the New Testament and the Old Testament that I've read. But they are central. Jesus is the central figure. Original sin, it's sourced to the Old Testament. They are completely separate from Jews and Muslims.
No, that's an equivocation of the term Jew. Is it separate from modern Jewish religions? Yes.
We're talking religion, not culture.
Yeah, if we're talking about the religion of Judaism that was Second Temple Judaism during Jesus' time, yes, they believed in original sin.
Well,
you have to be a complete
original sin was introduced by Christians.
No, you'd have to be a complete ignoramus in terms of history to believe that.
Now who's
Original
things upward?
There we go. Original sin was introduced by Christians. The need for it was introduced by the Jewish doctrine.
Have you read a Bible?
Nice talking to you, Joey. Well, dude. They said there was going to be a Messiah.
Sam, just how stupid are you, Sam? Sam, are you dumb,
stupid
Sam?
enough? I'm freaking dumb enough to listen to Jimmy for the past 2 hours.
Well, I would not be so sure the sort of fundamentals of Christianity are laid out very clearly in.
No one's arguing that the instructions for Christianity are in the Old Testament. No one's arguing that it specifically calls for Christianity. Christianity is the answer, part 2, to Judaism.
The Old Testament never directly references Christ. I mean, maybe indirect references are argued to be present, but...
No, you misunderstand me if you think that I'm saying that in the Old Testament they're like, hey, someday Jesus is going to come. They said there's going to be a return.
Was this Daniel and such? Well, anyway, I would say things like the Nicene and Apostolic Creeds are pretty close to what goes around. And even Protestants hold on to modified versions thereof.
Yeah, Nadia, I agree. I think that there's a lot of Catholics who are Christians. I agree. I think there's a lot of... it's possible that someone attending a Mormon service could be a Christian because they hold to the Nicene Creed, for example.
Yeah. So if those render, or those are sufficient to render or adherence to those, someone a Christian, then how are the organizations surrounding adherence to those creeds not Christian?
Well, because if the creeds involve not going out and committing genocide or trying to murder a bunch of people for the sake of gaining some land, right? Then I think that it's if it's condemned by the belief set, then you can hardly call the actions the fault of the belief set.
Well, that's seems. I'm not sure how it ties into the question of whether Catholics or the Catholic Church are Christian.
Okay, because I think that Catholic theology denies truths that are found in the Nicene Creed, which would be central to Christianity. For example, the Catholicism believes in a view of justification that involves human merit, but I believe that that's strictly contradicted by the Christian scriptures, and that's communicated, for example, in the Nicene Creed, or I mean, you can even go to what are used as original confessions from, like, say, 1 Thessalonians, right? The beginning of 1 Thessalonians is sometimes treated as that sort of thing from Paul.
The center around tradition being one of those ways of having doctrine and so on.
Well, no, I don't actually have. I'm not. Unlike many Protestants that I meet, I don't have such an issue with taking tradition to be very authoritative. I think tradition is very authoritative. However, where tradition contradicts the essentials of Christianity as found in the Bible, and I think that that is pretty well communicated by, say, the Nicene Creed. Yeah, that just denotes that you're not being consistent with Christianity, and therefore it would be fallacious to blame the Christian belief set or to hold the Christian belief set as a source or cause of the actions that are being condemned by it.
Well, somebody has to be responsible for what happened when the guy who claimed to lead God's people in the West stood up and said Deus vult. Logically fallacious as it may be, to hold that faith responsible, it must nonetheless answer for what is done in its name.
It's not that simple though, is it? Like, you're oversimplifying that, like, a lot. It's not as easy as that. Like, just because someone goes by what you term as a Christian doesn't necessarily mean that they've, you know, agreed with, you know, what went on. So
I would love.
You can't just say, if you're a Christian, therefore you must agree with, you know, the.
I'm not saying you must. I'm not saying you must. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you must agree with it, but you know, it's the group, and you must wear what the group does. You must answer for that which has been done.
No, because it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, actually, it does.
No, it doesn't. That's your misunderstanding of the structure of how that operates. It doesn't work like that at all. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Because I'll tell you something. And I've told this story before. In Canada, there was a military unit called the Airborne, who went into Somalia. They were a special forces unit. They went into Somalia, and all of 2 members of that unit, just 2, committed a war crime that caused a young Somali citizen named Sinead Aron to be brutally tortured and killed. Okay. Now, once that happened, those two soldiers, well, the one that didn't hang himself, those 2 soldiers were punished. They were sanctioned under law, but the entire unit was forced to wear that disgrace. The entire unit was disbanded. The entire unit's colors were struck. When you belong to a group and you identify with a group, you take some responsibility for what every member that also identifies and follows. You take some
right, but that's like saying the entire Canadian military are responsible for that. Then
I didn't say the entire Canadian military.
Well, that's basically what you're saying in regards to
the unit.
You know,
what you're trying to say, I'm saying, is that all religion therefore must suffer or must take responsibility for the Crusades. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the religion that it was done under their name needs to take responsibility for it. And I'm starting to get tired of modern Christians shoving away the Inquisition and the Crusades simply because it's distasteful to them. It may be distasteful to them, but it's part of their history.
Right, but there's these things called schisms, and what they do is, you know, it's people that sort of separate themselves from that because they know that they weren't part of that, they had nothing to do with that. So.
That's granted all, but
you're a Christian, therefore you committed the Inquisition. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's like the movie where the guy walks into the town and he shoots some people up and gets in trouble, and they find out that he was part of a certain family. We're gonna go and massacre that family because this guy came into town.
If they held certain beliefs, that's why Manson's in jail right now. Charles Manson's in jail, not for killing anybody, but for getting other people to believe him and kill people. Yeah, we do it.
The Pope was not he wasn't just some dude who walked in off the street with a cross around his neck. That Pope who yelled Deus vult. I mean, you know, group dynamics, group responsibility, group identification, group responsibility.
So, anyways,
right, but there's this thing called, you know, death and generations. And it's called, you know, am I responsible for what someone else did thousands of years ago?
Well, according to Christianity, we all come from original sin, so why is that so difficult a concept to accept?
Right, but that's an idea within the sort of belief system, isn't it? You're looking at that from the outside in, so you can't really use that as a...
I would not be the first person to ask a group of individuals to live by their own professed beliefs.
Right.
Okay, so I think that's neither here nor there.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm interested to know what about Catholics separates them from Christianity.
Oh, strap in, Sam.
Time for some falsification.
You know, we're going on a long ride here. Here's your helmet.
See, this is the problem with the word Christianity. Like, you know, Protestantism is not Catholicism. You're the one who's trying to bridge the gap between them both and say, well, you both believe in Jesus, therefore you're both Christian. It doesn't work like that.
Protestantism didn't exist during the Crusades. I'm not sure what you're on about.
That's not the point.
Well, why are you bringing Protestantism into it when it didn't even exist during the Crusades? What do you want about?
Let me make a bunch of claims and never back them up, and then just treat them as self-evident.
Right.
Well, you know, let me make a bunch of claims of my own and use the internet to substantiate them. Blah
Yeah,
blah blah blah.
let me accuse
Well, yeah, because the
people of
internet's not
And then
about
ask the
social
other guy.
information, is it?
And then
The
ask the
internet
other
isn't.
guy how many classes he's taken on theology, which is roughly the same as asking someone off the street how many times they've read The Lord of the Rings. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, at the end of the day, for all of the formalization and academic study that you've poured into Christianity, and by you I mean Christians in general, you're still no closer to showing me where God is. You're still no closer to proving his existence than you were the first time a bunch of people listened to the first Christians and went, yeah, I'm not buying it.
Lots
So
of
ain't we both content?
Lots of assertions.
Okay. You know, it's just you act as if atheists are the only people in the world who've ever made assertions without backing them up. I mean, your greatest chunk of authority
So are you done
is the world's biggest
Are you
polemic.
done with the straw man? I'm waiting for you to put
You
down the straw
wouldn't
man.
know a straw man if it walked up and showed you what it was made of. So don't even start.
All right, cool
To be fair,
story.
you are sort of asserting and throwing strawmans at him. Like, I mean, that is pretty sort of evident.
Okay.
Yeah, you are doing
I mean,
that. Like,
I would really love to take seriously a guy who thinks that the Templars' only job was to guard the Ark of the Covenant, but I'm having a lot of trouble with credibility.
it's a bit of an oversimplification, but that has like a lot to do with it. Yeah.
But you wrote it in the side chat. I mean, how friggin'
Right.
oversimplified it is. It's your own words.
Yeah, but I
You
didn't
wrote
word
it in the
like that,
side chat. So how can I oversimplify what you yourself said? It's a little bit difficult to do.
I as always, I appreciate the invite, Nadia, but these people are just making conversation pointless, so I'm going to take off.
These people.
Yeah, I tried to calm them down, but
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's not that. That's why I haven't said anything. He shows disrespect to us the way he talks to us, and then he expects to be treated respectfully. It's, you know, and then he's gonna play the, you know, the victim card. You know, all these people.
I find Jimmy to be rather cordial.
He
he's one
talks
of the
nice.
nicest
He doesn't
theists.
raise his voice much, but the way he says things and the things he says.
Well, he's confident in his position. Let's put it that way.
He's arrogant in his position, and as a person who is arrogant myself, believe me, I can recognize it when I see it.
Well, you kind of point out the problem there. You both are arrogant.
I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem at all.
You don't think it's a problem to be arrogant?
No, if you can do it, then why not be arrogant about it?
Well, Jimmy kind of does it. It's just that you both are arrogant and you kind of conflict. I never had a problem with Jimmy, actually.
Oh, okay, well, you know, I mean, if this is going to turn into another one of those scoldings by Art, I think I'll forego.
But the thing is, but I didn't. There wasn't really anything wrong. I mean, no one was screaming, no one was hollering, no one was insulting each other personally.
Well, except when he called us all naive.
Yeah.
And foolish.
Ignoramus.
Uneducated.
It's okay. I mean, we all got thick skin, but, you know, whatever.
You know, one of the issues that I really have with people asking, you know, for example, Christianity to account for its past crimes, well, atheists particularly, is that we admit that morals do not come from the book, yet we expect for the Christians to account for their morality using the book. So how does that work?
I expect for Christians to account for morality using whatever they happen to want to account for their morality with.
Well,
and I fully recognize that when you look at a Christian and you say you're using that book to prop up your morality, more often than not, they'll turn around and say, well, no, I'm not. And when you look at Christians and say you're not using the Bible enough, they'll turn around and say, yes, I am. I mean, you know, oftentimes you can't win either way.
But didn't Jimmy bring up the Spanish Inquisition in the first place?
He
sure did. He sure did.
He brought it up, not us. We didn't ask him about, you know, why are you still killing people like the Spanish Inquisition? He brought it up.
Right. And I believe the point was that what was done there contradicts his interpretation of the Bible. Therefore, he would not he deplores these acts. He would not do these acts himself, and therefore he's separate from the quote-unquote Christians who committed those acts. So now both he and the Spanish Inquisition used the Bible to justify their actions and their beliefs, right? And therefore, Gus, you go out and you go, well, listen, you guys both use this book to justify your actions, therefore, all people who use this book to justify their actions are responsible for all the other people that use this book to justify their actions. Which is silly, because both you and I know that their actions are not justified by the book. Their actions come from their internal moral compass and the world inside their head and all that.
But they claim that it is. I mean, at some point you got to pay the check for what you claim. At some point you got to pay the check for what you stand behind.
But they don't.
Good or bad.
But they stand behind their interpretations. They don't. That's what they stand behind. So it's.
Well, but the problem is that these people don't say my interpretation of Christianity. They say Christianity. They don't. They will vehemently argue against you saying that, well, that's just your interpretation of that book. They will say, no, it's actually what the book says. At a certain point, there's a price to be paid for saying that you adhere to the book. There's a price to be paid for saying that you adhere to the faith associated with the book. And you take the good, you take the bad, you take the both, and there you have the facts of life.
But all they have to say is, I don't interpret it the way they interpret it. Therefore, they're different than me. And there's the get out of jail free card, isn't there?
Not to me, there isn't.
Well, it is kind of, right? You can argue that it's not. That's fine, but I don't know. I just want to maybe propose a different approach, because we seem to be having the effect of running off all the fucking funny Christians from this hangout.
Yeah.
And by we, I mean Gus.
That was one of the last ones left. And
damn it, we ran out of funny Christians.
Damn it.
There are actually people who kind of don't really offend them and such, who are getting burned by it too. So yeah, I mean, it's great that you have a principle to stand on and all, but in practice, it's shutting down the conversation.
Yep, that's why me and Xbox kind of adopted the more sort of cordial, cutting the slack.
Oh yeah, you adopted a pretty cordial point of view. I sat and watched you treat Thickshades like an honored guest when he and the rest of his clown car posse treated Fiona Robertson like she was a demon, when Rancam essentially attempted to conduct an exorcism, when Thickshades...
I wasn't there.
Well, yeah, but you know what, though? You can listen to some of these things, and I have.
I wasn't there.
I have listened to some of these things. So, I mean, this whole notion of treating them cordially, you are what you've done, you are what you've said, you are how you behave. I own that, and I don't expect anybody to treat me any differently, just because they want me to stick around someplace.
It's fun.
And I'm really sorry that you think that it's always better to have them around and but I don't see any honor in pretending to be nice to somebody's face and then crapping on them when they're not around. I don't see any honor in that.
Well, I don't endorse crapping on them when they're not around either.
Yeah, well, except that art tends to indulge in a bit of that. At the very least, what I can say about myself is that 9 times out of 10, if I've said something behind your back, I've said it to your face too.
Yeah, same applies to me, by the way.
No, actually, it doesn't.
Actually, it does.
No, actually, it doesn't.
Maybe in a few cases when I didn't say something to the face, when I say something when they're not here, I will gladly tell them to their face.
You will when prodded. You will when prodded.
What the hell is my channel for when you're done running all the Christians?
I thought it was about discussing LGBT issues. I thought it was about discussing philosophical zombieism. I didn't realize that it was I didn't realize that it was a place where people, you know, could essentially come and be treated one way and then spoken about another when they weren't here.
And it's not supposed to be that. Granted, my enforcement power is not so great. Now,
of course it is. It's your channel. Of course it. Your enforcement power is supreme. It's your channel.
Well, and I have my own style of exercising it. So when the LGBT issue comes up, the primary opposition is religious. And the discussion needs to be had with them. Can't be had if they don't show up.
Yeah. The still policy is not gonna work, I think. Maybe give someone mods, Nadia, so the discussion can be controlled a bit.
Oh, we do have mods, and I have moderated on plenty occasion. It works awesome. It's just that people need to ask for the mods, and I'm really not comfortable in all occasions because somebody here accuses me of being mute happy.
You are mute happy.
I'm not mute happy.
And I've seen it.
When?
I don't know what anybody.
I love that suddenly you get amnesia. I love it when you suddenly get amnesia.
When I was mute happy. When did I mute somebody unjustifiably?
I'm not going to go down a road that you and I both know well.
Just one example.
You know better.
Is your memory so horrible?
No, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit here fucking around on a side point when there's something central to be discussed.
You're just proving Jimmy's point. You're making claims and you're not backing them up.
No, what I'm not doing is going down rabbit holes where you and I both know.
Awesome.
Because you decide to be obstinate. Because you decide to be obstinate.
You meet people all the time, and I don't have to substantiate it because
go ahead and make the claim, smartass, and we'll see who actually believes who as compared to who believes who else.
It doesn't matter who
go ahead and make the claim. I'm more than happy to let you make all sorts of claims about me, both when I'm here and when I'm not. And I'm more than happy to accept the consequences that come from them. Yes. You're the one that gets touchy and itchy when things get said, and you don't happen to like the sound of it.
Yes, you realize there are also material consequences. I mean, it's not just entertainment. The monetization of the channel is involved too.
Nadia,
Hello. Hello.
Okay, well, you asked me a question. Do you want an answer? You asked me a question. Do you want an answer?
I am pointing out, finally, that the analytics are friggin' tanking.
You really think that having a tea party with fundies is going to help your analytics? Is that really what you're telling me?
Yeah, because that's what people come here for. Let's be honest. Like, no one comes here to discuss, like, boring shit. People come here to attack fundy Christians and attack atheists. You know why? Because it's fun and it's interesting and people learn shit. That's why people come here.
It's not a fucking tea party, Gus, for fuck's sake. We're arguing about important stuff.
Yeah, that's right. So fucking argue. Have the guts to be cordial. Have the guts to argue.
And not make it personal.
Have the guts to argue. If you want to argue, have the guts to argue, Arthur.
You have a lot to bring
You're
to the
shutting
table.
down the argument. You're scared, running them off, and they're not coming back.
Well, first of all, that's nonsense. I'm not the only one here that's inhospitable to fundies, first of all. I'm not the only one here that's inhospitable to fundies. I'm just the one who happens to be the most honest about it, frankly. Second, if you can't make money on this channel, I am not going to sit here and listen to you say that I'm the only reason you can't make money on this channel. If you want me to make other suggestions as to why you can't make money on this channel, I'll happily do so in any venue you see fit, madam.
Where did the morality of LGBT people discussion go? And why is it being replaced with pop culture? Because the funnies aren't freaking showing.
Am I the only person here who talks pop culture? Am I the only person here who talks pop culture? If you people think for 10 seconds you're going to scapegoat me about this shit, you've got another thing coming.
Instead of the actual fundies that need to be...
the actual fundies aren't coming here because the room as a unit is making them feel uncomfortable, not just me. The fact that you got...
Oh my goodness.
And I can block the whole fucking lot of you, clean house, and leave absolutely nothing but fundies open to...
Guys,
you do what you need to do. You do what you need to do, Nadia. I don't respond to threats. You do what you need to do.
It's not a threat. It's a suggestion to just change.
Arthur, you know what? Honestly, man, like, if I honestly thought you had anything to teach me about anything...
The scope of my powers, right?
Go ahead. knock yourself out. And if you decided to do that, I'd say she made the choice. That's her thing.
Gus,
but
listen.
you're not going to hang. You know what, Art? God damn it! Can I answer one person before?
Hold on. This is becoming too personal, you guys. We can have these arguments, and we can have it not be so personal. But you guys, you just make it too personal. Just view it from an objective source. You know, you don't have to.
Absolutely.
You don't have to invest yourself. You know, the moment the discussion shuts down between religious and irreligious people, that's when they win. You know.
And when guys like Hillbilly, and guys like Hillbilly,
we have to keep the discussion open.
And when guys like Hillbilly come in and tell Nadia that she's.
I never talk. Hold on, guys. I never talk. Come on, let me talk. When the discussion shuts down, they win, you know. And now I forgot what I wanted to say.
So, okay, I'd like to bring some evidence for why I think there has been a change of attitude in this room. Not just because of Gus, maybe even because of me. I've been kind of lax myself. The evidence for that is that after a certain date, we have beginning losing, funny theists. Before this, and in other hangouts where myself and other people have participated, including Nadia, we did not have this problem. It's only in this room after a certain date. Right? So I'm saying, okay, there has been an attitude change, obviously. We have to change that back to be more cordial. Sorry.
You're so full of shit, Art. I swear to God, you're so full of it.
Yes. What am I putting this in?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I mean, you're nobody knows why the analytics dropped. The analytics don't speak. They simply have numbers. So to
have thoroughly justified beliefs, and when they correspond to reality, that's knowledge.
Okay, that's grand and all, but that doesn't necessarily follow.
Well, just because something doesn't necessarily follow doesn't mean it cannot follow inductively.
Justified true belief is a relatively orthodox notion of knowledge. The correspondence theory of truth, relatively orthodox theory of truth.
Gus, just because something doesn't necessarily follow doesn't mean it cannot be inductively supported.
That's great. That's great, Art. But here's the thing. I realize that I'm an easy target because I'm outspoken and because I'm the one who's most likely to do the things you don't happen to like.
You're not
that doesn't mean that I am the only reason that fundies don't come here.
I didn't say
yeah, except you kind of did.
No.
Yeah, except you kind of did.
I said we all have an attitude problem. I said we have an attitude problem in this room, and I said I myself have been lax in my attitude. So obviously I wasn't just talking about you. And hey, Phosphorus, and hey, Simon, by the way.
Hey, so, hey guys.
Hey, Phosphorus, you were going to say something?
Oh, nothing. I just said that Art took part of the blame himself when he was talking about it.
Yep. I'm a cunt. I'm trying. I have been a funny atheist for quite a while. I'm trying to be more, accepting. That's why I was kind of more quiet in most hangouts. And yeah, I've noticed that I'm making fun of more theists than I would like to be making fun of. Especially like Alan, even though I think in her case it might be justified because she's justifiably, possibly, quite likely promoting some harm through her bad medicine. And Von Helton, who is a dude who, when he thinks he sees aliens, he tries to shoot at them. I'd say that's a pretty good reason for a concern that he might be a danger to his environment.
Art, I think when you bring Michael Ann's job into question, that's when she panics, and that's when she becomes hostile. I think that was on you. On your part.
Paul, no.
Oh yes,
no.
yes.
Well, later on maybe, but that's well into the discussion, and she's already on attack mode.
Yeah,
I've been back
they
through the
become
fake spawn.
defensive when you
Have you been back through the
attack their
fake?
livelihoods.
Have
Simon,
you been back? Have you been back? Well, if you come on,
hold on.
if you come on and you say your name, if you come on to Geek G Plus and you say your name is an RN registered nurse and you put your badge up and you put that paraphernalia, all right, all over your G Plus thing.
Yeah.
Does that sound like somebody who's really concerned about their job?
Oh, not just that. Sorry, Pom Jam. I'll let you respond. But not only that, she also uses herself and her practice as an argument from authority. And then when somebody questions if she's an actual authority in this field, she gets all butthurt, and she claims to be bullied. Well, no,
Yeah, we all get butthurt. Now we all get butthurt, right? That's not the
Right.
issue. The issue is not the butt.
Art, I think there's a way. I think there's a way to go about it.
Or the non-butthurtness of it. Okay. The point about this is that people are getting emotionally involved in their arguments. Okay. It is if we all dive in emotionally every time we have an argument with somebody, then of course we're going to get the hate mail. We're going to get people hating on us, and we're going to get people saying we're disruptive. That's the bottom line. And anybody that's guilty of it, myself included, okay, has got to try and check themselves when they're in an argument, not to get emotional about it.
Yes.
In this room, you can do whatever you like in your own fucking rooms, of course. I'm not trying to lay the law down here. I'm just kind of saying that one of the things we've been talking about in this room for 2 weeks is how are we going to get these people back in the room? And the general consensus is to treat them better.
Yes, I agree.
There is specifically, Gus, I've heard you specifically going at people like a Rockweiler. Now, although I approve in some cases, all right, that's got to stop in this room.
I agree.
All right, let me ask a question.
Wait, Gus.
No. Let me ask.
Pom Jam was trying to chime in. Pom Jam was trying to chime in for a while.
Let me ask a question. Why do we need the fundies? Listen, we have Deidre, we have Mackie, we have guys like the I forget his name, but I tease him about being a dirty Albigenesian. We have him that comes in. We have Clockwork Commando who comes in with his ideas that they're not necessarily fundamentalist Christian, but they're definitely not atheist. You know, we have all sorts of people that come in here.
I would like to answer that question because this is Nadia's room, and Nadia wants it run a certain way, and Nadia likes it run a certain way because she's been doing it for a long time. Okay, she knows how it works. She knows what gets the people to view. She knows what does good for what. And if she says something is not doing good, whether your opinion, in my opinion, don't mean shit. It's what her opinion is, okay? And if she would like you to do something, you should do it. And if you can't do it, you should leave.
Right, and I agree completely. It's her room, and I also would actually add that she has actually good arguments backing this up. We have seen the statistics, and there is a correlation between certain
Bob,
people
if I could address you directly,
Gus, hold on a second.
Hold on, we have to be respectful. Hold on, please.
Yes,
please
hold on a second.
There's enough time for everyone. There's no rush.
Right. We have all the time in the fucking world. By the way, Pom wanted to chime in. Sorry, me and Simon kind of overruled him. Pom, if you want to chime in, go ahead, dude.
No, go on ahead. I'll do it later.
All right. Just a small quick finish. Small quick point. Kind of repeat. Nadia has statistics backing it up. It does seem there's a correlation in between certain people coming into new people coming into our hangouts, and afterwards, it kind of going down. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Tommy was being attacked yesterday. You know, Tommy left because he was frustrated. He was being insulted left and right by the other atheists, not the regular. There were others.
Oh, so it's not all my fault. Oh, thank God for that.
Nobody said it is your fault.
I would like to respond on the point of not being so hostile. Nadia wants her room to not reciprocate hostility. But the point is that, for example, Gus is not that type of person. When you are when he perceives that you are hostile, he will be hostile back. But the thing is, we can't ask Gus to change who he is. He will be who he is. But the thing is, of Gus, if you can't I don't know. You shouldn't change who you are, but if you, but maybe not participate in that discussion if you feel like you are going to be reciprocating the negativity or the hostility. But I'm not saying you should not be who you are, but that's not
that's
your
a fair
all.
point. That's a fair point, Pommy. But here's
All
something.
I'm saying.
Here's something else I see happening an awful lot. Okay, people will go hammer and tongs at a fundy, all right, and then Nadia will say, I don't want that to happen anymore, and the people who went hammer and tongs on a fundy will be contrite and they'll apologize, and they'll say, we should do what Nadia wants because it's Nadia's room. It's all wonderful, it's all great, and yet the next time a fundy shows up, who is it? It's often these very same people who have pledged to be nicer that go hammer and tongs, and then Nadia comes back and says, this is affecting my money, which, by the way, we can get into that in a separate discussion because the last time I checked, I wasn't hired. I was, Google is not a private thing set up by Nadia. Google is something that's for everybody's benefit, and the fact that people are able to make some money off it, that's not an individual responsibility that's on any of the participants. But that being the case, we once again get into a situation where Nadia comes and Nadia remonstrates people for being so harsh, and these same groups of people will turn around and say, yeah, you're right, I shouldn't, we should do what Nadia wants, and then along comes a fundy and the cycle repeats itself again. So I think the big difference between me and some of those people is that at least I'm being honest and saying exactly what Pom Jam has said about my behavior. And I think I would, and if what Pom Jam is saying is that I shouldn't include myself in conversations where my nature is likely to be triggered by other people's behavior, I think that I'm not the only one who needs to be honest around here and accept that their nature is being triggered by other people's behavior. Because my honesty is worth 2 packs of their false contrition any day of the week.
Yeah, I would agree, yeah. I could use some fucking calming fucking down. For fucking sure. I will do my best.
I'm pretty alright at it myself, which is why I can put this thing from the outside and say, there's a point to emotional escalation in an argument, and the point is where the argument is finished. And if anybody says, oh no, I like to argue emotionally because it gets the other person riled, it gets them, well, that's just tactics. And that's really not what I see Nadia's been saying in the last 2 weeks about behavior in the room.
By the way, when somebody gets emotional, it's not necessarily a tactic, if that's what you said. It's just a natural response.
Dude, you know what I mean.
Okay, right. But I'm just saying that you don't have to...
Alright, I'm not mean emotional as in, oh, for fuck's sake, oh, you're fucking in, oh, you're fucking... that's not going to add anything. That's the finish of the argument. And I don't know why people go on past that point.
Right. Perfect example. Me and Nadia had a discussion about feminism a day ago, I think so, and it got emotional. And I just kind of stopped. I think we just should move on because it's really getting emotional. Let's just chill down, talk about it some other time. I might be in the wrong. Nadia might be in the wrong. Probably I was in the wrong because I'm a misogynist. But just it's better to cool down and talk about it another time.
Indeed.
I think you're too blunt.
And so this is the point of bringing emotion into argument. Again, I'll return to it because nobody's listening. If you're going to bring the emotion to the argument and make some kind of plea for emotional, to emotional feelings about your argument, then people are going to get upset. And I hear it quite a lot these days. There isn't enough time, in my opinion, spent going through the rigors of the argument before escalating it.
Art, I think when you, for example, when you present your objections to Michael-Ann, I think you are too blunt, you are too clinical with Michael-Ann. She is emotional, and when you talk about her profession, that's her livelihood, that's what she needs to feed herself. When you bring that into question, I mean, when you do that with anyone,
I think you'll find she's
you're fucking with their money.
It's not about a livelihood porn.
You're fucking with their money. But there's a way to say,
you're not fucking with the money,
tell her that she's wrong without making her
wealthy.
Okay, Pom, I agree with you, yes. I cannot do the emotional thing. I actually have a problem with emotions myself. It's
This is
my
not Dr. Phil. This is not Dr. Phil or Jerry Springer. You know, she's not gonna stop. She's not gonna stop because you make. Because
yeah, I know. I don't care about her stopping. I don't care at all about her stopping. I just want it to be her that she is just wrong. She doesn't have any substance for what she says, and that's all I want to show.
And the other thing is, Pom, what you said about screwing with her money. When her and Mark got into it a while ago, she actually posted that because of that conversation, she had people contact her, and she actually got new patients. So it wasn't affecting her negatively.
There we go. So we're actually helping her with her money. Cool. I like to do that. I wish somebody paid me for debunking, quacks.
Yeah, I'm sure it goes both ways. I'm sure she might have lost a couple, but she gained a couple. So.
Right. Yeah. That's likely. Right. She would not post any negative. But yeah. Anyway, back to.
She told me she was independently wealthy.
She was what?
She had 3 husbands.
She's independently wealthy.
Oh yeah, she has a rich family. I think they have a huge business of tugboats or something.
But I don't think anyone can hold those standards that we are talking about. I think the standard.
You can.
You can try.
Oh, you can. You can, dude. I can testify to that personally.
No, it's gonna take a long time.
No, Paul.
No, all you have to do is shut up and don't take things personally. If somebody does, just shut up. Try to move conversation along.
That's not how human psychology works. It's not how human psychology
works.
It
might not be, but we're not just we're not right. No, we're not pure animals either, right? We are reasonable.
We are animals.
Well, we're not pure animals, though, right? Because I can
what are you arguing for? Paul, what are you arguing for here? You saying that we shouldn't have control?
No, I mean you should moderate. You shouldn't say never because that's not going to work.
Right. I'm not saying never. I'm saying moderate.
Yeah, moderate your behavior.
Calling for 2 weeks, all right? And really, it comes down to ourselves. It comes down to ourselves to moderate our own emotions.
Yeah, dude, I can testify to this. Me, Xbox, quite a few other people, we managed to come from a, well, maybe except Xbox, from a quite, funny atheist, so to speak, background and managed to be polite to the extent of being chosen by a very nice younger creationist lady who was looking for very nice atheists who are not prone to be insulting and, condescending cunts. She selected me and Xbox to talk to Eric Hovind because she wanted this to be a very, first good experience that he had with Google Plus Hangouts.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It can be done.
I've had dispassionate conversations with the two of you. That is true.
Yeah.
Even against some fundies, I would say. But again, I just think, your own tactics are your own tactics. Save them for your own room. If Nadia's saying, try not to get so emotional about the content of the arguments, even if somebody comes at you with an emotional argument. Well, I don't see any problem with at least trying to, be contrite to that behavior. And I'm not saying it's going to happen every time, but what I'm hearing these days, to be honest, the difference between when I first came in and what I'm hearing now is the arguments go explosive much quicker. Before, we'd have an hour and a half argument before the insults started going, and then people would start getting emotional. Now it seems within 20 minutes, that's it. Everybody's getting their emotions out. Some people are crying. Other people are swearing and calling their mothers fucking cunts.
It's routine.
Really? Is that really what we're looking for in an argument? I'm not sure it is.
And I hate to be this fucking police, on a high horse. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, me too, because I'm a cunt like you are.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
And I reserve the right to be a cunt, but I recognise from what Nadia said that there has to be some very good justification for it, not just somebody's argument sucks. That's not justification enough.
I could imagine if some fundy was like attacking Nadia or somebody else personally, being rude all the fucking time no matter what, then yeah, that's a justification to maybe lash back against them and just maybe eject the motherfucker.
Yeah, dive on in, no problem. somebody's coming at you with some personal insults and not giving up, or maybe a group of them are coming at you with personal insults, another point we ought to look at, then, you know, fair enough. You've got a right to be emotional, etc. And I wouldn't take that away from even my options.
Yeah, and if
we're escalating far too quickly now, far too quickly. And
if I may chime
I
in.
include myself.
Hey Simon, if I may chime in too, just to kind of
Please do, Dex.
give my perspective. So what happens in these hangouts is you end up with sort of a core group of people, and the thing is, you guys have all rehashed these arguments back and forth time and time again. So to you, these become tired subjects, right? But what happens is, in order to have good content, you have to keep having new people come in. And while they say something that you have heard 100 times before, you can't just go from, you know, to dismissal right away, because that's what ends up happening, right? So you have, and you know, like an example of this is like with the Atheist Experience call-in show, right? If you watch the early episodes, they're great. They're engaged. They're trying to, you know, put forward arguments and give counter arguments and explain. And then in the recent shows, they're much, especially like Matt Dillahunty, much faster to just go in there with dismissal. And you know what? I'm going to hang up on you. Just screw this. I'm hanging up on you.
Oh, come on. Matt Dillahunty is a saint. Come on. What are you talking about?
You know, he was before, but now he's definitely got a shorter fuse. And you know, and you could tell that, you know, people just get tired. And I think this happens in any community like this. So when you get people coming in, you have to understand that to them this is all new.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Right, but ironically, I've been here for quite a while, and I don't really get bored as much. I'm actually dying for a. Well, to be fair, I haven't had a good theological discussion.
Mm-hmm.
I was dying to answer Philip's question. He was the Jewish kind of person who's asking Mark some questions, you know, typical questions about atheists. I was dying to answer those.
I was watching that this morning.
Given none of them will ever come back. At least that's what
They will, yeah, they will.
The question is, how do I pull this off? Do I start another channel altogether? Well, it doesn't really mean anything. Basically, it's just my channel went out worthless, and after hearing their hangouts, yeah, maybe.
No, Nadia.
My channel is worthless now. I mean,
no,
they'll never appear in anything I have.
No, it's not worthless.
You're going to have to work at it, Nadia.
The other side, none of the other side will ever appear again in anything I host.
I don't see that exactly. I see it's being different to that, because they will come back. What the problem is, well, whatever their issue is, okay, that needs to be articulated to those that are causing the problem. So that problem can go away. If I'm someone that Seamus is saying, I'm not coming back in your room, Nadia, because Simon is there, okay, well, there's a way to deal with that. I don't have to be, I'm going to be all upset with Nadia. I don't have to be like that. I can just back off, let Seamus come back in a little more, not jump in when he's here, things like that. Right? There's room for both of us.
Oh yeah, that's like a long time ago when Tommy said that remark about what, you know, somebody being raped and what they were wearing. I went off on them and I blocked them.
Yeah.
Well, I dropped out of the room because I know it screwed things up. And then there was another day, a couple days later, because I still had him blocked, and he was trying to get in a room, and I said, hey guys, you guys want Tommy here? I'll leave. I said my goodbyes and I left, and I let Tommy in. You know, because I know you guys, everyone wanted a good conversation, and I wasn't really conversing at the time. So, you know,
right.
Because it's for the room. You gotta sacrifice for the room. If you know, you think things should be run a different way, start your own room.
Yeah, that's fine, as long as you walk the walk, Bob.
And I haven't.
There are times when you have not.
I wanted to chime in really quick. Can I?
No, you're a woman.
I don't know how far behind I was, because there is like a separation from watching the stream. But as far as Michael Land goes, I actually really like Michael Land, but I will say this: I tend to I just tend to try to figure out people's personalities, and some people's personalities are debaters, others aren't. Some people are communicators. Actually, instead of a debater, I don't even look at myself as a debater. I look at myself as almost like a journalist, somebody that I have an opinion, and then I want other opinions, but I don't necessarily look to win. And so some of us have different personalities when we approach these things. Michael Ann has repeatedly said that she's not a debater, and I believe her. And the reason why I believe her is because she gets so emotional when she starts to debate back. And personalities equal astrology. Well, I don't know, but I'll say Myers-Briggs. She comes out as a personality that doesn't debate, which matches what she's saying. Which is that she just doesn't debate. She has her opinions, she has her ways, and so what with people like that, it doesn't mean that you leave them unchallenged when you find that maybe they're doing something that maybe you think's dangerous or something, but it might mean that you might not want to hammer them every time.
I don't.
Well,
I've been
that's the
quiet
hope.
for a few
That's
things
what,
where she was in.
that's what we're hoping for. I mean, just like I took Art aside and said, you can't keep doing this to Michael Ann because it's although you're correct about what you're saying, about what she said, and ... the argument is correct, it's not about who's correct in the argument. All right, if it was, then we'd just tell her to fuck off, and that would be the end of it. But that's not what it's about. It's about allowing people to change themselves, etc., etc. All right. Now, if it means that Shamos has to have his little say at the end of his little sentence that says I'm right, and I don't like that because I've just been arguing with him and I know that's not the case, I've got to let that go. I've got to say at some point, you're allowed to say something which I disagree with. I can say that I disagree with it, and I'm not going to say why.
If it's just about who is right, I mean, you very much just say there is no God and then tell them to get the fuck out. It's just not far from what you're doing.
And what's the point in that?
Speaking of Seamus, there's another phenomenon I think we need to address, and that's the increasing number of people who are blocking people, such that it's interfering with who can come into the room.
Yeah, that needs to stop.
That's already a rule. We already kind of have these kind of issues.
Well,
so they just need to tell Nadia this. Everybody tell Nadia if somebody has a block, tell this to Nadia.
No. There was an example of when James came in the room. I'm sorry, All for His Glory came in the room, and he had very intentionally, probably, Gus and Simon blocked.
Simon, at least me and Simon.
Very key people.
Which
glory? All for His Glory.
Oh, glory.
Husky face. Husky face.
Yeah, I mean, he's an example. I don't want to pick on him particularly, but he was an example of somebody that had some pretty strategic people blocked.
Strategic. And I can guarantee you, when he spent 4.5 hours droning on, you think your analytics suck now. I can guarantee you there weren't too many people watching by the time he was done.
That's
actually,
why I was starting to kick that.
A decent amount of people watching him, actually.
Watching.
Well, yeah, because people are interested in, kind of theological discussions, because this is what the room is about, actually. But he drones on and on and on.
Well, no, if you're looking for fair participation, you're not going to get it out of him.
Well, this is where I would kind of nudge Nadia to start moderating a little bit more. And sometimes if I start going blah 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 and taking over, like, I would expect Nadia to eventually go, okay, time to let somebody else talk,
I'm DJ drunk.
I think Gus, you said something about I should walk the walk. I'm trying to think of what I might have said and done. Could you give me a pointer?
I think our treatment together of Jimmy today is a good example of that.
I was asking questions. I didn't. What did I say? What did I say that would have?
I think that our treatment. I mean, if you want me to tease apart every single piece of your behavior, Bob, I can't do that. I'm just saying that in the main, you were being no more respectful to Jimmy than I was.
I was asking him questions. I don't think I was.
I actually like Jimmy. I disagree with Jimmy, but I like Jimmy.
Yeah, I just like him, and I was asking him questions. I don't think I.
Well, he did.
And I kept asking for an answer.
He did state he was leaving because he was unable to have a conversation.
Wait, no, he said that he was leaving because people are being dicks in here, essentially.
Yeah, which is unable to have. I can't have a conversation because everybody's being a dick.
Oh yeah,
People are getting emotional. It's exactly the same thing that we've just been talking about.
Yeah, that's what
I will point out that Jimmy's personality usually is low on emotion.
I know
He's low on
Jimmy-
emotion.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, man. So I know Jimmy can be a bit of a dick because I have had an argument with him, but he's not an emotional dick.
Yes, he's a sort of blunt, rational dick, you know.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Therefore, those that fell into his kind of machinations by getting emotional with him just lost the argument against him.
Well, that's why I'm asking what I
you were about Catholics, you lost.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking what I did, because I know what I've done with Hillbilly. I actually told Hillbilly to drop dead one time. So I kind of fixed that. In the next conversation I had with him, I wasn't as bad. In the third conversation, I just asked questions and talked to him. So I'm trying to figure out what I did with Jimmy, because I don't think I did anything wrong but asking questions. I didn't belittle his brain or his mind or his thoughts or his religion. And Gus said I did, so I would like to know so I can change that, because I don't think I did anything.
Well, one of the various counteractions I can do is essentially have myself be the only atheist allowed in the room.
I'm
just going to point out Jimmy's an INTP. That's all you need to know.
What did you say, Idra?
Oh, he's quite the philosopher type of personality. Like, it's just how he is.
I love him for that, actually. I have much respect for him. And Jacob also. Both are Calvinists.
Yeah,
I have fantastic conversations with Jacob Kubel.
Oh, did you?
Jacob
Yeah.
has
Are being sarcastic, or?
No, I have. One of the best conversations I ever had on any hangout anywhere was with Jacob Kubel.
Like, Jacob can make you feel like you're having a beer with a friend, you know?
Oh, yeah. By the way, surprise! Jacob Kubel is a sort of what is it called? He was a close friend of Matt Slick.
Yeah.
Matt Slick trained him.
Yes.
Surprise, right? Surprising.
He's a Calvinist's Calvinist, but but at the end of the day, it's what you give to me, and I mean, he gave me nothing but the deepest of respect.
No, I get that. Right, I get that. Yeah.
And I gave it back to him.
I get that. Right.
We had
That's
a hell
rare.
of a conversation. We had a fantastic conversation. If every conversation I've ever had with a theist was like the conversation I had with Jacob Kubel, I mean, it'd be like butter. It's just like butter.
Right. You know William, right? William the farmer, conspiracy farmer.
I don't know.
You don't know him?
Yeah, William
Right.
of the Butler clan.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
The
Oh,
Butler
yeah.
Clan.
Right.
Right. His first discussion that I at least saw was with Annabelle, and they were arguing. They were insulting each other's mothers and dads and grandfathers. You know what calmed him down? Was my pure rational approach. Hey, dude, can we talk about reason evidence here? So you had this argument, let's evaluate this, and he calmed down. And then from after that, he was like friends with Annabelle. He calmed down with Annabelle as well. So, there's a different merit to not reciprocating,
Indeed. Something Nadia's been saying for a couple of weeks, and I think we've got to start paying attention to. I mean, I've been trying. It's not easy, and it takes some of the fun out of the argument. But this is her room. And
yeah, I mean, guys,
I will go in my own room if I want to go and scream at people.
Yeah, by the way, guys, we still have people that we can laugh at because they're absolutely ridiculous,
Yeah, and if you drive all the fundies off, Gus, all right, then, and you're only going to leave Deirdre, McKay, then those are the people we're going to start having arguments with.
Oh yeah,
No,
Deirdre.
no, it's not. We don't have arguments. I can count on the fingers of one hand the number of times I've argued with
Deirdre,
Well, you won't argue with McKay.
I'm gonna meet you after class,
Eventually,
Deirdre.
you and I could argue, Gus. We could find
an
something.
ulterior motive, dude. Unlike the rest of us.
Deidre, I'm going to wait
An
for you after
ulterior
class.
motive not to argue with Deidre? I don't think so. What is my ulterior motive not to argue with Deidre?
You love her.
I was
You secretly
including
love
McKay.
her.
I love all
We're
of you guys. Why do you think I keep coming back?
Oh, shut up! You don't love me.
Arthur. I mean, just because I happen to dislike a number of your behavioral traits doesn't mean I don't enjoy your company. Like, don't fucking kid yourself. If I didn't like you people, I wouldn't be here. If I didn't give a shit about what happened to Nadia, I would have started my own room all day, all the time, a long time ago, rather than a tiny little room that happens at the top end of midnight and only for a select group of people that in no way could possibly, threaten her monetization. But that, I at best consider myself a second or third circle friend to Nadia, but I'm not Nadia's employee.
Yeah, nobody does. We're here for the discussion. At least I am. The thing is, if we're not being respectful, even though they're being dicks to us, there isn't going to be discussion because they're going to leave.
Well, you know what? There's something else. There's something else. If those people were so sensitive to being criticized and poked at, they wouldn't involve themselves in half of the contentious discussions they do, and they do still involve themselves in contentious discussions. They just don't do it here.
Oh no. There's a degree.
This whole notion that they're going to cry and never get on a hangout again. I mean, Hillbilly's been insulted and insulted and insulted and insulted. The fact that he hasn't been here in the last 2 weeks, we don't know why he hasn't been here in the last 2 weeks.
No, Hillbilly was here actually a few days ago.
Well, even so. Then even so. I mean, the fact is these people will come back.
No, that's a generalization. That's a generalization.
They can't help themselves. They will come back.
No, Hillbilly's a special.
R1 comes back. R1 comes back constantly.
R1 is a fucking moron.
Let Gus finish his sentence, please.
Sorry.
But R1 comes back. I mean, we constantly get, that drunken Australian dude who only shows up on weekends. He comes back almost every weekend. We all, these people are not going to stay away. They're not going to. They may claim they will, but they won't.
But they do. But they do. They are, yeah. You're talking about a few exceptions like Hillbilly, who has a thick skin as a fucking rhino. R1, who's a fucking moron.
Shamos keeps claiming he's never going to come back, but he pops in periodically. Shamos keeps claiming he's never going to come back, but he pops in periodically.
Not really.
I don't know why Shamos gets so upset. I don't know. I don't really get it.
He whinges a lot. That's his personality, dude. There's nothing about it.
Well, he's playing in an Batman movie. They have cast it in, what is his name? Fuck's sake. How does he look like? Which actor does he look like?
I don't know. I've never seen it yet.
Fucking Quinn, the one who played the one who played evil Caesar in Gladiator. Quintus?
Phoenix?
Yes. Joaquin Phoenix. There we go. Anyway, I fucked that joke up completely. Moving on.
But he has periodically come back, and in time he'll feel the irresistible urge to do battle. That's what these guys come here for. They don't come here to talk. They come here to do battle. And that's why we get so crazy with them, because so many of them come here swinging their dicks around, which is exactly the behavior that you don't want us to do. And that's fine and all, but I'm saying it's that very same instinct that will bring them back. They claim they won't, but they will come back.
But they really don't. Gus, you may not know because you've kind of new here, but we have lost a lot of fucking people.
There's a constant turnover on both sides.
Coming back.
On both sides, there's a constant turnover. On both sides, and I may not have actually been here for some of the hangouts, but I've gone back and watched a lot of the hangouts. That's how I know what in hangout number 25 Annabelle did to Van Helton. That's how I know these things, is because I've gone back and watched them, and there has been a turnover.
Maybe there's a different approach to this. We might actually combine it with our suggestion of being more sort of cordial, which is to make it more provocative names for the hangouts, Nadia. The LGBT issue or the philosophical zombies is kind of... Well, the philosophical zombies is kind of thick. I haven't a fucking clue what that even means. I'm pretty sure Hillbilly doesn't, and all the other fundies. Maybe Jimmy and the other more intellectual kind of fundies. But we need to get some, more provocative, like, gay Jesus or transsexual Jesus.
Sure. There is a point there, Thor.
I already had a hangout titled Transsexual Jesus.
Was it recently, or was it... Because I know you had it quite a few times a long time ago, and that brought in people.
2014. 2014.
Well, yeah, but let's try it again. Why not?
Well, there is a point here, isn't there, Thor? Which is a while back, yeah, and this is one of the things that's changed, is you did used to have every single hangout entitled differently. We'd talk about what the next hangout was going to be titled in the last half hour of whatever the hangout, and we'd come up with some clever names or some way to try and drag in certain groups of people.
Yep.
And we're not doing that as a room anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also don't stick to the topic at all. And
yeah, but how do you stick to any topic for 8 hours?
Right. That's right. I understand, especially if the topic is not a mainstream topic. Nadia, I'm sorry, but not a lot of people care about philosophical zombies or LGBT issues.
Again, there was a technique we had for letting the topic move around, but then bringing it back to the central topic, and it's something Nadia used to do quite a lot. Every half an hour or so, she'd go, "Well, the topic is this," or when a particular topic had got to the end, quite often Nadia would say, "Well, this was the original topic. This is what we're speaking about." Or if it had got down a line of argument which wasn't going anywhere, she'd often interrupt and go, "That's not the topic of this hangout." And that's changed as well.
Also, when Gus said the theists or whatever come in here looking for a battle, typically what Nadia wants to do is let the gladiators in, let them kill all the bunny rabbits and the kittens, and then they'll hang themselves. That's how Nadia wants to do it.
Yeah, except I ain't no bunny and I ain't no kitten.
Don't reciprocate their unkindness, because that's how you also look bad, and that's how you lose the argument.
Yeah, but if you get a reputation as a doormat, that doesn't do you any good either.
You don't get a reputation like that, really.
Not easily.
Yeah, Xbox is one of the nicest.
I don't care if you get it. I don't care if you. No, first of all, Xbox doesn't put up with any shit from anybody.
Right, and he's considered the nicest atheist out here.
Yeah, but your portrayal of your hangouts and Xbox hangouts as these gentle friggin' salons. Nah, not so much. I've been to some of those.
Come on, I didn't say that. No, I said
we're more cordial. Listen, I've been to some of their hangouts where there's been blood on the walls, the floors, the ceiling. I couldn't recognize the place from some of my greatest hits. Okay, so let's not pretend that your hangouts are an order of magnitude different.
And yet people keep coming to them. Even G-Man, Veckel, all the theists keep coming to them.
Sometimes it's confusing in here, and this is why it's confusing, that someone can roll in, and I'm not saying myself, because I don't really feel like largely picked on, and no animal did not make me cry. I was crying because of just other things, and so like I want everybody to think that Annabelle's a meanie. It's not that. But what I was going to say that some people, how do I say it? There are some people that think that they can come in and punch you over and over again in the face. And I don't mean me, but I mean like you, like a person. And I'm not saying Michael Ann really either. Who am I going to point at? I would say they can punch Nadia over and over in the face. Or they can punch. I don't know. Pick somebody that they want to pick on that's different. R1 punches a whole race of people. So, and that should be moderated. But my question is, when do you moderate? That's the only thing I asked Nadia is if I could make one slight complaint, it was when do you moderate? When do you decide to step in and go, well, this is too much?
Yeah, well, the sort of orders of magnitude of my thick skin and patience dwarf that of almost anyone here. In many respects, I'm not able to tell, or otherwise don't respond quickly enough when I would need to.
Can I ask for a show of speeches of who has heard Nadia moderate before?
I only know
Anybody
of
else?
Nadia's. I know of Nadia's moderation only through legend, really.
Right. Anybody else?
I've seen Nadia kick a few people. I've seen Nadia kick a few people.
Nadia moderate? I've seen Nadia moderate in several different ways. Anybody else seen Nadia moderate?
Very rarely. Very rarely.
The question is, have you at all?
I know of a handful of people have gotten mad because they've gotten kicked out for being like disrespectful to people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it, Nadia. That's good stuff right there.
The lion's den.
Lioness's den.
Online assistant. No atheists allowed. Anti-LGBT Christian fundamentalists only. If that doesn't work, I don't know what will.
You also need to type in, I am strapped and covered in raw meat.
Right, I just want to just reassert
barbecue
something
sauce.
which I feel is very important, which is the propensity that we have to jump to emotional arguments. I think we've really got to check ourselves on a couple of levels. When somebody's insulting you, instead of saying, I'm going to insult you back, point out to them they're insulting you personally, and ask them if that's an acceptable method of debate. Appeal to Nadia's moderation. Don't take it into your own hands. Either we're going to do this properly or we're not going to even bother at all.
Well, you see the issue though, right? That means almost none of you will be allowed in there.
That's fine, Nadia, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I mean,
I'm not going to have an
go that
issue with
far?
it. I'm not going to have an issue with it. If we're the reason people have been driven out of your hangouts, and we don't push to monetize your channel, you want to do it a different way, that's totally your choice.
You're seeking annihilationals in there? Because they're not really fundamentalists per se. Sort of.
Well, in general, it wouldn't be a whole lot of debate, but I mean, you get the idea. Is more kind of an example. I mean, do I have to go that far?
Well, I think you might want to, you know, I don't know, paint yourself red and strap meat to you.
You might want to lay off the penis goes in here thing, though. Just a thought.
Well, I'm going to start jumping down people's throats to get emotional without any justification.
Well, I mean, I like to connect to emotion, but emotional is a total different thing.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think the human
If you want to start
experience is
pushing
something that we all can relate to.
stuff in the middle of if you want to push someone's buttons in the middle of an argument by
Oh,
cursing
that's
them
different.
or making
That's different.
a ridiculous argument in terms of not parodying their logic, then
Especially
I
the
think
more
you
we get
probably
to know
deserve
each
to
other, we'll start to figure out these unique buttons that we all have, and you can just be mean.
No,
eventually.
Deirdre. No, Deirdre.
No, I'm saying like that's not a good
That's not what
thing.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is when people start bringing up emotion and personally insulting people and putting them down, then both sides, then I'm going to start jumping in, start muting and moderating to stop that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, like there's emotion like emotional argument, but then there's emotion like going for someone's person. I think that's different.
I have never had any problem with third-party objective moderation. I may huff like I do.
Have Gus. Don't fucking lie.
Third-party objective moderation.
Oh, I see. Where you agree that it's objective.
Well, you know, I know this gets you mad, Simon, but I can't help it, man. I don't understand how I can explain that when essentially I'm arguing against two guys. Two guys have opposite opinions to me, and then I'm arguing against two guys, and then all of a sudden one of those guys whips off his mask, and suddenly he's a mod, and he gets to shush me. I mean, I don't understand. If I can't explain to you how frustrating that is, then I don't know what to tell you, Simon. I mean,
Yeah.
I really don't.
Put your frustration away, leave it at home, and don't bring it to the argument.
Yeah,
That's what we're saying here.
except
your
that
emotions,
except that
it's
the
your
fr-
emotional
except that
it's
the
your
frustration doesn't come in a
it's your-
backpack. It's
your
generated on
emotional
site.
content. It's your emotional content. It's your emotional content of your arguments that gets people riled.
The frustration I'm talking about doesn't come in a backpack with me from home. It's generated on site, and it's generated by what happens in here. Okay, and I also don't know how many times I have to explain that I give people what they give me. I also don't know how many times I have to do that, but I will as often as I have to, because these guys are worth it.
I like to say that I understand Gus's point, having impartial moderator, but at least the kind of rules that I employ don't really are really not affected by bias at all. It's just you get a point out, you either in a certain time limit. Now the other person has back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I've been a moderator in my Hangouts. I've moderated many discussions that I participated, no objections mentioned. When these are such simple objective rules, there's really not bias that can seep through. There might be a little bit, but it's not really a big issue.
I can't speak to what other people have or haven't seen, Arthur, and I have no response when you say, well, these other people. I mean, to me, that sounds like argumentum ad popula, but, you know, I mean, luckily for all concerned, I don't view that as as serious a fallacy as other people do. But at the end of the day, I can't speak to what I don't experience. All I know is, to me, it's an awful lot like employing a set of tools in a toolbox in an argument that I myself don't have access to. That's to me, that's what it is when a participant suddenly becomes a moderator. That, to me, that's what that is.
Well, the thing is, if I'm moderating properly, or if anybody moderates properly under objective rules, he cannot just, you know, willy-nilly mute you in the middle of your point. No, you get to allow to say whatever you want to say. After you've finished, the other person responds. After he's finished, you respond. After you finish, you respond.
And how many debates have you ever been in that haven't been completely formal where that's been the case?
That haven't been oh yeah, quite a few actually. If in fact all of my debates
the nature of human conversation is that at some point, somewhere, somehow, even if we're just taking into account the vagaries of the technology of the Hangout, sooner or later there's going to be some interruptions. I mean, you can't, you know, nobody in a natural and organic conversation works that way. We wish that they would, but they don't. So
right,
at the end of the, but that's neither here nor there, Arthur. Again, you know, you seem to say, well, you know, as long as the person really knows what they're doing. I'm sorry, I don't make that exception.
Well, it has worked so far. In many occasions, I don't see.
I understand that that's what you're asserting. I cannot duplicate your assertion.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Can't say anything, I'm afraid.
Veckel was here. He was talking to who was talking to the Crimson, or what is this? Christian, or I forgot his name. It was an atheist who had an issue with him. I moderated between them. They both were fine. I just allowed them to both finish a point. Also, other people wanted to chime in, and I just, you know, allocated time for them. Everybody was cool. The main issue with these hangouts is that people talk over each other because of lag and because of, you know, they want to respond to a point immediately because they feel it's so controversial that they need to respond to it. If you just employ the right for everybody to finish their point, everybody's cool in my experience.
That's great, except that A, it usually doesn't happen that way, and B, it's got nothing to do with my central point that moderators should be moderators and not participants in the conversation, because once they do become those participants, they end up, by definition, having an unfair advantage over everybody else in the conversation. Whether they use it or not is irrelevant and immaterial.
Yeah, it does. I haven't seen it failing at any point.
Well, you know, I like I said, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I could be an asshole and accuse you of being biased, but I don't know how else. I don't know how to respond to that. The fact that it's never been done, the fact that you've never done it doesn't mean it's never been done. The fact that you've never seen it doesn't mean it's never happened.
I'm not saying that it's never going to happen. I'm saying it's unlikely.
Well, you know, I'm saying that even though it's unlikely, the best way to make sure it never happens is to put a hard delineation between people who moderate and people who participate.
That's the thing.
I don't think that's such a big deal. I don't think that's such a big deal.
Well,
all humans are biased. Even a mod can be biased.
Hang on a second, Thor. I'm afraid, Gus, my objection was when I moderated earlier, okay, in this conversation, I was being a participant and also a moderator. You didn't object because it was for your benefit.
I didn't object because there's only so many things I can attack at once.
Okay, that was the reason.
No. When you have enough time, you can attack anything. And I'm talking, and this is a dude who talked to Nephilim Free. A dude who speaks for fucking hours.
Yeah, but nobody, if Nephilim Free came here and just started talking, you and I both know that even if I wasn't in the room, nobody would just let him go on forever. So what does that mean?
Right, that's what I'm talking about. I had a good discussion with Nephilim Free after we employed the moderation. Everybody, both of us had 2 minutes to respond. It didn't matter that he was a talkative asshole. You just write down his points and you respond to them. It doesn't matter how many points are brought up. If you can write them down, for example, you can just respond to them. Either allocate the time.
Okay, Okay,
Property
I'm
rights.
sure that you agree that this can be done. I disagree, and I'm not sure. I'm not so sure that you saying, well, I've seen it done in the past. Well, that's great, but my point isn't what you've seen done in the past. My point is that you can't be a moderator and a participant at the same time. There's simply something. Okay, that's great. That's great. You guys think so. I don't, and I'll keep saying I don't think so, and you guys can keep saying you do think so.
Yeah, unless Nadia says otherwise, I'm going to continue employing this.
That's great, and every time you do it to me, I'm going to object to it.
You didn't object when I did it earlier, Gus.
I will object when I don't have 7 other things on my plate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is your conversational technique perfect and true to all of your precepts and principles all the time? Come on, Simon. I mean, ain't none of us perfect.
Well, no, it's not. I'm not claiming perfection. I'm just claiming a higher standard than getting emotional every time somebody insults me.
Okay, well, first of all, I think that I don't necessarily think that you're as impassionate as you think you are. First of all, we could start with that.
I feel a need for a moderated discussion in the future.
That's the second time I heard you say something like that, Gus. You said it with me. You can walk the walk. Can you talk the talk? And I asked for a reference for that, and you couldn't give me one. Now you just said it. Now you just said it to Simon too.
I gave you one, and what you asked me for, was specific word by word.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I wasn't done talking. There, you do that too. You talk over people because
So
you
do
hear
you.
point.
So do you.
You whatever. I'm done with you.
Oh no, you guys, you can have a moderate discussion if you want.
No, I'm done. There's no point in talking to Gus. He has his point of view, and that's the only point of view that matters. He's told you guys that time and time again. No matter what you say, no matter what you think.
Well, that's a pretty common accusation from you too.
Huh? Okay. Never mind. So, moving on. What's new?
What's new in Baltimore? How about that court that Ray played?
I'm actually going to do that. Linus is done.
Yeah, do it.
Hey, so no atheists would be allowed?
No. You have to
So
change
you're lying. Atheists allowed or moderate.
I might make this session moderate.
Fanatics only. Penis goes in here.
Oh, you know that you get moderates and funnies. We just turn on each other. Suddenly, moderates are like, wait a minute, stop attacking everybody. And then the funnies are like, oh yeah, you're one of them. And then it just turns into a brawl.
That's why, once again, the central point of what we should be talking about is the fact that people bring emotional arguments. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
That's where the communication breaks down. That's why people walk away. That's why, what's his name earlier walked out. You're all fucktards. I can't have a conversation. I'm off.
Jimmy. Yeah. He didn't say exactly like that, but pretty much.
But you know what I mean. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Jimmy has kind of a temper and can be patriarchal,
I've
but for the most part, he seems to keep a lot of emotion out of his discussion.
He does. I've had problems with him.
I like how you stuck in patriarchal.
No, I tell him that all the time. Like he comments on my Joss Whedon stuff and is like, patriarchy. I'm like, oh man, here we go. Here's Jimmy.
Oh, Josh Wheaton. Oh, okay. I actually don't know much about him except that he is a fan of Anita Sarkeesian, and that irks me. I have to admit, that fucking pisses me off. He's probably the reason Anita Sarkeesian was selected as one of the 100 most influential people in Times, which is a fucking travesty.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Ozzy Osbourne has more fucking.
It's like okay. So we have the Second World War. We have the invasion of Iraq, and on the top list, Anita Sarkeesian being voted as the 100 most influential people in Times Magazine.
Yeah, because of computer games.
Just saying.
Yeah, no, it's fucked up. But then we know the media's fucked up.
Oh yeah.
We don't have.
But never mind that. I don't want to start a Campergate discussion.
Okay. Interest.
You know what? I'll say this. I think that a lot of the atheists in Nadia's room, including Nadia, have been gracious to a lot of people in the sense that I've been on some other groups like just like on the boards, and maybe people are rougher in written word, but some people like theist to atheist and atheist to theist are so cruel in the debate groups on Facebook, and I mean just mean.
Yeah.
And I would say that like even at our worst, going back and forth so far, in comparison, it's been better. You pick your worst moments overall, and it's been better.
Well, again, there's provocation, and that shouldn't be denied, and no one's saying that, but it just shouldn't be the first result. I think that's the thing. If someone's going to try and provocate you, don't rise to it. Point out that they're trying to provocate you, and it's not an argument that's going to work. That makes them look stupid when they try and do it.
I like to say also that when it comes to written text, even in comments, you have a sort of a phenomenon of sort of internet balls, so to speak. Because in a comment, you cannot be challenged personally to be accountable for what you say. You can just very easily forget about the response that the other person made, even though it was completely rational and completely destroyed your, irrational, emotional first comment. In live discussions, it's kind of hard to get away with bullshit. At least harder.
Yeah, also with written comments, wit and sarcasm doesn't come through nearly as well as it does with the spoken word. And written comments can often be taken as an extreme when they may not have been written that way or meant that way.
That's true. And sarcasm, there's two things. Well, I prefer sardonic. And DJ noticed that I have a sardonic sense of humor, which is a little different than sarcasm. It's usually more about life and like kind of a big picture. Sarcasm, though, sometimes can take a dig at a person, and my concern with sarcasm is two things. One is, and this is just like I've said to other Christians this, sarcasm can sometimes be a coward's way to make an attack and then say, I'm not responsible, it's just sarcasm, I'm not responsible for this attack, you can't come at me because I'm being sarcastic, and it can be a way to hide. And so as long as that sarcasm isn't that, I find that that's cowardly and not, I don't want to be responsible for what I'm going to say. It was sarcastic, but I really didn't say it.
To be honest with you, Deirdre, that's, sarcasm is an attack like any other. It's a form of humor, which is maybe not the funniest, but it's still an attack.
Yeah, and it's also jokes, ridicule, when you make somebody, fun of somebody's, whatever, anything that relates to them.
Cowardly, though.
But,
it can be
you're right about the difference between sarcastic and sardonic, and I think that's really important. Is keeping it out of the personal.
By the way, could somebody explain to me what does sardonic mean?
Sardonic, in the manner of it's just
analogy.
I don't even know what the root word of sarcastic is.
It's to be grim and mocking and cynical, but it's usually not at a person. It's often satirical. But it often isn't wielded against a particular person. It tends to be like when Guevara died, and there's that time the was he not Cuban, what was he, what was he, the revolutionist guy?
Can I just say that all the time that we're spending describing this and trying to define it, that Art could have taken 2 seconds and gone to Google and dumped the word in?
Oh, I was just going to say that Guevara was very sardonic when he died, and I can't remember what he said. It just flew out of my head.
It's cynical.
Sorry.
But it's more of it's a kind of a worldview rather than sarcasm, which is a put down. Sardonic is the worldview of cynicism, if you like.
I also like to say.
A link is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah,
oh, thank you.
Brilliant.
Oh, by the way, Gus, I'm sorry if I offended you by asking, people for a question.
Well, it's not like asking people for a question when you can literally type the word into Google without anything else and just hit enter and get a definition. I don't know why you would. I don't know why that you would want the necessarily subjective opinion of someone when you could you're the kind of person who when you're told something you're like, give me evidence, give me a link, give me hard proof. I mean, to me, it would seem to me that you go to Google, you type the word in, you get the latest dictionary.com definition, which granted isn't perfect, but it's an awful lot better than having somebody struggle through a word that they know how to use but they don't know how to define.
Can I just say really quick that the root of sardonic, not donicism, is really dark? Do you really want to? It says among the very ancient people of Sardinia, who were called Sardi or Sardoni, it was customary to kill old people, and while killing their old people, the Sardi laughed loudly. Holy crap!
Damn. Okay.
What a terrible root! Oh my gosh.
That's a good heritage award.
Right.
That's near Hungary.
Okay, by the way, Gus, really, was that comment necessary? It's like, what's such a horrible thing that I did, talk to people and ask
them. Exactly the thing we're talking about.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Any other time you would welcome some sort of link to an external piece of evidence.
Yeah, I would. This is not a contentious issue.
And yet I mentioned to you, all you got to do is take the word and dump it into Google, and then you know
exactly. You don't fucking think I knew that you can Google stuff?
Well, then why do you waste people's time?
Because I like to speak
out for yourself.
I like to communicate with certain people, and I just decided, hey, can you define this to me? I thought it was an important thing to mention for me. I just want to do it. So fucking what?
So you asked for a definition of a word by way of starting a conversation you're already having?
I'm not starting a conversation. I'm just asking for what does it mean? Hey, I'm not an English speaker. It's the first time I've kind of heard this thing. I'm curious. Could you maybe explain this?
That you can take the word and dump it into Google. What's the big fucking deal? Dump it into Google. You have the answer.
A big deal,
You went looking for the definition of the word. You dump it into Google. You've got it. Big deal. It seems strange to me.
When people talk and make personal comments, this is what happens. People raise their voices. They get fucked off.
It is not a personal comment to say that all you need to do to find out the definition of a word is dump it into Google. That's not a personal comment.
And if you said that would have been fine. But you said, all you've got to do is do this. Why aren't you doing that?
But that's because he's the one asking for the definition. He's the one asking for the definition. Shall I address a stone idol?
Yeah, but by saying God, by saying his name, that makes it personal.
He's the one asking for the definition. I'm referring to him specifically.
Yeah, but it makes it
He's the one asking for the I swear to God, it's the fucking Attack of the Butthurt police today. Holy fuck!
You're the one to speak, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, we're really the butthurt ones when you're sitting and getting emotional about it.
I'm just trying to explain. When you're talking with friends, you ask friends to explain things to you. If you're talking with someone who isn't your friend that you're having a conversation with, you're going to ask for evidence. But when you're discussing things politely with your friends, you always ask them explain something to you. You don't just say, hey, wait a minute, I might not believe what you're going to say. I'm going to go look it up in Google.
But Bob, for instance, you sitting in a truck, I wouldn't ask you to look anything up on Google because you're not able to. So it would only make sense if you asked me the definition of a word, because you're sitting in a truck and you can't do it yourself. But of course I would explain it to you. But I don't understand why it's a mark of friendship to ask people to do for you what you can do for yourself. I don't get it.
You're missing the point. If someone uses the word, you would think they might know what the word means, so you would ask them if you're friends and you're discussing things.
But you don't have to.
And it might
I was just trying to think of an easy, quick way to explain it.
It could actually be quicker. It could actually be quicker to ask your friend and have your friend say, this is it, than to sit there and go pull up a window, type it in, and then try and read it. And then you're walking away from conversation.
And more fun. It's a friend after all.
Let's point it this way. Mark Twain was often sardonic. How about that? He says things, when angry, count 4. When angry, when very angry, swear. Like he would be considered extremely sardonic in a lot of his writing. I don't know. I can just point you to people that use this kind of tool, but it is kind of hard to define. Another word that's hard to define is ironic, irony. It's a little hard to define, but
it's ironic that you cannot define the word ironic.
Well, I'm just saying it's another word that people kind of start stumbling around.
Most people themselves have a good intuitive grasp of English, but a poor definitional grasp of it.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to transfer an intuitive grasp of English. It's in a case like that, when you're truly looking for an actual definition of a word, it's always better for someone who's truly looking for the actual definition to consult something like a living dictionary.
How about this one?
And to me, I don't understand. That being the case, I mean, Art, you're always saying, well, my English isn't very good. Well, and you spend a lot of time looking for facts, and not just on contentious issues. You're always asking for clarifications and explanations. I just pointed you to the quickest way for the most surefire clarification and explanation, and you decided to get upset because you preferred what I was trying to do.
No. You just pointed
to. Sorry to interrupt. Should we go around it again? Because you stated.
No, I just want to. Dude, okay, you did just
point. Do the thing. Let's do what we've been talking about. When somebody makes a personal attack about you, you just point out that's a personal attack. Can we not do that, please? And we get on. And we don't.
Yeah, I reject that categorization. I reject it. And if you think that's going to close the conversation on this, you're crazy.
Yeah, it's your right to do that. I don't know.
With a personal insult,
I'm talking to Art right now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I do feel it was an unnecessary comment. Yeah, maybe it could have. Okay, but yeah, well, let's just move on.
I just want to say, be respectful to your superiors, if you have any.
Well, luckily as an atheist, I don't have superiors, so I can be a cunt.
I want to say Mark Twain was an agnostic or an atheist, actually.
I think he wasn't. Yeah, I think he was some sort of an atheist.
Yeah, he said some pretty damning things about religion. Yeah. He may be a deist, I suppose.
Could you define deist? Oh wait, no, I'm grappling.
Yeah, personally,
the best way I can describe it is a watchmaker that walked away.
Oh. Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? It might be interesting for people to hear, but I'm actually kind of close to a deist. I would not mind at all to be a deist, like, whatever. But it's just so inconsequential of a belief that I'm like, oh, might as well be a deist.
Desert is a deist, isn't it?
Yeah, desert is a deist.
That's a certain type of deist.
Well, yeah, they're... Okay.
So one type that believes that God is continually interfering in the world to sustain it. And then there's another type that believes that God just made the world and let it run on its own. So one's quite close to atheism and is inconsequential, and the other is more, what's the word, spiritual. God is everything.
I guess I would be the one who would not be interfering.
Yeah.
There you go, Art. Here's another one for you. Here's another quote that's sardonic
you
from
might
Mark
get
Twain.
if you speak nicely to Nadia, you might get into our next hangout if you quickly become a deist.
Quickly become a deist, Art, go.
Nadia, I convert. I'm a deist. I'm an atheist, though, don't worry. I love all the theists and all the atheists alike.
That one's a little anti-natalist there. That quote that I just shared.
Family breeds contempt in children. Ooh.
I know.
Familiarity, not family.
I spoke to
Oh, familiarity. Oh, okay.
I kind of refuted it by saying that I felt bad about myself sometimes. I think that's enough to refute the antinatalist position. Alright, that went over. That either went under everybody's head or over everybody's head. Probably under, the way Deirdre was laughing.
Yeah, that went through my head, dude. Like, just
Yeah,
completely
because you have
headshotted me.
Yeah, because you have feelings, then you can't deny the next generation their feelings.
Oh, okay.
Basically.
I was trying
That's
to think
good.
of word pictures to describe it because I think sometimes art you speak extremely good English, but I wonder sometimes if there's ever a culture or language block between the way we say things in America because we're so fast and loose the way we say things. We're just kind of sloppy, and so like the way we express ourselves, I wonder sometimes if we're confusing or I don't know.
Well, it's fine generally, except that the pronunciations, the American pronunciations, kind of led me astray a little bit to the extent of actually arguing with my teachers, who were more classically British English trained. I actually kind of had to argue with them because I thought this is the way you pronounce, color and other things like that. It's like, no, that's not how it's pronounced. You're a bad teacher. No. But otherwise, I'm actually more familiar with the American culture than the Russian culture.
I had the same problems when I went to
Oh,
Canada.
right.
Of course, I couldn't spell because I spelled English the way, so that was all wrong. And then when I came back to England, I couldn't spell because I spelled the Canadian way, which was all wrong.
Oh.
It was like I've got two languages, and I'm not sure which one is really the proper English.
Well, you guys have the added difficulty that I don't know what's the term called, but for example, Czech language and Russian to a big extent, you can write things as you hear them. You don't have to remember the special spelling of almost every word.
Yeah, Cyrillic, I think, is the name, isn't it?
What else would be the alphabet, the letters? But it's a phonetic language, maybe. That's what it's called. When you actually can hear the letters in the spoken words themselves.
Yeah, they're all phonetic.
Right.
Pom Jam, in my defense,
Phoenicia.
I might seem ADHD and might be ADHD. I don't know, but I will say this: I'm free associative, and I like pop culture and art. So say what you will, but I see things tied together.
That's cool. I think
we can't get away with
when
everyone going crazy.
When you start talking to somebody, I mean, if you're going to have an open dialogue with them, you've got to try and at least start on the basis that you're going to accept their definitions. Okay, that's the basic principle that you start on, and then if you have a problem with not understanding their point of view, well then obviously you have to go into why they're defining words in certain ways. But in general, if you start with the thing that I'm only going to use my definitions for words when somebody else is using them, then you're not going to get the right idea of what they're saying. So you have to really say, I'm just going to let them define the words they want, and then if we have problems, we can go back and find out why the problems exist because of definitional reasons.
Yes, God.
And that's one thing people really hate doing. So when you start an argument with Shamos, for instance, he will say, if God exists, then this and this and this and this. And you have to take that if God exists as the given. You may disagree with that on your worldview, but you can't look at his worldview and say it's wrong from my worldview. That's not going to cut as an argument. You have to say, right, well, given your initial premises that God does exist, then your worldview is wrong because of this. Right? And that I see as being another escalator in arguments, in conversations where people will talk past each other on the basis that they're not even arguing from the same world viewpoint.
Yeah, it's kind of the presuppositionalist approach where they basically hide behind their worldview and assert that you cannot question their basic, presuppositions because they're just true. So you really cannot criticize their morality, existence of God, because in their view, they're all true. Just cannot go there.
There's a subtle difference here, which is the presup argument in itself is dishonest, as Gus readily points out very accurately, I think. And he can speak better to this than me on that particular subject. But when it's not a presup, and they're asking you to make an assumption or hypothesis, then it is literally a hypothesis. They're not claiming the truth necessarily. You don't have to say they're claiming the truth. Patrick is another person that will start in with a philosophical argument and then halfway through switch it to an evidential argument. It's not going to work. It's apples and oranges, as they like to say.
Yeah, and you don't have to give the presuppositionalist his presuppositions as well.
Not in your worldview, but if you want to criticize it from his worldview,
From
you
an
have to
internal.
the premises.
Yeah, if you want to make an internal critique, yes, but you can do an external critique as well. Nothing wrong doing.
No, of course. And if you start from that position as an external critique, that's fine. I've got no problem with that, because that highlights where the argument's going to be. But if someone says, if this happens, then this is true, and you start arguing on the basis of that premise, okay, then you already have accepted the initial premise. You may not agree with it, and it may be a hypothetical. But once you accept the premise as a hypothetical, you're bound, I think, to go down the argument route that way and do internal critique, and not suddenly switch halfway through when you suddenly found your internal critique isn't working, and then switch to an external critique and go, oh, well, it's all wrong anyway because God doesn't exist. I think that's dishonest as an argument.
Yeah, but you can legitimately just change the scope and say, okay, I don't have any objections for the internal critique, but from an external perspective, you still have problems. Here's why. And also, absolutely. I actually love to talk to presuppositionalists because the tactic they employ, I can employ as well in my atheistic worldview when it comes to, for example, the standard for morality. Yeah. If they're just going to assume that there is only one possible God and it's their God and he's good by definition, well, hey, I can just assert that human well-being is good by definition. And it's the standard for morality.
I don't think that's, I would use that as a parody tactic, but I wouldn't use it as a natural argument. And in fact, there's a better argument which you can get to the same result with atheism.
Can I make a short announcement, please?
Yeah, please.
Nadia, you should maybe give a shout out to the theists that they should join your new channel link.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they are aware that you made it. Maybe give a short announcement.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I accidentally hopped into it, not realizing what it was.
What's the name of the hangout?
Atheist Earls come.
And Nadia can't hear us, so that's right. Hold on, I'll go to her.
Okay. You're taking care of it, dude. Who's at the drop down?
I'm so confused right now.
Of course it was.
Scott came home, so I missed some of this, but I'm so confused.
What's confusing?
Well, I don't mean you, Scott. I mean my Scott.
I just wanted to finish with art, if I may, before we get sidetracked into something else. No, I'm not talking about necessarily arguing with someone who is taking the presup view to start with. I'm really talking about...
Yeah.
Really, I'm talking about when you accept somebody's internal... Well, when you start down the course of arguing with somebody on an internal critique of their position. All right? Quite often, I've seen dishonest atheists switch halfway through and suddenly bring in an external view. Just the same way I see Seamus doing. When he starts critiquing atheism internally, oh, you can be sure. You can be sure there's some presups behind it which I don't agree with. All right? And that's dishonest, which is why I call him on it.
I agree, yeah.
But I hear atheists doing the same thing as well. Starting down there, okay, well, I'll give you, assuming God exists, then this means this. And then halfway through, they're going, well, I don't think God does exist, so you can't claim it to be. Well, that's not good enough, because that's not playing by the rules.
Well, okay, so let me just present sort of a bit of a different take on that. I've engaged in these sort of discussions before, but I always premise saying that I'm willing to accept for the premise of the argument that that God exists, but this doesn't mean that I accept that notion and I'm going to adopt it.
Of course.
So I would say that I mean, if you want to like look at it all at the end and say, well, that's an interesting point, but I still don't believe in God because you haven't managed to meet that sufficiency, Or actually, I don't have an issue with sufficiency. It's necessity that God falls vastly short on.
Sure.
But so I mean,
Again, I'm only making a specific point about when you accept somebody's internal critique. You accept that you're going to criticize somebody with an internal critique of their worldview. Okay, I'm just specifically pointing out that when you then suddenly switch outside of that worldview and start criticizing it from your own external worldview, okay, that is inherently dishonest in an argument.
Right.
And I see Shamos do it. I see so many theists do it. I also see atheists do it. And specifically, even though he's left, I see Gus doing it. All right, and it pisses me off no end because I find it intellectually dishonest to start with one kind of critique and then suddenly halfway through, when you lose that critique, switch to another.
Well, lucky for you, Gus is in here.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm disappointed.
I'm not sure if there are any anti-LGBT Christian fundamentalists among the viewers, but I do have a separate hangout just for me and anti-LGBT Christian fundamentalists. Okay. The Lioness's Den is what I call it.
It's a safe place for Christians. There won't be no atheists to attack you.
Yeah, Nate's holding one. He's pretty full, so you might not get a couple.
Oh, is he? Okay, cool.
Yeah, Jimmy Stevens went over there, so.
Aha.
I'm coming for you, Nadia. I'm coming for you.
I noticed Helena was asking earlier about room, and it was full, so Helena, if you're still out there, you can get in now.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to see you.
Who's still
Taking
out
an
there?
avatar.
If who's still out there?
Helena Handbasket? She put it in a Google Plus that she said that I don't know if you got the comment or not, but she mentioned that it's full. Let me pull it up here. Always full. Nadia, consider using the Q&A rather than useless showroom, so that the interested spillover can get a little closer to being there. What do you think?
It is already enabled.
so it is.
I've not got any questions on it though.
Let's see.
How do you get? I forgot how you get there. Where do you get there from? Oh yeah, never mind.
Nadia, is this a mistake? It is a mistake.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I've got an invite to the Lion's Den here.
Huh.
That's weird because I'm an atheist.
Well, you're a Christian, aren't you? We all know that.
No, people don't believe I'm a Christian.
Yeah, too much of a nice guy to be a Christian. I'm kidding.
That is one of the problems. I was chatting to fundies. You see, this is why I don't think it's me. So I was chatting to some fundies last night, and they were all saying that they were thinking that I was maybe approaching a conversion.
Yeah, I had that too myself.
I was like, really? You think? You know? Well, you've got a bit of a Jesus complex, maybe. That's what we're thinking. I was like, oh, you crafty fuckers. Oh, dear. But yeah, I mean, that's the question. I mean, how many fundies do we have do we count as friends?
Oh, Xbox.
He's not a fundie.
He will get the joke. Don't worry. He will know the joke. It's an internal thing because some
Carry on.
Some atheists have been calling him a theist.
I'm waiting for this impressive list.
All right, so Jacob.
Yeah,
Cube,
he's moderate, really. He's a moderate Calvinist.
Well, yeah, he's a Calvinist. Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy. Fair enough. He's a bit funny. Not on the extreme end, but he's in there.
Commando.
No, not Commando. He's not a fundy.
Well,
yeah, I'm not a fundy. I'm done. I'm
yeah,
just
he might have been not a Christian fundy.
He's a good bloke, so he doesn't count.
Yeah.
He can have whatever fucking weird views he wants. He's still a good bloke.
Okay, Deidre.
No, she's definitely not fundy.
Oh, right, fundies. All right.
Yeah. What fundies have you got amongst
Anti-LGBT fundies, which I mean is almost.
Yeah, they'll do.
That's a tough one. I haven't been thinking a lot about fundies in general. Like friends, like you know what?
Yeah, friends. Like on YouTube, like G+ friends.
You mean like friends that will not try to...
Speaking of one of them, here's Tommy. Oh no, it's porn, he's just winding us up.
Fucking Pom Jam.
Yeah, Tommy, we can count Tommy as one of our friends. He's quite fun.
Okay, define a friend actually, because I'm not sure what you mean here.
Tommy. People like Tommy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well then you have G-Man, Vecco, F1 Free, you know, basically all of these people could consider friends like Tommy. You know, they sometimes get heated, sometimes we have an argument.
But you're not blocked by any of them?
Me? No. I'm not blocked by anybody, I think, actually.
Oh, hang on a minute. Let me sort that
No, you got blocked by someone, I just don't remember who.
Let me sort that out.
How do you find out if you're blocked?
It's not easy. You have to like try to type their name into Google Plus, and if you can't get an autocomplete on their name, that means you're probably blocked by them.
Yeah. Well, no, I was ignored in a few hangouts, but I don't have a permanent block, I think, by anybody against me. Well, maybe there's one or two at worst.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't... I mean, I know you talk to Neff and that, and he doesn't insult you straight away kind of thing.
I wish I did. I could end the discussions a bit earlier and not get a headache.
I would put a Hillbigger in that group as well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I've got Brett Keane.
Oh, Brett Keane. Wait, you're friends with Brett Keane?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, what's wrong with you, Simon?
Jesus.
Oh, right.
Oh man, my list goes on. I'm telling you.
No.
Hey, Hermine.
I better not say too many names because they don't want to be associated with me. You know.
Man, I was getting so frustrated last night. It was just before I wanted to go to bed. And honestly, like, I was mildly frustrated with Tommy, but not so much. I was getting more frustrated with Chrono.
Chrono, like, is he the atheist dude?
Yeah. He just, like, he can't stop.
Was he arguing with you?
He was arguing with Tommy, and I was trying, and he wasn't really defending the position all that well as far as I saw it, and I was like, just trying to get a word in, and he just like would not stop.
I think there's moderation required with Chrono. Maybe he's a passionate, evil atheist.
Yeah, he's a new atheist, is what I would call him.
Yeah. He's not a bad dude.
No, and he's not a bad guy. It's just like he starts going on this tirade and like just does not acquit himself rationally.
It's exactly what we've been talking about, Scott, which is people get too emotional in their arguments.
Well,
and
they
escalate. They start escalating, and
that's
it's
no
no
good.
going one way from there. It's over. You may as well just stop. Say no more.
Chrono is Star Splitter, and he's had a thing going with Tommy and G-Man for a long time anyway.
Oh wait, Chrono is Star Splitter?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Oh no! Holy shit! Okay.
God knows all.
Yeah, I'm Thorn, bitches. Yeah, I know fucking all.
Yeah, thanks by the way as well, Bob, for sticking up for me.
Yeah. That's like I was saying earlier. That girl that was on earlier, she's the one. I'm almost positive she's the one from Logic's videos.
Really? Oh, right. She did sound familiar. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you never really get to see her face. She always has the red hair and the hat. But
oh, there's a few videos where she did show her face.
Yeah, another fundy that you know, Lycra Orion.
Who?
Lycra Orion.
Oh, Lyrical Orion.
Lyrical Orion. That's right.
She's not a Christian though. She's a New Agey sort of.
Yeah, but she's still a fundy.
She's an ex-Mormon, and she's just out of being a Mormon, so she's still got that hate thing going. Because she can be really polite sometimes, but then she gets that falling out hate going.
Yeah. No, I've been in a hangout with her, and it was nothing but a pleasure. It was just giggles from beginning to end.
Yeah, the first time I seen her though, I mean, she was just going off on everybody, and then I didn't see her for a while. Then I noticed her back again, and I've caught her a couple times, and yeah, she's really polite, real great, asks a lot of great questions. But then the other day I heard her going off on someone too, though.
Yeah, she grows. I've seen her grow. In the beginning, she was a anti-vaxxer, and just a few months ago, she has come out as a pro-vaccinator. Vaccinator. She saw the evidence. She was on DJ's Talking Shit Hangout, Talking Shit Tuesday, and she said, "Yeah, I can now see the evidence. Yeah, it makes sense to vaccinate kids."
Cool. You gotta love it when people do that.
Yeah, and this was mostly thanks to, I think, Cliffhanger.
Oh, really? Cliff. Yeah, she likes Cliff.
Yeah, he kind of showed her. He showed her the light.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Yeah. No, she respects him, I think.
He's a nice guy, Cliff. I've been in a hangout with him before.
Yeah.
Mm.
And he's beautiful too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's got a lovely personality. It's all really curious. I love it.
Scott is like, I'm skeptical.
It's just arts, right?
I'm just being a cunt. Sorry. Yeah. You should see me. Anyway.
No, although I will say, for a cunt, Art is a really nice bloke.
But I guess did you notice there is Michael Ann and Deidre in Nadia's hangout?
In which one? Who did you say? Deidre and
Michael Ann.
Michael Ann. Yeah, well they're both theists, aren't they? Hermine. I'm really sorry, Hermine. I haven't done that since I first met you. I don't know why. It was all that talk last week.
See, I don't get it. I just have to giggle when people still fuck up.
I mean, you of course, I would be welcome to go to Nadia's hangout.
Yeah, she's on the phone right now.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Oh, right.
So we would like to get it to a state where it's just the Christians in here. I mean, just the atheists in here, really.
Right.
So all those theists, do you want to fuck off to your own room or what?
Yeah, I mean, fuck off.
No, you're welcome here.
I don't think we get to make that call.
We don't.
Well, I do have the mods. I mean, we can say it was a bug.
Good.
So this was a fucking bug. Well, not now when I told it on air, of course. But oh, Desert is here. Hey, Desert.
Hey, Desert. Very good.
And he's AFK probably. And he's being a dick. Anyway.
Well, he asked in the side chat why Nadia's sharing the other hangout.
Oh yeah, but now he's AFK. Fucking cunt. Just when I told him hi.
Is it live, the other hangout?
Yeah, it is live now. You can actually see it in Nadia's screen share.
Yeah, but it's not live yet.
It is live.
Is it? No?
Yeah.
It is now,
Yes.
yeah.
Look at the screen share. It says live.
Yeah. Well, I got the link in the G+, so.
What's Deirdre's tagline? I'll see your jihad, and I'll raise you one crusade. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I saw that meme sometime, yeah.
Jesus. Well, I thought that mean Commando, quickly copy that picture. You there, Commando? If you're not laughing at that joke.
Yo, wait, what?
I said,
I wasn't really listening. I was
you've got to copy Deirdre's picture. Have you seen it?
Hang on. Picture. Which Nadia's screen sharing?
Click on Nadia's and then wait for Deidre's thing to pop up.
Deidre, say something, fuck's sake. Say something.
What, that night thing?
Wait, what's an atheist doing in there? Yeah, the night thing. It says underneath it, I'll see your jihad and I'll raise you one crusade.
Ah. Yeah.
Excuse me? Nadia? Nadia, that looks like an atheist. Nadia?
Hey, it looks like it's a dark
Crashing.
place.
Let's all, as atheists, let's all jump in at the same time.
Right.
You know what? I don't want to be that guy.
I'm doing it. I don't care.
No. We will wait when there is a really funny Christian, and then it will all drop in. Like, prove your God, damn it. Now.
Yeah, prove God. No, prove God my way. Prove God my way.
Nadia's gonna be fucking mad. She's like, you fucking idiots, what did you do? Patriarchy.
Oh look, she's put the link up, so presumably she's told him.
You know, we can actually just write the link in the chat from the screen share. I'm just saying.
Right, the link. I've got the link. If you want the link.
Oh, you got a link. Okay, never mind. We can do that.
She sent me an invite for it.
Well, she didn't send me. I'm offended.
Oh, thanks, Bob.
Desert left.
Bob sent me a picture of a can, something to get your day going, and it's a can of something called pussy.
I
love it.
I call misogyny straight away.
Yeah, I love that too, right?
Oh, I have a... guys, do you know why God gave women nipples?
No.
To make suckers out of men.
Oh.
See what you fucking did there.
Yeah. See, this one time I just went home.
Is Positively Atheist still in there? Is he? No. Is he coming here?
I don't know.
Wait, is that the positively godless guy?
Oh, Godless, yeah. Positively Godless, you're right.
Yeah, he was in here last night for like a minute and left.
Yeah. It's quite serious.
Positively godless.
It's
Okay.
quite serious.
Yeah,
Damn
really
it.
is the atheist logo there. And it's
It's hard to miss. Damn it, Nadia's gonna take all the fundies for herself. We're gonna be stuck in the sausage fest of atheists.
That's cool. I've got a theist hangout to go to anyway.
No, fucking hell, you're gonna bail on us too.
Who's Angel Simon?
Ooh, wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I would actually.
I was gonna say I would as well.
Let me find out if I really am invited or not, or whether they're just telling me to fuck off.
Is it God and Games of Nate? Tell us, Simon, damn it. Come on,
You
don't
know-
fail.
Are you friends with Jesus?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, well. Well, he considers me a friend, even though I don't.
Is it Jesus' Hangout, Simon? I'll take that as a yeah.
The conditions are for joining.
What's the conditions?
You have to be an Israelite.
It says
Uh-huh.
IQ drop. Bath, Queen's Wet Bar, fisheries, pre-qualified, certified patrons. Not intended for professional use. Confusion, delusion, legalism, being, anger.
So, guys, I just kinda got Grand Theft Auto 5. I was hoping to play today. It already downloaded, but it now installs at a rate of 0.01% every 20 minutes. So, I guess I'm gonna have to play it tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You
It's
still
a huge
download
game.
it?
So what?
You still download it or something?
No, it's downloaded. It's been downloaded like an hour ago, and it's not even on 1% installed.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Gonna be
What's
a
it
while.
To download it. Damn.
I hope it's worth it. I
They say
specifically.
it's a real good game, actually.
Say what?
They say it's a real good game.
Oh yeah, it's an awesome game. GTAs are always a good game. I've actually specifically looked up YouTube videos of people trying to play GTA 5 using my graphics card and my CPU, just to check if I can really handle it. It looks good. It's fairly playable. I just hope there is no stupid requirement of having Windows 10 or something.
Oh yeah.
It's only Windows 10 would only be required if you wanted to use DX12.
I hope it doesn't. Well,
Well,
I'm
Windows
gonna wait and
10's
see.
not out yet.
Well, yeah. How about Windows 8? Because I've seen a few games that require Windows 8.
I
Sorry.
don't think so.
Sorry to interrupt, Art. Just to say, Michael Ann wrote back something to the what we said earlier, so I feel it's fair to give the right of reply, as it were. There's been no negative effects to my business from Art's ignorance and hate spewing. I created my own wealth for your information, not through my family or husband. My family is wealthy, and I am well off and self-made.
Good for her.
That's good for her, yeah. Sorry, I just feel the right of reply is always necessary when somebody makes accusations if someone isn't in the room.
Yeah, it's not like she blocks people in Hangout and, doesn't allow them the same courtesy.
Whatever.
Misogyny. Misogyny.
Whatever. Yeah, something that we should all, keep in mind. It's the right of reply that we want, and so we should give it to other people.
Yeah, it's not like she talks over people that doesn't allow them to respond at all in a
I
Hangout.
wasn't referring to Michael Ann. I was referring to in general.
I was referring to Michael Ann.
Get your shit together, Art.
Stop making it personal. Right?
Okay,
It's
I will
what
stop
Gus did
bullying Michael
earlier,
Ann. I will
right?
stop bullying
I
her.
had to have a go at him for doing it. Why are you doing it?
Well, no, I think it's okay to. Well, I don't know. Okay, never mind. I'm too sleepy for this discussion.
But I think the main point with Michael Ann and you now is it's not humorous when it comes from you anymore.
Fuck her. I don't care.
I know you don't, but it's just not humorous. For us, it's not humorous. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it might be not, but okay. So
Well,
I said
what?
my thing, she said her thing. I'm going to say my thing in response. You can say her thing in response.
No, I get that. I get that. And we spoke earlier, and that's why I felt I needed to read that bit out, because she's entitled to her responses, was my point I was making. But the
Okay.
jokes, that's what needs to stop
Okay,
there, as far as I'm
Simon.
concerned.
Okay, Simon, just admit that you're using her treatment. Just admit it. You're taking high doses of vitamin C, you cunt.
Yeah, I've tempted. There's something about her. I fancy a trip to the United States.
Oh, you don't have to go a trip. She can just send you the vitamin C.
No, it's just a fetish. It's just a nurse fetish that I've got. I happen to have been in hospital a lot when I was a child.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Why? What happened, dude?
I can't really say alive.
A lot of super
I'm a
malfunction.
little sad that my Big Lebowski reference went over Tommy's head.
What did you say? What did you say to him?
He posted a comment on the post for this hangout, more or less saying that Gus was a toxic member of the community. And I was like, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Sorry, that kind of went through my head as well.
Yeah.
I don't remember that movie.
Sorry.
Okay, it's at the
before you
bowling alley.
say, just before you say it, Scott, I just say there's something in the side chat for you there, Art. And I missed all of what you said, Scott. Can you repeat it?
Okay, so Tommy posted more or less trashing Gus in the thread for this hangout. And I replied with, "Yeah, but that's like just your opinion, man." And he did not get the Big Lebowski reference, and that makes me sad.
Oh wow, Simon, sorry, dude, that sucks. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it's no worries.
And I thought I was a cunt.
No, I can be a cunt too.
Oh. Was
Not a
that an
4-year-old.
accident?
No, it was
sorry.
deliberate.
How old was your brother?
7.
Yeah, no. Oh. Fuck. Well, it was okay. 7. That's young. He didn't know what he was doing.
Oh
probably.
yeah. He didn't know either. I love the geezer, and did, and always have done.
I used to smack my younger brother when I was like 5 because I wanted. Well, I heard my parents doing some naughty stuff, which I thought was naughty back then, and I thought they were doing something bad. So to stop it, I kind of slapped my small brother to stop them doing that, because I knew Mom would come along and he'd try to care for him. But I was a complete idiot, of course. I was like, did he know what he was doing? Like 5 years old, and I hurt my brother just for a stupid fucking. I fucked up a lot with my brother. Anyway, Simon, I'm sorry, dude, for you. Damn, holy shit.
Yeah, you cleared it up with him now, or?
Oh, well, it's kind of weird, but we're okay, more or less now.
Yeah, my brother and I get on well enough now. We just can't be around each other for extended durations. Okay, so you could argue that he did try to kill me at least once. Well, we were a lot older, and in a fit of anger, he yanked a speaker that was probably like 3 by 1 by 1, so a pretty big speaker.
Mm-hmm.
3 feet by 1 foot by 1 foot, so a pretty decent sized speaker, and tried to smash my head in with it.
Jesus.
He tried. Fortunately, my initial thought was, I need to save that speaker. So
the worst thing I ever did to my brother is I set him up on a date with one of my gay friends. Somebody I went to school with who was gay.
That's evil, dude.
My brother was so pissed.
I don't know you anymore.
But yeah, so that was probably the worst of it. And I mean, I saved the speaker and then beat the piss out of him. Because I'm stronger than him. And I always have been pretty much since, I don't know, 5th grade. He's 2 years older, so. And initially he was stronger than me just by virtue of growing, of being older than me, but that difference closed quickly. And I outsize him substantially now.
Which I'm pretty sure pisses him off, which I'm pretty sure makes you feel good.
It certainly pissed him off at the time. I mean, nowadays, he's got a kid. You know, we see each other at like family functions. It's just other shit to worry about. But I mean, growing up as like teenagers, yeah, no, that got under his skin. He did not like the fact that his little brother could beat him up, though he did like when he had to get into a confrontation that he could bring his little brother as backup.
Pretty sure he did.
He did.
I couldn't remember my incident at all. And I only got told about it 6 years ago. And that's kind of weird.
You're talking about the incident?
Yeah, when the thing inside happened to me, it was a metal bar. And, I just went straight unconscious. So I couldn't actually remember anything. I knew something had happened, but I didn't know what or anything like that. And nobody would tell me up until 6 years ago when my father passed away. And I'd asked my father before he died what really happened. And he wouldn't say anything. And then after my father died, my brother told me. And it was like, fuck, really?
Was it the same brother that did it?
Yeah, the brother that told me, yeah. Because
wow.
the family said to him, when you want to tell him, you tell him, kind of thing. We won't tell him before you because it's your decision, kind of thing.
So was it like in a fit of anger?
Yeah, oh yeah, totally. Now, as soon as he told me, I remembered it, and I went, "Oh right, that's what happened then. That's why I can't remember what happened after me winding him up like a fucker."
If only he would see you today, a nice atheist on internet making theist friends.
Yeah, well, no, he's yeah, we're close still. You know, he only lives a while away from me, and without his help, I wouldn't have been. You know, through my life, I wouldn't have been where I am, kind of thing. You know, so in his own way, he's done his thing. But it's interesting because I don't think he doesn't like my company like I like his company. This guy, I could spend all day with him and not be bored, because we get on, because we're brothers, etc. But he gets to a point where he can't tolerate my company anymore, and it's like, right, we've had 2 hours together, that's enough. Time for you to go. It's like,
get on.
No, my brother and I start grating on each other pretty quick.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, maybe it's because we've got this thing where we can disengage before it gets anywhere. We can spend a little bit more time together.
So the problem with my brother and I is that we have a lot of the same interests, but not in the same way.
Uh-huh.
So, like, we're both into computers, but I do software development and he does system administration.
Right.
So a lot of times it's just similar enough to make all of the differences really glaring.
Yep.
And my brother's also got a rather antagonistic personality, and I have a very I engage.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You younger, presumably? You younger or older?
Yeah, I'm 2 years younger.
Okay.
Hence why there was the whole size difference thing. Growing up, my brother really did not like the fact that once I got old enough, once I was like 8 or 9, we were about the same size, and then not long after, I was the bigger of the two, and he didn't like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, siblings.
Yeah.
Oh, look, they've got what's his name in there. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah. Oh God. Simon, were you here when I got into an argument with him?
I was. It was glorious. It was glorious.
Oh, David Weiser. Okay.
Yeah.
I like David. I have to admit, I like him. He's a kind of a wishy-washy theist. Sorry, David. I like you.
I have issues with his listening skills.
Oh, cool. Now there's a subject. All right. Now there is a subject unto its own. People's listening skills.
Yeah, like I wasn't like. It's so hard to explain, but it was. I was getting mad because it seemed like he was intentionally not listening to what I was saying. It was just sort of in his own world. Like I really wanted to like snap my fingers and say focus. Because it just seemed like he was just sort of like kinda in his own world about what he thinks he heard, and what he heard is not what I said, and blood in the streets.
Indeed. And it's the number one cause for me. The number one cause of disagreement.
Yeah, hey guys.
Unable to, just slightly changing one word, and that's it. All fucking hell breaks loose. No, if you could listen to the words I used in the first place, these conversations would be 3 hours shorter every time.
Oh yeah.
You listen the fuck up.
And atheists do it as well. I mean, I caught someone doing it quite close to us yesterday.
Hey guys, a thing to consider. Sorry, Simon. A thing to consider about David is what Pom Jam wrote in the chat, but don't say it in the hangout. Don't say it live. It's a small consideration there.
Yeah, no, I think Pom, you have the right of it. It just doesn't make conversations less frustrating knowing that.
Oh yeah.
Because he doesn't know it.
Well, it's listening. It literally is being unable to remember a whole sentence.
I actually have a problem like that too.
Yeah, I mean, I actually honestly haven't engaged with
not so much,
anyone on G+ so far that I would say I thought was a bad person.
Yeah,
even me?
Come on now. If you notice someone consistently not listening to what you're saying, And you can hear them in their own, like Shamos, you can hear them in their own head going round and going, oh right, he means X, Y, Z. And you know you haven't said that.
I didn't run into that with Seamus, but that might have been because I
Kidding me, that was my number one on my list. Make a straw man argument. He will literally, you will finish your sentence, and he will have straw manned it before you've got fucking to the full stop.
I'm not saying he doesn't do that. I'm just saying that in my encounter with him, that's not what happened.
Well, Seamus even told me he multitasks. He's working in the side chat, and he hears a couple of the words you say, and then he decides what he's going to reply to you, and then he keeps working in the side chat until you're done.
I tell you, that's no fucking excuse. I play games all the time when I'm talking.
We spent 20 minutes on this one point, Bob and I, with him alone, and the stuff he admitted in those 20 minutes about what he actually does in a conversation and an argument. It's like, really? Really? That's why I lost it with him and came up with the game and started all this, because it's like, well, if you're not going to fucking pay attention, then I'm just going to start doing stuff in the side chat to make you pay attention. You know, because if you've got to be on, you're not going to have the screen on in the background while you're doing other stuff. Listen to 4 words. He said, literally, I will listen to the first 4 words of somebody's argument and then switch off because I've got their idea by then.
Yeah, if you cannot pay attention while you're playing a game. Oh, sorry.
Fuck me, seriously? That's no way to make an argument. That's no way to actually win an argument. That's no way to actually engage honestly with anybody. So that's when I started taking the piss out of him just constantly.
Right. And yeah, if you cannot pay attention while doing other stuff, don't do other stuff.
Well, if you can't pay attention while doing other stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Because I can play a game, for example, and just have a conversation.
Well, some of the girls are quite happy doing that, aren't they? I mean, McKay, you can't tell whether she's playing a game or not in the middle of an argument.
Well, you kind of can because she mostly screen shares it. And she...
Yeah, but you can't tell with her arguments, can you? Occasionally you can see that there's a stop while she does something and then carries the argument on. But you can't. There's no stop. Same with Deirdre. There's no stop in the argument.
But the thing
there's
is,
no drop in level.
Yeah, when you're playing a game, I'm sure Scott can tell you. He's playing a game right now. When you're playing a game, it's different. You're watching a character move through things and you're shooting things. When you're in the side chat, you're actually paying attention and reading. So your conversations move to a different conversation.
Yeah, you're engaging a different portion of the brain to just follow the chat compared to like playing a video game. Like I'm not playing a game that requires. I don't play a lot of games that require a lot of reading comprehension. I try to stay away from that when I'm wanting to hear what people are saying and engage in the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. So when he admitted that he wasn't paying attention, I'm like, well, that's why we've been arguing for 2 hours then, isn't it? Because I've made the same point that I made, an hour and a half ago, and you still haven't heard it this time, Completely dishonest.
Well,
and it's not listening. And I've noticed other people that just don't do it. R1 is a really good example. You can say very simple sentences to him, and by the end of it, you can hear in his mind, and he starts the next sentence, and he goes, well, with all due respect, with all due respect, and then he starts straw manning.
Oh well, I mean, let's just put this out there. Almost any sentence that starts with all due respect is not going to have much respect in it. If you have to qualify whatever you're going to say, you are probably going to be talking shit.
Oh yeah, or I'm not calling you a liar, but
I'm not calling you a liar, but you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, but the point is, it's a delaying tactic to get the brain to engage in the straw man. I mean, it's not.
I'm not racist, but
when somebody responds straight away to you, you ask a question, and they go, well, the answer is X, Y, Z. They're engaging. If they sit there and go, look, with all due respect, and I mean this the most politely because I haven't actually thought of what I'm going to say yet, but as soon as I do, I'm going to get to the beginning of it, which is, you're a fucking cunt and I'm straw manning your argument. You see what I mean? There's a big fucking difference. You can tell when people are stalling, and they're only stalling for time to think about what their response is going to be because they don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that is the case with some people. There are other people where I find that a lot of times they'll throw in those fillers when they're trying to hedge. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's fair. Yes, I do that. I'm guilty, maybe. Normally when I'm trying to de-escalate things, though, I'm trying to be polite rather than...
Try to smooth things over.
You know what I mean? Yeah. At least get it to a point where I can crack a joke.
I understand completely.
It's why I disagree with this, you know, the Gus thing. Sticking it straight in someone's face is not going to do it. Never. The best that's going to happen is they're just not going to engage again.
Actually, it was funny last night because I finally said to Chrono, like, Chrono, can you stop for like 2 minutes so I can talk?
What did he do?
He did, finally.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I was just like...
I do find that with those conversations. I mean, when it's individuals and they get on and they want the one-on-one, that's all they're looking for. It's just one-on-one. They don't want the room discussion. I find that quite difficult sometimes because I'm prepared to try and I don't mind the one-on-ones, but they've got to be fairly quick. You can't diatribe when you're going one-on-one with someone. You've got to make a response, a counter-response, done. You're either moving forward. If you're not, let someone else get in there.
Yeah, it's funny. Like last night, like I think it was Tommy said, we're in a conversation, and I want to be like, you're in a conversation with 9 people. Just 2 of you are talking over everyone else. That's exactly not really what the venue's here for, now is it?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, you know, I mean, the point was made to me that you know, that's how you hone in on someone's flaw and get to the point of why they're, you know. But then, you know, the clever people can just run away from that all day long. So you're only getting to the core on someone who isn't clever enough to argue properly, which really doesn't mean a lot to me. You know, to be honest with you, destroying Tommy's arguments, I don't find it difficult. I don't find it edifying. I'd much rather have a laugh with Tommy than actually try and destroy his arguments in a serious way.
Yeah, I know. I brought up a few points that like refuted his arguments, and it was just immediately shifting of the goalposts, and it's like, okay, I don't feel like continuing this.
Yeah,
because
indeed.
Actually, my favorite was the response to one thing when I pointed out the Tiktaalik and how that demonstrates the theory of evolution as a predictive model. And he's like, well, they didn't do that, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm done here. If you're gonna just dismiss evidence out of hand, then why are we talking?
Yeah, I mean, the one I love doing with Tommy, which is why I'm friends with him really, is because I really like to shift the goalpost the other way and make an abstract parody. And it's just the most beautiful thing to do because you come out with these really abstract ideas. You know, he started making some, you know, ridiculous argument, which he'd heard in a book somewhere or seen in a YouTube vid or whatever, which I knew about and stuff. So instead of addressing the problem the way it should have been addressed, I just took him off down this abstract kind of imagining hypothetical worldview, a reverse situation, which ended up painting him in, you know, downtown Fort Worth at 2 a.m. in the morning wearing a bikini coming out of a dark alley, being approached by 12 strangers. And just creating this picture of making Tommy go, so if you were in this situation, how would you feel? Was enough to get me giggling for the next 20 minutes, you know, of him having to address, you know, well, yeah, if I was wearing a bikini, yeah, probably what color would it be? You know, you know.
Honestly, I mean, I've had other discussions with Tommy. It's just when he brings up the science stuff that it's like, this is just going to turn into a mess.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Otherwise, I have no problems with Tommy. And
he's not a scientist.
No, but he certainly likes to tell scientists they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, yeah, yeah, but he's not even a theologian, so this is why I don't have any tracks with him in that respect. You know, there are no arguments that he can throw at me that are ever going to faze me because, you know.
Has anyone seen Rev lately? I haven't seen him in the Hangouts for the past few days.
Yeah, I saw him last night.
Okay, good. The last time we were in a Hangout, he got pretty upset, and I wasn't sure,
yeah,
you know, to what extent I had tried to smooth him out. But no, I like Rev quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
and yes, he does get emotional. I think he's a super sweet guy, though. I like chatting with him. He reminds me of like he's got like a lot of that old hippie vibe.
Oh, big star. Oh yeah.
And it's just I find it absolutely charming.
Well, also, he's emotionally he's quite
Amen,
insightful
Scott.
as well. Say again, mate.
What was that, Pom?
Amen, Scott.
Oh Jesus, you're messing with me. I just like look down and I'm like, what in the world is going on? I know Rev didn't just pop in.
No, but
Hey, Malik.
And he's quite insightful in an emotional way as well. Quite often he will say, when people are attacking Nadia on this kind of thing, he will identify the weak spot in their position, shall we say, and attack them head on.
I mean, he's super reasonable, which to me is all I can really ask for in any person, theist or non-theist. He's reasonable and he's not like.
Well, to a point. I mean, he's
Right.
funny. He's got that bizarre kind of Monty Python side as well. You'll do random things which you just go, what the fuck was that? Oh, it's Rev. Oh, okay, it's Rev. It's funny. Yeah, fair enough. So
No, I think he's a super nice guy.
I get that as well. But hey, there you go. Oh shit, my fucking messages.
Your messages?
I'm waiting for... It's all right. Sorry, I was just in the middle of a debate with someone else. Right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. I don't know. I've yet to really challenge myself by going into a full-on theist room where I'm unprotected. You know what I mean? So far, I've only been in protected theist rooms where the person who's hosting the room has gone, yeah, no, you come in, I'll look after you, I'll make sure nobody says anything, or you know what I mean. So I've kind of gone in there with a shield, so they haven't been able to attack me.
I haven't gone into a theist dominated hangout. I don't feel particularly intimidated if I do. But then again, I mean.
Yeah. I've got to say, Nadia's looking happy now, isn't she? Look, they're all coming back. Arcane logo.
Oh God, Arcane's in there.
Yeah. I'm so glad.
Oh man, Arcane.
I'm so glad.
Are you? I'm glad he's there and not here.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I'm kind of, I'm glad because I feel what's been done to Nadia on the theist side is a little unfair. I've been speaking to a couple of them about it. None of them have caught wind of any serious people like trying to throw knives and coordinate anything. But there's been a few rumbles out there about Nadia's hangouts.
What about them?
Some of the people in them aren't conducive to them getting their way.
Yeah, it gets emotional, very emotional. Unnecessarily so.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I've certainly seen it happen. I think the most emotional I saw it get was actually not in a Nadia hangout, but sort of it was the hangout that Art hosted. Because but it was a lot of the people from Nadia's hangout because the other one had gone off air and then everyone got on broadcasted. So we'd gone over to Art's and someone had the brilliant idea to bring up abortion.
Are you talking about the one where Adam kicked out Mark?
Yeah, and it.
Oh yeah.
And it had it had escalated so much before that.
Yeah, I was AFK actually well, half KFK, half coming in as was catching bits and pieces. Didn't seem that horrible, but yeah, fucking Adam kicking Mark. Okay, yeah, that's heavy.
Let me say this.
Adam, I haven't seen Adam like that before.
Adam lost his cool, but I think part of the problem is that he was being questioned on a very emotional level. He was being pressed on an emotional level rather than like a rational level, which is, I mean, of course, you're talking about abortion, so I mean, emotional is kind of what you're going to get. But
hi Malik, by the way.
Yeah, I got the same kind of. Hey Malik, I got the same feeling.
Hello too. Sorry. This will do the Nadia thing of welcoming people into the hangout.
Get away! Fuck off, everybody. No. Yeah, I kind of got the same feeling from Adam. Yeah, it was a touchy subject. Mark can be quite blunt. He will go for the kill, to speak. And yeah, I'm not surprised that it happened. I should have not given the mods to so many people. It doesn't usually happen. It's actually quite rare for this thing to happen in my hangouts.
And I mean, Adam copped to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Adam was well up for it.
I talked to him about it actually, and he said, "Yeah, I shouldn't have done that."
Yeah, no, I was in the hangout when he actually outright said, like, "Yeah, no, I lost my cool," and he knew as soon as he did it, like, "Yep, shouldn't have done that."
I think he even apologized at that stage
He did.
as well.
He did. And I mean, I think that's all you can really ask for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he has to close his channel, declare shame on his family.
I'm going to start using that. Except I've only got one channel, so it would really fuck me up. No, I mean I think I agree. It's been getting out of hand recently. You know.
Yeah, it was kind of rough last few months.
And maybe it is. Maybe there is something to the ganging up because I don't know. Maybe when I first was in Nadia's hangouts, when somebody started having an argument with a theist, pretty much I backed off for the first 40 minutes or so, maybe the first hour. And I wouldn't say anything because another atheist was arguing. And then, you know, maybe I'd step in after that time and say, okay, guys, it's time for the room to speak. Let other people have their view and then maybe get back to it again if there's still stuff going. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't get involved. But now people do tend to want to get their say in regardless of their position almost, just because they're in the room.
Yeah, nobody has patience, you know, it's ADHD, like Nadia said. I mean, nobody can wait for the other person to talk. I mean, it's like they're grasping for their last breath. It's like we don't have any time. We gotta get our stuff out fast.
Yeah. I mean, again, there are times when, you know, you do the back and forth, and they have they say a few minutes, and then you say a few minutes, and they say a few minutes, you say a few minutes. But at some point, you're honing in on what you're disagreeing about. And so the back and forths are going to become quicker, and there is going to be some interruption. But we all know when someone interrupts us, we're listening at the same time. And if they interrupt us with something which is pertinent, relevant, and is part of the conversation, we don't go, oh, stop interrupting. We address that issue straight away because it's part of the conversation. We never mind about the interruption. So there's a point, isn't there, about what kind of interruption it is? And that means, has the person got their point out? All right. Now, if someone continually says, I'm not being allowed to get my point out, then there's a point to not interrupting them, however boring they are, Neff. All right. And I've done this because I've had arguments with Neff, and I've sat there for 3 minutes waiting for him to finish his last word, and then stopped, and let him stop and go into silence. And then normally, what would happen in the hangouts now is somebody else would jump in because there's a bit of silence there. Whereas I'm waiting for Neff to finish talking so I can actually point out to him that he has finished talking. And that when I start talking, he can't interrupt in the first 3 words and go, actually, I hadn't finished talking. Because that's one of his tactics.
Yeah, it's
So the
the
fact that people
ADHD,
are
man.
just jumping in and going, oh, it's a free-for-all, it's a free-for-all, all right, without any consideration to what the arguments that are being put forward seem to be, all right, or at least carry on,
I
Paul,
don't,
yeah.
I don't think you can blame those people 100% because they're not aware of the rules. Perhaps they're not aware of radio decorum. Maybe you should ask everyone nicely. This is a bit discussion between me and Neff. Please try to not to interrupt and let the conversation advance. And if you have something to say, maybe make it very brief. And if they don't respect the thing, warn them once or twice, and then maybe unbroadcast them.
Yeah.
It's no, you can't blame them 100% if you don't.
Sure.
If you
I agree.
don't make the rules.
That is a point. Sorry, that is a point Gus made earlier as well. Just to I don't want to come down on Gus all the time as if I'm only worried about him. It's not. He made that point very clearly earlier, so I accept
No,
that.
just do it.
Yeah.
Just do this. There, see? And then do this, and then warn Art. Art, please don't interrupt again.
Wow.
And then you press eject.
Yeah. Art, please, Art, don't interrupt.
Okay, I will stop interrupting.
It's that, and you don't have to yell. You don't have to get angry. Just tell them calmly.
Yeah, I managed to get one of your male chauvinisms in yesterday.
Oh,
Have you heard it? Oh, it was a classic. I was in a different hangout actually, and someone they were talking about patriarchy, and so I actually just one of the girls was about to speak, and she started on the first word, and I said, right, I'm going to interrupt you there just to say that probably the beginning of your sentence will interrupt the middle of mine. So. Or no, the other way around. The middle of your sentence is probably going to interrupt mine, so just to warn you ahead of time. And she went, oh, yeah. Can I speak now? And I went, yes. And she went, right, so, dot. And I went, all right, that's enough. She just went, oh, all right, thanks very much, Master.
Yeah, well, guys, I think I'm going to head out, so in fact, you will not see any interrupting from me because I'm not going to be here.
Oh, where are you going?
To sleep, or maybe to have some food before this. Yep. Well, I will see you tomorrow, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Good night, Art.
He's a cunt. I've noticed there's a lot of Michael Hand's picture on the screen. I've got Nadia highlighted.
No, that couldn't be true.
You reckon? I'm just checking now.
They even got Arcane in there.
Yeah, man. And Balthazar, wow, they're all coming in. They're all going, wow, theist room. We don't have to put up with those fucking atheists.
Shooting back. Yes. Well, there is no genuine knowledge.
Oh, I'm so glad. I really am. I think it's really good.
So is it basically just a room where theists can talk about theist shit? Is that basically what it is?
Basically, yeah. That's what they seem to want.
I might start joining that then.
Yeah, I think you'd be welcome in there, actually, Commander.
Hey, just a quick
I prefer it
question.
in here though, because it's like, you know, you don't have to put up with the Jesus will save you bullshit.
Is my video feed all fucked up looking on everyone else's screen?
Say again?
Does my video feed on anyone else's screen keep popping in and out?
It keeps stuttering a bit. But
It looks tiny now as well. It's gone
Well, yeah,
black.
because it's...
Now it's a little box. It's gone black.
Yeah, no, I know it is a little box. I'm trying to use Manycam, and it just seems to be acting very flaky.
Okay, yeah, and the Manycam doesn't seem to be working. It's like a TV with, you know, cosmic background radiation. White noise, that's what they call it. Nope, still fucked.
Yeah, no, it is pretty fucked.
Mm. Actually, I'm about to have a seizure if you carry on doing that.
So is this a new thing now? Is Nadia just going to keep doing like the theist room and the atheist room? You can just keep hopping between the
I
two.
have no idea, to be honest.
Fair enough.
I think you see how it works, see which ones come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they can join this room if they want to join this room. They're more than welcome still.
Yeah, I think it might work out for a while, and then they'll start coming back here. She just wants one room, but like you said, I haven't really seen too many theists around here.
Yeah. Again, I've heard a few things out there saying similar. That's why I'm concerned about it. It's why I've been trying to talk to Gus to calm down and not get up in their faces so quickly.
Yeah, well, I remember not too long ago we had a conversation about it, and I mentioned the same thing. This is Nadia's room.
Yeah.
And her rules go, and
you did.
And I got the same response from him that I did last time.
Yep. I was in another room with him yesterday, and we had a chat about it there, and he explained his position very clearly to me. I explained my position very clearly, and we just had to say we disagree.
Yeah, I remember him saying something about the high road. Yeah, I heard that.
Mm. Oh, right, cool. You're God. You're in every hangout.
I get it all going on.
Yeah, you're in every hangout simultaneously. Omni hangout.
Yeah. So I'm trying to watch Nate's hangout. Well, it's over now.
Oh yeah. Oh, hopefully the Nadias will fill up.
Yeah, Nadia's still going.
Yeah, well, hopefully if Nate's finished, then a load of theists will be looking for a new room. It's all good.
I think I see the problem.
Who's in there now driving the car?
I don't know, actually. I didn't see who that was. Airmean?
No, she's still in ours.
She could be in two hangouts.
Yeah, that's true. Did you read what Nadia wrote in the side chat?
Actually, we should be able to tell because it should be written in the side.
No, I haven't read it. No, but did you just read what Nadia wrote in our side chat?
I'm writing out what we're doing. Okay, let me unpresent because I see the point if someone is watching this broadcast, of course. All they're going to see is us looking at that broadcast, which kind of defeats the object of them having their own separate thing, I suppose, in some way. So, yeah. Yeah, no, it's why I've been having a go. And to be honest with you, the question isn't new. Even in the last week or so, the question came up, as you said, Bob, some time ago. It was a worry. But in some sense, as well, it's their own fault for coming in a room and saying ideas which they know are going to get challenged and not being robust enough to be able to do what we do when they come attacking us in the same way. I mean, you calm down, don't you? You don't escalate. That's why. That's kind of why I know Brett Keane, because when the first time we met, he threw so much shit at me, and my response was, if that's your attitude, that's okay, all right, but I don't think it forwards your argument, and I think it demeans you as a person. Right. The next day he comes back and went, look, I got so sorry to that English guy. You know, I was out of order. Please accept my apologies. Bang, sorted.
Yeah, me and him haven't worked it out.
Hmm.
But I've never called him a name or anything. You know,
Really?
I've never said anything bad toward him. I just got, you know, I just talked to him about the stuff he says and the points he makes, and I don't think he likes my logic, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when he insulted me, I stopped the conversation and said I wouldn't, you know, engage with him on the topic because this was his attitude of being personally insulting. So the topic got forgotten, and I made it all about the personal insults, which was a deliberate tactic on my part because I knew who he was, etc., etc., and I didn't really want to go around an argument with him where at the end of the day I was just going to show him some logic, which, you know, it doesn't do anybody any good unless you understand what it is. So,
Yeah.
you know, but
I always said he, you know, he makes good videos. I mean, he takes the time and, you know, and I've seen a couple of them, and they're not bad, you know. If he would just
I know. I have pissed myself laughing at some of them. I've been, you know, I'm impressed with the timing, like with Veckel, you know. Veckel impresses me a hell of a lot. But I hate his arguments. I think they're fatuous, you know, they're not supported, they're, you know, at best circular, at worst obfuscating. You know, do you know what I mean? But you know, I just, his voice and his timing, and, you know, it's very powerful. I recognise that.
Yeah.
But I don't
they're
agree
not.
with anything he says, virtually.
Yeah, I mean, but they're put together good. I mean, you know, the points that I see are dishonest,
Yeah.
and if he would just be truthful and be honest about it, I think they'd be really good videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into them that much, to be honest, then, to be able to, yeah, anyway. I see this, it's this personal thing.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just lucky when I first came on, you know, I had several people just come straight out and have a massive go at me. You know, just personally insult me for, you know, like 2 minutes straight, which gives you such an easy opportunity to take the high ground. You know, it's like, I can just step on you now. Thank you. You know, and that kind of set my agenda, as it were.
Yeah.
And so far, Baltazar is the only person I've lost it with on here. But we're now friends again, you know.
Yeah, I yelled. Hillbilly's probably the only one I screamed at. I did yell when I was talking for all his glory, but I didn't actually talk.
Yeah,
I didn't actually say anything to him. It was.
Yeah. Again, there's a difference of talking over someone and just screaming at someone. I mean, you have to raise your voice from time to time because just to get over the top of someone, because some people are gonna just carry on until they fucking anyway. But that's different, you know. This one with Baltazar was me literally going. I literally just said fuck about 10 times in a row. Just waited for everyone to shut up and went, Baltazar, fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck, fuck, you know. It was like, yeah, that's Simon losing it.
Yeah.
Hey, Armin.
Hey. How you guys?
You know, there's a Christian hangout going on right now with your name on it.
Go ahead, go on. Well, I'm Catholic. That's different.
No, he's having theist only, no atheist hangout. And you're welcome here, of course, but we feel our duty to let you know that it's going on in case you wanted to be involved.
I appreciate it. Who's having it, though?
Nadia.
Wow.
Is that the link, Pawn? Let me get you the link.
Yeah, that's the link there.
Oh, cool. Anyway,
Yeah,
whatever you're welcome back anytime. We love you, even us disgusting atheists. If you ingratiate us with your company and your presence, we'd much appreciate it.
Okay, so now my footage seems a lot less choppy now that I'm using Manycam properly.
Yeah, that looked good. Real good video. Look, it was real clear.
Compared to just trying to screen share the game and it's all choppy and shit.
Yeah, it is flowing better.
Can you remove your tagline, Scott?
Yeah, I can get rid of that.
That'd be nice. Just see a bit more full screen.
So who all's in that other hangout?
You can take a look. If you look at Nadia's screen, you can see who's in the hangout.
Oh, okay.
There's Michael, Ann, McKay, Deirdre, and David Weiss, and
looks like Arcane left.
And Balthazar.
Yeah, Balthazar.
Still, this is good. Haven't seen you, William. Nice to have you in. Oh, Deirdre's back. She's been on.
I think
Tommy's hanging out, is he? Did I see a Tommy hang out somewhere? Oh, thanks for the beer this morning, by the way, Bob.
Yeah, the can's actually an energy drink.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They'll try anything.
I picked up like 2 dozen of those, and I think it was West Virginia or Virginia, over by Norfolk, and Virginia over there, and I gave them out for birthday presents and Christmas presents.
Yeah, I love them.
My one nephew, I told you here, this is the closest you're ever going to get to one, and you can tell everyone your uncle gave it to you.
Oh, that G-Man thing as well. Someone comment that video. God loves you, now repent.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. The first 3 minutes, he looks so nervous, like someone's going to fucking come and jack him or something. He's like, oh, wow, there's a wall over there. Let's do it in front of that. Oh, shit, bad area.
There's another one where he's got his middle finger up. Did you see that other one?
I haven't seen that one.
I have to go back and look for it. Do you multitask in there, I mean?
A little bit, yeah. I got to get a little bit of work done. Sorry about that. Let me know if I'm too loud.
You know, the only reason they don't attack each other is because atheists are here.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. We're not attacking each other. When you agree on something, what's there to...
Oh, hell yeah, we do attack each other. When theists are not here, we attack each other. Atheists do that. Maybe not you, Bob. You don't do that probably, but atheists do that.
Oh, no, Bob does it the most. He's terrible. Fuck Bob.
God.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying,
No.
it's people like Scott playing games all the time. Oh, fuck, that pisses me off. I hate that. God, you atheists are so immoral.
once the crazier ones, the G-mans and stuff, show up in our hangout, I mean, then the theists are gonna attack each other. I mean, it's gonna clash. You're not a real Christian. You're not a real this. It's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, this is the point in Nadia's room at the beginning, wasn't it? It was the meeting place. People would specifically come in here to have a go at the other side.
Yeah.
All right, but the difference is it's got out of hand. It's got, like they're saying, like 2 or 3 of us jumping on one of them because there's no space. It's not like in the early days. I say early days for me. There was usually a couple of spaces, and you'd find 2 or 3 of them jumping in at once.
Every occasion this has happened, I did not have moderation. I would have unbroadcasted them, so let them finish. Because I mean, if you're like a child and you can't be courteous to the other person, then you're gonna be treated like a child.
One thing I did notice early on was not necessarily, there was a brief period, I think, in Nadia's Hangouts where she would unbroadcast people if they were getting emotional and just leave them hanging for 5 minutes halfway through a sentence. No, you're not.
I would let them cool down. I would let just unbroadcast and not kick them. Just cool down 5 minutes and then come back, and then you don't need to be screaming and insulting each other. I mean, it's unnecessary. What you are doing is you're halting the conversation and making sure that nobody understands where the other person is coming from. I mean, Nadia has convinced a lot of theists of accepting her because, for example, Revelation News. Jay, he was constantly in here.
Christian Hillbilly has changed his views. No. I know this seems difficult.
We're not talking about Rev right now.
Yeah, Rev
he was coming in and saying, Nadia, you need to repent and whatever. But I think that slowly Nadia has convinced Rev, because how Nadia does it. Because Rev is the type of person that does not respond to aggressive behavior very well. And, the seed of Satan has now been planted in you, Rev. And you go into hell.
And Christian Hillbilly.
Rev, we love you, man, Rev.
His views when he first came into Nadia's room have changed considerably.
Yeah, I mean, Nadia's way works. It's. I mean, we don't need to be so confrontational and insulting people. It's unnecessary.
I see it as, because I'm quite aggressive. I mean, you've heard me debate other theists many times, I'm sure, or a few times at least. And, I'm still honing in on the point of the argument, and I'm trying not to make it personal. But when I do come out with those comments, I really try to make them as funny to that person as I can. It's not just to everybody else in the room. If they're being insultive to me, then I'm going to insult them. And that's another ball game because I'm fucking good at doing that. But generally, if they're not insulting me, then I'm not going to start down that road. And I'm certainly not going to draw parody against themselves. I'm only going to draw parody against their particular beliefs.
I think that's a good position to take. But although I would consider in Nadia's room, I would not do that. I would not insult them back. In Nadia's room, there is you have to let them hang themselves because you can't. It will look bad if you attack back. It's gonna look bad. It's gonna reflect bad back on you. Not necessarily the atheists. The atheists won't think. They will probably agree with you and they say, "Yeah, fuck that guy, screw him." But the theists who are watching, they will see and they'll say, well, hold on a minute. This guy is just as bad as the other guy. I mean, and then they will be turned off. But what you gotta do is let them be the bad guy if they want to be the bad guy. Just don't engage in insults. You're not gonna win anyone's mind or whatever. You're maybe gonna make people laugh or entertain people, but you're not gonna win anyone over by being aggressive or insulting people. You know, there's time and place for that, but in Nadia's room, for example, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't be.
I've probably got more friends added by being funny in that way that you're saying that isn't good.
I suppose I don't know fully what you mean.
Than I have by just winning an argument.
In general, I agree with the argument tactics of that Pom is talking about. I would rather be the one to stay calm and you know, if the other person wants to like flip out, I don't know, it's weird. That kind of thing like doesn't upset me, because the more vehement the person gets, I find it funny.
Yeah, I hear that.
So, I mean, if you lose your temper in an argument, you've lost the argument. It doesn't matter who had the right point. That's my feeling on that matter.
Yeah. How would you justify that?
How would
I know straight away somebody who would say differently. That just said, no, the point's been made regardless of it. You may not win it against them, but other people watching will know that you've won the argument.
You know, maybe not. If you lose your temper, then it gives the other person credibility. Because if you can't keep your cool, it's easy to construe that as you're losing and you lost your temper. I don't know. I think it makes you. I think it hurts your credibility to lose your temper in an argument.
Yeah. Okay. Let me think about that.
Like I've had a lot of people that I've agreed with the points they're making, but I step back and say, it's like, you know what, you did not present that argument well because you were just like shouting and getting angry.
Can I ask you then? Is showing frustration? Is that losing your temper?
No.
So where's
no, that's not losing your temper. But I mean, sometimes you've got to speak up.
A lot of these people will just say, no, I'm just frustrated, so I'm speaking a bit louder and a bit quicker and a bit more forcefully than I might otherwise. And it's only because I'm frustrated, because the person's not listening.
It all depends on what level of frustration you hit.
Right. And it just shows that it is a very grey and issue, that it's not just don't lose your temper. It's
right. Yeah, that's a sort of like a guideline. That's not like a black and white rule that you can easily point at.
Yeah. I mean, we're not machines. You can't. The problem with that, with making these harsh rules, is that we're not machines. We're gonna fail if you make the rules too hard, too rigid. You're gonna fail. You have to make it indeed like a guideline. Say that this is what is expected of you. We're not going to be angry if you cannot abide by it 100%, but at least try to get that maybe 70% of the time or something. You know, at least try. But if you cannot, if you rage against, you know, that's when we're going to have to step in. But you know,
yeah,
it's a general rule.
Yeah, I mean, if every time you get into a discussion with somebody you don't agree with, it devolves into you shouting over the person, even if what you're shouting is right, you've got to be able to present your argument rationally.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's convinced by being insulted.
Okay, cool. I've got to do that. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Again, it's that. Yeah, it's the tone in the voice, isn't it? There, because you can tell when someone's getting a bit irked just with their tone, and yeah, I can deliver a one-liner so flat you wouldn't believe it, and it's still fucking funny.
Yeah, usually a lot of times where I get frustrated is less to do with even what the person is saying so much as I'll get frustrated if, like, for example, I was getting frustrated last night because I couldn't get a word in. Less to do with the points that either side was making and more to do with, like, could you please, like, stop and take a breath?
Fuck up. Yeah, that's the point about everybody diving in as soon as there's a gap.
Yeah, at that point you need a moderation. You need to ask the moderator to control the argument, because yeah, like I said, if people are like children and they can't behave, then you have to put the foot down and say, okay, now you talk. Okay, you're done talking. Okay, now you talk. So that's where moderation comes in. That's not when you get angry or whatever. I'm not saying you did, but
Right, no,
people
I
usually
understand.
resort to anger when that happens.
It's tough.
Anyway, that's all good. I think we all know, really, don't we, that it's about this. It's not letting it flare up and get out of hand, which we all recognise is just an emotional state. So we all need to keep an eye on it, and as soon as any one of us, and that includes me, starts getting a bit, then somebody needs to go, right, it's a Nadia timeout. Nobody speak for a minute. Let some neutral people get in and say calm things down.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish I had the button where I could just unbroadcast everyone except one person or two.
Just mute everybody and go, let everybody shut up for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you can't get a control.
I'm going to just head off for a little while, but I'll be back soon.
I'll catch you later, Simon.
Yeah, take care.
Later, Simon.
All right, see you back.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm still here. I'm pushing
You lied.
the wrong buttons. I did, yeah. Oh, no, that's the wrong button as well. Oh, my God.
It's the red button, Simon, the red button.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what I've done. Just can't remember how I get there. It's right, you can talk about me now if you want, I don't mind.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I heard you were sending out dick pics earlier. Where's mine?
See, this is the shit we're talking about, Simon. You play favorites.
I do. Oh. Anyone what's this? Oh my God, Mark sent me a huge fucking email. Why don't you just come in, Mark, rather than fucking...
There we go.
So you know how to fix laptops, Scott?
Do I know how to fix laptops? Are you talking about like a hardware issue?
Software. I keep getting a script error. It keeps popping up all the time.
Script error in your browser?
Yeah, in a Firefox. It happened right before you come in, and then I can't get it to happen again. I'll keep trying.
Mark, come on now. That's not what Nadia's saying.
What? Simon? Simon, who are you talking to?
Oh, people in outside comments or watching.
Oh, you're doing
They're chatting about it.
little color
There's a
commentary
shitstorm
on the other
going on
hangout?
out there, and I fucking don't know. Say again?
Little color commentary on the other hangout?
No.
We do need fun in here. Quick, someone start talking about guns.
Guns.
Damn it. I thought that would work.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know where FUD is.
I thought if we brought up guns, like, you know, the muzzle velocity of AK-74, I thought we would surely bait him in.
They're talking about vitamins and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You should tell Art. He'd like to have a chat about that.
That's fine.
Well, today is Thursday, so.
'Tis Thursday. Almost the end of the week.
You know what the good thing about being a truck driver is?
Do tell.
I can go down to different cities and find a dark alley and stab some Christians in the neck, and then leave town before anybody knows I was there.
I feel like I'm obligated to contact the authorities now.
Well, you've heard the origins of that, right?
I have not. No.
There's a Christian on here. He's got a koala bear icon, Johnny KZJ or something or another. And he was in a hangout, and that's what he actually believes. He actually believes all atheists, if any atheist ran into a Christian in a dark alley, they'd stab him in the neck.
Wow. That's a belief is what that is.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that. Like,
Yeah,
what do you tell a guy like that? Like, you're wrong on a fundamental level?
Yeah, if you ever want a good conversation, go into one of his hangouts.
Oh God, you've sold me already. I mean, come on, with a view like that, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty wild out there. He actually said I guess he was a Muslim or something, and then he was gonna be an atheist, but listening to Nephilim Free converted him.
Wow. Okay, so that's the standard. That's what it took, was Nephilim fucking Free. Well, that does explain why he thinks the things he does. I think... Yeah, boy, Nephilim Free, True Empiricism. Did anyone watch True Empiricism's new video?
No.
That's just a fucking mess.
Yeah, I don't watch any of those guys. I don't watch G-Mans, or I don't watch any of that stuff. I don't get involved in any of that. I might catch a little bit here and there with, just so I can have a little bit of conversation with people, but wish I gotta find this guy now.
Yeah, I don't watch G-Man's videos at any great lengths, and I certainly didn't watch the entirety of True Empiricisms. I more took a glance at it because people that I follow on G+ were commenting on the video. Okay. One purging stone for the road. Because as I have discovered in this game, getting cursed sucks.
Yeah, I got a PS3. I haven't even played in a long time.
Fucking computer.
Oh, it must be dinner time for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, okay. Dinner time for me is a pretty wide band, so it's in the vicinity of a time at which I could be eating dinner. It's 7:30. Wish I was on Pacific time so I could stay up to the wee hours with you crazy people.
Yeah, the crazy one. That's where like R1 comes in, because Nadia's Hangout's the only one that's going at that time of day.
Hey, Scott, I wanted to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking into, well, my protein shakes. Do you take protein shakes?
I do.
Ah, that's for muscle. And do you take other things?
I have in the past. I am not at this exact moment.
Do you know anything about creatine?
Okay, yes, I do know about creatine. I would say it's probably not worth the money. The difference it makes is very small. The only time that really would make a difference of any notable amount is if you were using it and you were competitive weightlifting.
Hmm. Well, what does it actually do?
I don't know the exact underlying mechanics, but basically it can let you lift slightly more weight than you would normally. Like, we're talking in the order of magnitude of maybe 5 or 10 pounds. It's not like a massive difference. More important would be things like protein, straight up protein, particularly after your workout, and BCAAs when you're in the middle of your workout. Those will probably be more beneficial than creatine.
Yeah, I've looked in the proteins and they all contain BCAAs.
Yes, a lot of protein shakes do. You can also get BCAAs on their own because the best time to have BCAAs is when you're in the middle of during your workout, rather than before or after.
But what does it do, What does the BCAA do?
Those are broad chain amino acids, so they're the building blocks on which muscle is built. So it helps you it helps you get more benefit out of your workout. You won't lift more per se, but you will get more for your mileage.
Do you mean you can do it longer or
better gains from lifting?
Okay.
So yeah, it won't change the quality of your workout. It will change the results.
How do you dose the BCAA? How do you dose it exactly? How many grams?
Most containers will actually, like the kinds I buy, come with a scoop, and you do 2 scoops for a workout.
And a scoop is probably 30 milligrams or what?
No, probably more than that. I couldn't say off the top of my head. Most of the ones that if you buy BCAAs on their own, they will have on them, how much their serving is.
Well, I've got one here. Let me look here. Okay, one portion is 10 grams.
That sounds about right for what the scoop, given the size of the scoop.
Hold on, let me give you the image.
All right, Scott, I posted it in the side chat. It's the second one is his current one. The first one, it looks like it might have been an old one.
Provoking other people to violence via expressions.
Right, so that's interesting. Yeah, fucking. I'm sorry, I'm right. Can be a bit of a fucking pain. My ass. Hope I'm fucking muted. No, I'm not.
Hi, Simon.
Hi. That's what you get for trying to point out the obvious to someone.
What do atheists, Muslims, and Nazis have in common?
Not a whole lot. Other than a love for, eating babies.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember which video it was that he made that statement in, but it was one I can't remember. I've never watched any of them. I caught that one part of people were talking about it in the G plus.
Yeah. Woo. You have my attention.
Yeah.
Man, those vaping things have gotten real popular these days.
So much better than smoking.
I never have smoked, so it's,
Yeah, Nadia was saying something about the nicotine one. The one she got doesn't have no nicotine in it.
I think Nadia was saying she wasn't feeling the nicotine.
All right, I'll be back. I'm going to go to this Christian one. Thanks, Pom, for the link. I'll be back.
Have fun.
Later, I mean.
Yeah, we stopped at a tobacco store by over there, but they didn't have nothing but 2.5% or something.
All right. Let me tell you what. You haven't lived until you've found a creepy undead woman in a sewer who's willing to sell you moss. And you can take that one to the bank.
I see Simon took off too finally.
Yeah, Simon took off. I'm debating if I want to be a fly on the wall in that other hangout.
Yeah, I'm pretty damn boring.
It's a slow evening here.
Yeah, I'll probably get going in a minute too. Anyway, I gotta do some laundry before I go to work tomorrow.
Ah, yes, laundry. Alright, so let's see. Malik just bailed out.
Wow.
Wasn't really talking.
I just looking at the other chat, now that you know the Lions Den #1.
Mm-hmm.
Let me refresh it. It's got 6 thumbs down, 3 thumbs up, and 27 people watching.
It's certainly garnering some attention.
Yeah, here we go. Here's that freaking script I got now. All I did was refresh the page, and this is the message I get.
Let's see.
That's not the whole thing. That's part of it.
I just get a forbidden.
Huh?
When I click on that link, I get 403 forbidden.
Oh, yeah. It's not like a link. Hang on a second. Let me. It's a warning, unresponsive script warning I get.
Huh.
And this is the whole thing right there. It says the script on this page may be busy or it may have stopped responding. You can stop the script now, open the script in the debugger, or let the script continue.
And this shows up on any web page, not just the one you were on?
Yeah, well, it's usually on the YouTube. I haven't. That's pretty much all I watch on this, you know. And I do some Google searches, but it's in the Firefox. And it's been happening lately. I mean, like I said, I just refreshed, you know, the other Hangout, the Lions Den Hangout, so I could get, you know, check the count and comments, and then this thing popped up.
Let's see here.
I don't know. I'm not getting anything from Google. I don't know what that outfluenza is.
Yeah, when I just copied the first part, you know, the script, affluenza script, it gave me a thing on the web search for it. And it told me to do a couple things, and like there's a media player add-on or extension. I disabled that because it says something about disabling that. It told me to go in and clear my cache and the cookies. I did that.
I mean, what that sounds like is you have some sort of add-on or browser component that's failing. That's my optimistic theory.
Yeah, I was just hoping there was something easy, because it's telling me the other thing was, you know, I got to disable, like go through the add-on list and disable one at a time, and you know, until I find out what fixes it. And but then I'm not sure which add-ons I need to actually run, if I need any of the add-ons.
Well, you usually don't need any of the add-ons.
Oh hell, I'll just go disable them all then and see how it works.
Honestly, that's something I do every now and then, is just go through and start purging extensions and shit like that, just to clean up a bit. And then start one by one adding back the ones that I realize, like, okay, no, that's stuff I'm really using. Sometimes your browser needs an enema.
What about the Java Development Toolkit. So those are any good or are those bad?
Java Development Toolkit? A
Yeah.
JDK? They're not bad, but if you're not doing development work, they're a waste. It's not doing anything if you don't do Java development. Now, the Java runtime environment is basically mandatory. But yeah, the JDK is only important if you're actually developing.
All right. And the Java TM platform, SE? Just shut it. Like you said, just shut everything off and then go back and turn them on one at a time.
Yeah, don't delete them. Just disable them just disable them all and then add them in one by one as you find the ones that are giving you problems if you don't have them. Man.
All right.
That's disappointing.
Hey Scott, how did you kill the birds in this one? The boss birds.
Which boss?
On the roof. You know, you were.
Oh, the gargoyles.
Yeah.
Well, with this character, it was pretty easy because I hit like a Mack truck. Mostly what it boils down to is that once the second one shows up, you want to keep moving so that you keep one of them between the other. So, like, you don't have the two of them being able to attack you at the same time. Where the hell am I?
And then you hit them.
Yeah, if they both can attack you at the same time, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Yeah, that's where I stopped playing. I also bought it for my PlayStation, like when it came out.
All right, I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna end it and refresh it and reload it and see if any of them things take effect.
And if none of that works, get Chrome.
All right. You think maybe because I do have Chrome on here? You think maybe it's because they're both on there?
No.
All right.
Oh. Honestly, the gargoyle boss fight wasn't once I was properly equipped for it, and like this character, as you can see, is using the freaking Zweihander one-handed. Once you hit Hope Bullocks, not where I wanted to go. Because these guys are the ones that curse.
What did you call that sword?
Zweihander.
Zweihander.
That's
T-W-E-I, is it right? No.
Just printed it in chat.
Yeah. That's two-hander.
Yes, that is German. Yes, German for two-hander.
You say it Zweihander.
Zweihander?
No. Zweihander.
Zweihander. Zweihander. I mean, I knew what it meant. I don't know much about German.
Oh, yeah. It just means two-hander. You're holding it with one hand.
Well, I mean, I can two-hand it.
It's stronger. Is it not with two hands?
It is stronger, but then I can't block.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I played the first one of this one. The Demon Souls. They called it Demon Souls.
Yep. That would be this game's predecessor, certainly.
What did Nadia say?
She's
Cam Wankers.
Yes.
Oh no, I have mods. But if you want to pull the plug, go ahead. That doesn't matter. Do you have mods, Scott?
I believe I do.
Well, let me check here. No, you don't. Let me see here.
Many times when I come in, Nadia gives me mods.
Yeah, I gave you mods.
Oh, lovely.
Hmm.
But yeah, Pom, even though, Zweihander literally means two-hander, it also refers to a very specific design of two-handed swords.
Oh, yeah.
Which, actually, they've recreated pretty accurately.
Yeah, but that thing is incredibly unwieldy.
Oh, yeah.
It's Zweihander. EI in German is
Zweihander.
Yeah, Zweihander.
I don't think that would be very good in a real battle, that sword, because you would fatigue so fast.
Yeah, no, this is much larger than an actual Zweihander would be.
I mean, you could that swing, you could easily evade that swing, or even stab the other guy before they even had the chance to swing.
Oh, absolutely.
Freaking heavy.
Yeah, an actual two-handed sword, like historically, you're talking like 5.5 pounds typically. Nowhere near that heavy.
Well, yeah, and usually when you're that strong, when you have that big of muscles on your arms, usually that also puts a burden on your stamina. The bulkier you are, the less stamina you have, the less you can keep up in a battle.
It depends on how your muscle was developed. But yes, if you're just developed for bulk, yeah, that definitely hurts your endurance.
Oh yeah, they have specific when they go into fights, they have specific training regimes to get the right muscle type.
So oh yeah. I mean, how soldiers train is not how like bodybuilders train.
No,
endurance is definitely like paramount.
I don't think. Could bodybuilders even win in a real fight against another guy who is trained in fighting?
It depends.
I mean,
it depends on a lot of things.
Just like, let's say, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was not a real fighter. He can't really fight.
Well, okay, so Schwarzenegger. The thing to bear in mind is it depends on where in a bodybuilder's training cycle you're facing them. If they're close to competition time, then you don't necessarily need to be a very skilled fighter, and you can probably beat them because they're not going to last long at all. If you're catching them like on their off season, then I mean it's really going to boil down to how good is your technique.
Yeah.
But the closer you are to competition time, the more likely you are to be able to just outlast a bodybuilder.
Yeah, they burn their fat, all the fat, I think.
Oh yeah, though they've got like almost nothing in reserve as it gets close to competition time.
Yeah, and they burn a lot of muscle when they are done with the competition because they have no fat.
Oh yeah. It's not sustainable.
Yeah. That's why the power lifters, for example, they have crazy fat on them.
Oh no, that's strongmen.
Is that strongmen?
That's strongmen. Power lifters are actually pretty trim. But they still they'll definitely have body fat on them. But yeah, strongmen are massive, and like they've got these big guts because a strongman is all about how much weight can you put up. And you need to have a decent amount of fat to be able to put up a decent amount of weight. You just need mass. And a strongman can't get the muscle mass he needs if he has no body fat.
And what? How would you classify a bodybuilder, a strongman, and a...
Actually, one moment, Pom. I think my delivery has just arrived.
Okay.
Well, How exactly did it die? I mean, were they really all that shocked that I started up a no atheists allowed hangout?
No, it didn't really die. It's just people had to go and do other things. Simon, I think he had to go somewhere, and Hermine is in the other one. Think what?
Hang on. We've got
Oh yeah, Bob had to restart.
the other room's fucked. Hang on. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah. We've got hijackers in the other room.
Hijackers?
Hijackers.
Let's hold on. Let me look what's happening.
That was the well, there was. And she was so thin. She looked like a oil. You know, this bird. Her eyes was almost popping out of her.
What? Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah. Yeah. I wanted to ask the difference. I don't know if you know the difference between the muscle type of a bodybuilder, of a strongman, and of a what's the other one?
Well, there's weightlifters, powerlifters, strongmen, and
also a fighter,
bodybuilders.
a fighter. For example, a boxer who has to be very quick with his hands. What's the difference between these types of muscles?
Okay, so it's depending on what you're aiming to do. There's so many distinctions for muscles, so it's sort of a where do I start here? I mean, you have red fiber versus white fiber. White fiber is your fast twitch for your very explosive type movements. So a fighter is going to want to have a lot of that well-developed white twitch muscle. Because they need to be able to attack explosively. Red fiber tends to be your long-lasting, your endurance muscle. So, like, runners will want red fiber muscle. Sprinters will want white fiber. So, like, it really... bodybuilders are looking for... They don't really much care what kind of muscle it is. They want to be able to just accent the muscle as much as they can. The problem is that it's not the question of what kind of muscle, it's how the muscle is equipped and how it's recruited. Bodybuilders don't train to recruit muscle. Bodybuilders train to show muscle as much as they can. So they won't do free weight style lifting. They'll do they'll do a lot of isolation type exercises. Whereas fighters will do a lot of free weight. They'll do a lot of open chain, a lot of functional exercises with weight augmenting it. Did Nadia's camera just freeze?
I think it's probably lag, or it's her ghost. It doesn't matter.
But there's a lot of factors. Your weightlifters and your powerlifters. If I were to go for the type, they have the type of physical build that I would want to have. So it's muscular without being immensely bulky, and at the same time, it's very functional muscle.
It's actually a between.
They'll be smaller than a strongman or a bodybuilder typically. Height and natural frame being equal. They will be smaller than a bodybuilder or a strongman, but they will have way more endurance than either of those two.
That's actually also what I want to do. I want to be able to be strong, but not to, I want to be able to pick up heavy things, but also at the same time I want to have a lot of stamina. Stamina is actually much more important for me because because I'm a semi-professional photographer, and I have to be able to outrun the people who will chase me in dangerous areas. Because I photograph in a lot of dangerous places sometimes. And
wow.
And if I can outrun them, maybe not fight them. That would be preferable. Yeah, it's in for example, in Muslim areas, for example, we have areas where a lot of concentration of Muslims and like that are. I photograph scenery, I photograph people. Sometimes they'll get angry at me.
I just need one quick moment.
Yeah, so that's why I need to run. Because I get chased.
Uncharted 4. No, I'm gonna get it for the PlayStation 4. So I'm gonna pick it up.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
6:30.
So, Scott, you there?
Yep.
So if I want to train my stamina and train for strength also, the one you talked about, how would I do it? How would I do my training? How would I go about training my muscles?
Okay, so what you're going to want to do is machines are not your friend. You want to be doing open weight. You want to do the way, like I train to fight. You can train similarly. If you need to be, ready to run on a moment's notice, dedicating at least a day to cardio, just like, hitting an elliptical and going. I wouldn't recommend treadmill.
What
Particularly,
if I rope skip maybe?
Absolutely.
Rope skip would help.
Rope skip would help. Elliptical will also help.
I don't have an elliptical.
Yeah, I know. That would be going to you'd have to go to a gym to do that.
The rope skipping is much cheaper.
Starting out, if you don't have access to weights, even doing push-ups.
I have weights. I have 3 weights.
Okay, so
I have 2 barbells and I think about 40 kilograms of weight I can put on. That's about it, and a bench.
Okay. So, body weight based exercises are great. So, push-ups, variations on push-ups. I don't know if you've ever done burpees.
Burpees.
They suck. So, to do a burpee, you do a push-up. As you get up, you kip your feet forward, jump straight up, clap, and then as soon as you land, you drop back down, do another push-up, and you do 10 of those in a set.
But I have a problem with my push-ups. I can't really do push-ups because I am my physique is not strong enough to carry my own body weight. I'm crazy heavy.
Oh no. Okay, so
I'm like 400 pounds.
No, I'm actually aware of that, which is why I'm not recommending running.
Here it is.
Yes, that is a burpee. So if you can't do a full push-up that way, can you do a push-up from your knees? So like knees resting on the ground and do a push-up from there.
Yeah.
Then do that.
I have no training. I've had no training for several years now for my muscles.
Just starting out, if you do push-ups from your knees, that's fine. Go. What the important thing is that you do enough push-ups to the point where you can't do more push-ups.
Try till you fail.
Right. Try till you fail. Give yourself like a 30-second rest, then go again until you fail. And then a 30-second rest, go again till you fail. And if you really want to just like kill your chest, you can also work like on your knuckles. You can do wide palm, so you hit the chest at different angles. And you want to get to the point when you know you finished your workout is like you go to do that push-up and you face plant.
Yeah.
And then, but I would only do that twice a week and spread it out. So like on a Tuesday and a Saturday, do chest.
Yes.
So then you can do shoulders. With the weights, a shoulder press.
Mm-hmm.
Just on a slight incline, a press up that way. Shrugs. If you've got, even if it's not weights, if you've just got heavy things you can hold in each hand and just shrug them.
Mm-hmm. Which muscle group does that do when you shrug?
That's your the shoulders. So that's specifically your traps.
I can do maybe shoulders and back at the same time.
Shoulders and back at the same time. You could. Back is a big muscle group.
Back exercises is
pull-ups, lat raises.
I can't do pull-ups.
Actually, but you can. You see, this is where going to a gym is really nice, because a lot of gyms now have a weight assist pull-up machine. So you have like a peg. I say a peg. It's like a metal bar about this long that you can set weight on, and the more weight you set, it pushes up that amount of weight. So I mean, I think the one at my gym can go to like 160 something pounds. So I weigh 240. If I set it to 160, I'm only doing a pull-up of 80 pounds.
Yeah.
So do you have a place in your house where you could rig up a set of straps with handles?
No. But what if I...
Oh, actually, wait. I've got an easy back exercise for you. Do you have a bench or something that a bar can rest on?
I have a bench, a workout bench.
Okay. So one of the easiest exercises you can do to get started with your back is lay flat on the ground, and you grab onto the bar and just pull up to the bar. Your feet stay on the ground. So you're just from a laying position pulling yourself up by the bar, and do those. It's going to feel a lot like a pull-up, but at the same time, it's not all of your body weight.
That's maybe, yeah, that's good. I could eventually go to the park and do it. In the park, they have bars where you can pull yourself up.
For abs, you can hit those almost every day that you work out. I would say that's not a problem. If they're really sore, obviously give them a day to rest, but usually it's hard to... it's not often that I find that my abs are like shot. So one of my favorites, and these suck, but they're great, especially if you're fighting some physical limitations. Laying flat on your back, and I like to put my hands like under the small of my back while I do this, just to kind of keep them braced. And then you hold your legs up so that they're just like maybe an inch off the ground, and then you bring them up till they're pointing straight up, and then back down to about an inch off the ground. Do a decent number of those, then cross your legs and rotate your legs in a circle in front of you.
Yes.
That'll hit your obliques. If you have someone who can work with you, another fun one to do, and this one is a killer, is when you're laying on the ground, you have the person stand so that their feet are like right up against your shoulders, and literally like you grab onto their calves or their, like the backs of their ankles, and then you're gonna kick your feet up, and they catch your feet and push them down, and you've got to stop before your feet hit the ground and bring them back up.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty innovative. Yes.
I've done sets of those I've done that to the point where I then went to go do sit-ups, and I couldn't even do one. I was wiped out just from doing that exercise alone. Like it was embarrassing how little I could like pick myself up afterwards.
Well, yeah, I think I found one here for your back. I could do it standing. They say you have to put weights. You have to sit like you're standing crouched, Hold on, let me find if I can find maybe an example here of how you should stand. Well, you're actually between standing and between crouched. Your legs are wide, your butt is back to the back, and your face is to the front. And they say you have to get 2 barbells next to your knees, and then pull them up to your waist. And
Oh,
that's
a
gonna do
deadlift.
the back.
A
That's
deadlift.
gonna, yeah, and then 2 barbells.
2 barbells or 1 bar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have 2 barbells.
Yeah, that works too. Yep. You like almost drag them along your shins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a deadlift.
Here, it looks like this. Here it is. But then I have only bar. I don't have this bar. I only have barbells. 2. Well, it's more. Well, the feet are more at an angle. He's probably doing it because he has to pick it up. With the barbells, they're already in your hands.
Right.
See, he goes here. Do you see this? He goes from here to here to here, and then.
Oh yeah, no, I
keep doing that.
Yeah, it's a deadlift.
That's
a great back exercise.
Does that do the whole back?
Or
which?
Yes, I mean it will hit all of the back. I think it particularly aims for the lower back though, but I could be wrong on that one. You can also do you know, if you're like at a bench and you lift up like this to hit your lats.
Upper. Yeah. You
got those. Let me think what else. If you can hold the weights and let yourself pitch off of the side of the bench and then sit up. So if you can like hook your feet onto something so that you're not gonna fall. And you can do actually you want to be pitched forward and lead up, so the opposite of a crunch.
Yes. Backwards crunch.
Pretty much. Squats are great. Now the thing about squats is that most people don't do them right. You want to be almost sitting on your ankles. Like that's how far down you go for a squat.
This. Or, hold on, this is maybe better.
Okay. So, let me see here. Yes, that is about right. You may even want to drop a little bit farther.
No. But what if you're not in shape? Should you maybe not?
You go as deep as you can while staying safe.
I'm not in shape.
Phrasing.
You know,
all right.
The weird reason because I'm not in shape is because years ago I did a lot of gym. I did like 1.5 years gym, and out of that 1.5 years, it was 7 months. It was weight training, and it was every day another muscle I did.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I did,
change up your muscle groups. Absolutely, that is.
I did
that is the trick.
I split up all of my muscles in 3 areas. So every day, all of them had 75 hours of rest. So what I did is every time I hit another muscle every other day. So, but the problem was I was not taking in enough protein.
Yep.
And I was breaking down my muscles, and I was so disenfranchised with I said, how the hell? Why am I not gaining muscle? What is wrong here? Because I was like doing 45 minutes every day, every week. And I was gaining no muscles.
Yeah. Let me think here. Is it 46 grams of protein is the most you can digest in a serving? In a single meal.
Is it 40?
I think it's something in that territory.
Oh damn! I have to split up my protein much more then. They say I have to take 210.
Yeah, you should be trying to get I don't know if there's a hard and fast number, but yeah, you definitely want to be taking in a lot of protein, particularly right after your workout.
But how should I split that up? Because if I only can eat 40, I don't know if I can have
No,
enough.
that's in a single serving. So for like a single meal, you can't do more than like, your body won't digest more than like 46 grams of protein in a single meal. But like if you do a breakfast, you do a like if you do a protein shake in the morning and like just a, not like a massive one, a big one after your workout, you still get the benefit of both of those. You just can't like take 100 grams of protein in one shot and think that you're going to actually benefit from all 100 grams.
But I mean, how much do I have to split that up then?
Well, I mean, you could do 46 grams at each sitting, but there has to be time between each sitting.
Damn. I have to eat constantly proteins.
You should try to make each of your meals have a decent amount of protein in them, and then have a protein shake. So make sure you've always got like chicken or turkey or fish.
I don't like meat. That's the problem.
Eggs. Eggs.
I don't like eggs either.
Peanut butter. Avocado, that's fat, but peanut butter, great source of protein.
I like those, yes.
I'll tell you what, a fruit smoothie with protein powder mixed in. Because I'll tell you what, that protein powder, it's fucking gross. Don't mix it with water. Stuff is awful. But you do it in like a fruit smoothie, you barely taste it. My favorite is strawberry banana smoothies. That's a great morning startup.
So you're like a pretty big workout type dude? I mean, like a trainer? Or...
My best friend is very big into it, and I try to keep up.
Oh, okay.
But I do some training because I study martial arts and need to keep
enough to where you can
enough
do
condition so I can actually do it. And I mean, the reality is that you can talk all day long about studying technique for self-defense, but if you're wiped out of the fight in like the first 5 minutes, actually 5 minutes is not very long in a fight. But if you're wiped out before the fight really gets going, and when you're in a fight, it's taxing.
Right. Yeah.
You're
not going to be able to do what you
all that technique doesn't really do you a whole lot of good.
You're trying to lift what you can when you can and grab what you can at that time. Yeah.
Right. If you can't even keep a guard up,
yeah,
you're just going to get clocked.
Right.
Yeah. My best friend, he fucking, if it's not a class day, he's at the gym. He is religious.
My brother's the same way. He's got everything at home though, or at his house. He has the lift equipment and
that would
all
be nice.
that. Yeah. I'm not into it too much. I hit the abs every once in a while, but that's only because I'm fat and I get pissed off at myself. So I'm like, fat fuck.
You'd be surprised what strength training can do for weight loss.
No, I do more cardio. I'm not big on weightlifting. I'm more of a jogger, walker.
Cardio is good, but it won't help you lose weight like strength training will.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I just do it just for the exercise. I've been married for too long. I don't give a shit what I look like, man.
It's not about what you look like. I've been married now for 5 years myself.
Well, shape wise, it's yeah.
Basically, it's a question of how do I feel.
Right.
If I'm I have when I'm in a good rhythm of training and hitting the gym, I've got a lot more energy and I feel good, and that's really what I'm chasing. I don't weigh in very often. Because that's really not that important. If you feel good and you've got energy and you can do the things you want to do, that's what you should be striving for.
Right, yeah.
That's how I see it, anyways.
No, exactly. I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, so I kind of keep it where I'm cool, I guess. I'm not. I really don't overdo it, but I keep it fair enough to where I can do what I have to do. You know what I mean? If I got to outrun a dog or something, I'm sure I can. Or if I got to You know, you know what I mean? Or
I don't know if I would try to outrun the dog. I would probably
well,
I'd
you know what I
probably
mean. To have the energy needed at that time to do something, you know, as long as I have that, I think, you know, and keep that up, that I should be okay for a while. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people who like obsess about weight and whether or not they are battling it. There are people who obsess about weight, and then there's certainly a fair share of fat shaming that goes around, and I don't really get in on any of that. My only concern is, you know, strictly health.
Yeah,
Like, that's,
yeah.
if you feel okay and you can do the things you want to do, fuck it.
Hi.
Right.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey,
So
Jackie.
is there like an atheist room and a theist room now or something?
I think so.
The kids couldn't play nice, so we just had to put them in separate rooms.
Oh, jeez.
I think it was more Nadia wanting to engender some more active debate that wouldn't happen in a room of mixed company.
Commando, your beliefs are stupid.
Well, that's one way of starting.
This is
Hell,
it,
man.
bro. Get the hell out.
I find, Commando, the stuff you talk about to be absolutely fascinating.
So do I. It's nuts, isn't it?
It's some crazy stuff. And I mean that in pretty much every sense.
Indeed. Indeed.
But it's interesting.
Very, very.
I agree, yeah.
Fair enough. The Christians don't think it's interesting. They think it's heresy and evil.
Well, yes, of course, but I don't have a thing like dogma keeping me from entertaining ideas.
Exactly, and that's a good thing. So,
I mean, not going to put on the cultist robes and join in myself, but nevertheless, interesting stuff.
Indeed, indeed.
So I saw, I don't know who else saw, but Tommy was commenting on one of the last hangouts about Gus, and his argument was that he doesn't even agree with his own people, and I found that almost a comical notion because, I mean, whether you're atheist or theist, it's almost unheard of to fall on the same side of the fence and still agree on everything.
What was this in regards to?
Allow me to provide you some context.
Yeah. Because we atheists love context.
I will shove your face in the putrescent waters of knowledge. You know, Google Plus does not make it terribly easy to get like a permalink to a post.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so there's the post. Now, I, of course, you know, being the rigorous debater that I am, decided to engage him with a reference to, what's it called? The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
But I was just sort of like I don't see someone disagreeing with me and being an atheist as like some kind of betrayal.
Oh, hold on. I need it. Not.
Like, I don't see that as problematic that there are atheists who disagree with me.
Wait, what was the subject about?
Well, just take a look at the post. I put it in the side chat.
Okay.
BRB. My dog barking means there's someone at the door.
This post doesn't give any context.
Okay, I'm back. My dog is a liar.
It
was a while ago.
This isn't your post, this is Nadia's link.
Yeah, wait. Yes, but look at the comments.
Yeah, but it's not saying what... Hold on. 7 comments. It's not saying what you guys disagreed on, though.
Are you, I mean, can you not see the comments?
I don't know.
The first one is, Gus is not an asset to the room. He's
Yeah.
toxic to any and every conversation. Yeah, no. Yes, he's like, just throwing it out there, but Gus often can't even get along with his own side.
Oh, so I was asking, like, why Tommy was saying that. Like, did Gus...
Wow. Jackie,
disagree
don't,
with...
you gotta be reasonable. You can't expect him to substantiate a claim like that.
Oh, okay, so he was just making an
assertion.
out in the blue claim. Okay, I thought there was, like, something in the video that made him say that. So I guess there wasn't. And he was just being a troll.
Alright, now the food is actually here.
Okay. I get it now. Well, I'm actually gonna go play Minecraft. I'll catch y'all later.
Alright, have fun.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, this time my dog was not lying.
What'd you get?
Italian.
Cool.
The exercise part I understand well. The actually eating well?
Well, when it comes to food like Italian, you gotta live it up, because there's no other way of doing it. I don't think they have a light plate unless you just ask for half, and that's just going to make you angry.
Alright. Oh, come on, you fucker. Okay. So I've got an app on my phone called Smart Remote, and I want to see.
Oh, controls devices.
Yeah, and I want to see. I think this is really specifically designed for. Yeah, doesn't look like it's gonna do what I thought it would. I thought it would be like you could do it like the universal remote, where you can actually like pass signals in. Because I've got a controller that controls a light downstairs, but the remote can only sit in one point in the room, and kind of it's a traffic area, so it's nice to be able to turn the light on and off regardless of which side you're on.
Oh, yeah.
This isn't what I ordered.
Oh shit.
Did you get me the whole or half? No. It's the half. So Nadia, how's the other hangout going?
She's muted this hangout, I think. I think I just looked into the protein matter, where you said you can only take 40 grams, I think, per hour.
Like 46, not per hour, but in a meal.
In a meal. But the thing is, with proteins, aren't they actually already pre-digested? Isn't that the case?
No, it's not a question of digestion. It's a question of absorption.
But then how do the big massive guys do it?
Oh, I mean, they eat like 4 or 5 meals a day.
Yeah, but
now if you're talking strongmen, it's not just protein either. They're eating a lot of fat.
But there's no way they can only get all the protein they need just from food.
Like every meal, whether it's by food or by supplement, they're getting a full serving of protein.
I'm looking into this isolate. There's another one called isolate protein. It says here it can absorb faster. It's like sugar. I don't know, man. I mean, that's a lot of protein I have to take.
Well, you don't have to take. That's just the maximum you can take. I mean, honestly, if you're not looking to bulk up, you don't need to be maxing out your protein intake.
Yeah. But I want to get some. But I want to get some strength because I don't have any because of my inactivity. Oh. Oh. I mean, a lot of people here are saying it that it's not true that your body can only take this little amount, and I don't know. I'm not aware of the science and stuff.
I do defer to my friend who is a medical professional.
I suppose he would know.
I'm telling you, Pom, if you're not looking to bulk up, you don't need to be taking that much protein in.
The thing is that when I was experimenting with a new workout schedule. It was a explosive type of deal. It was I was doing it like no breaks, 30 minutes constantly under pressure. I was doing the chest ones when you lie down. I was dragging around weights, 20 kilograms. That's, let me look here. So yeah, I don't know how much. Oh yeah, so it was two 44-pound weights. I was running with those, one in each hand. I was kind of like bags. I was doing like a couple of laps, running with them, stopping. I was going back to the weights. Now I did that like for 30 minutes. The problem is like now it's like I think it was now 3 days ago, and I still feel it in my muscles. Still, I still have tearing, or what is it when you
lactic acid.
My muscles still hurt from that.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, yes, that's going to happen because you kind of went from 0 to 60.
Yeah.
With your exercise. If your goal is not to bulk up, then body weight driven exercises are definitely going to get you a lot of... I'll tell you right now, you've got more muscle than you think. Purely by the merit of being as tall and as heavy, you have a lot of muscle.
Yeah.
So if you start doing just body weight driven exercises and you do them regularly, you're going to find that you actually get a lot of gains.
But it's what I do. I'm coining it. I don't know. There's probably an official word for it. I'm coining it. Wait, you have cardio. What's the other one? Cardio and
strength training.
Yeah, I'm calling it cardio strength training, and it's basically what I do is I just do explosive movements. I go from like if I'm in a fight, you know. That's how I want to do it.
That's strength training. It's actually not doing much for your cardio endurance.
But the thing is, I also do the cardio. When I stop, you know, when I stop with my weights and I want to let my muscle get some blood back in, what I do is I go straight to cardio. I just do another muscle group, but I never stop. I keep it fast paced, and I do that for 30 minutes, and then I stop. That's the only thing I think. I lost count of how much reps I did.
Well, so here is my recommendation. Cardio-wise, I mean, you can do cardio with every workout if you want. Your cardio, if you try to do cardio and strength training, one of them is going to suffer for the other. What would be better served by to be able to Because really, 30 minutes a day is a great routine exercise program. 30 minutes a day of elevated heart rate doing some physical activity is a great exercise. The problem you're running into, and you're as you're experiencing it now, is that you're doing total body. And now your whole body hurts. And so it's hard to keep hitting consecutive days when everything is sore and tired.
Yes.
And so that's where you're better served by, 30 minutes one day. You do shoulders and back. Then the next day you do chest and biceps. And the next day you do triceps and legs. And so that way, as you keep cycling, your muscle groups have more time to recruit and recover between workouts. But at the same time, your heart and your cardio and your endurance of being able to have your body work hard benefits every day. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. I did this like a couple of years ago. I'm still in my learning phase right now. How I'm doing it, because I've forgotten how to do it so long time ago.
Right. I really, the approach you're taking right now, my only concern is that it's almost unsustainable. You're gonna get sore, you're gonna get tired, you're gonna get discouraged. You miss one day, it's like then it turns into 2 days, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, shit, what was the point of that? And like if you can't exercise, at least 5 days a week, then you're not training sustainably.
I agree. Yeah.
So I would say that, not that total body is bad, but if it's total body to the point where everything is sore for like the next 3 days, then you're not really going to be able to keep up that rhythm.
I agree. Yeah. But basically what I want to do is I want to train my body for fast-paced action. And I want to be able to have a lot of stamina. That's basically what I had in mind when I wanted to do the 30 minutes without a break. I wanted to train for endurance.
That's what I train for. We do, we'll do some days where we do exercises that focus a bit more on like moving explosively, but it still tends to not be like we're not going for like bulk weight, where you're only able to get like 4 or 5 reps before you need to, before your set is done. If I can't get 10 reps on my first set, I lower the weight on whatever I'm doing. If it's a low weight day, I'm shooting for like 15 reps a set.
It's a bit complicated. I still don't have a routine ready.
That's the trick, is getting into a routine and making it a habit.
No, I'm here. Hold on, let me get up a plan here. Look where I put it. Right. Okay, one day I want to do the legs. Other day
Nobody wants to do legs. Leg days suck.
Yeah. Is it that hard?
It's not that they're hard. It's just that when your legs are sore, literally everything in your day is more difficult.
That's true.
Leg day is that day that everyone wants to skip.
Yeah.
There's a T-shirt and a popular saying of "Friends don't let friends skip leg day." and you'll see those guys at the gym who have like from here up it's like just like mountains of muscle, but then they got these like legs that you could almost like wrap your hand around.
I noticed. It's actually ugly.
Oh yeah,
Because
no,
it's
it's comical.
It's not proportioned, you know. Their body is not proportioned. It's like you can tip them over.
Oh yeah, no, it is comical looking. Like it just looks silly.
Yeah. I'm looking here. Let's see. So, day 1 I want to do leg day. Day 2 I want to do back, shoulders, and biceps together.
I would suggest not doing back and shoulders on the same day. There are a lot of ways to hit your shoulders, and you should try to hit them all. There are a lot of ways to hit your back, and you should try to hit them all. Biceps a short exercise. So, you know, that bicep is a great exercise to throw in with another. But back and shoulders should be, so like I would do like back and biceps or shoulder and biceps. And then like chest and triceps. Because triceps, again, is a very small muscle group and it's easy to hit.
Just chest and triceps together. But I think, have I covered all my muscles if I do legs, biceps, shoulders, back, triceps,
and then throw in a core exercise at least 2 of those days.
Have I hit all my groups?
You've hit all the major muscles at that point, yeah. And going free weight, you're actually going to hit a lot of side muscles, and you'll discover some fun challenges that can occur. Like if you've done shoulders and then you go to do chest and realizing how much you use your shoulders to stabilize when you're doing like a bench press. Which is good because it forces you to use your chest and not cheat with your shoulders.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, so the big thing is to
yeah.
Triceps and biceps, I wouldn't do either. I wouldn't do both of those on the same day because honestly, those are 2 quick muscle groups. I think you'll be hard pressed to do get your full routine in and have been at it for sufficiently long. Those are 2 very small muscle groups.
But could I not do them 30 minutes?
I
would only want to do it 30 minutes.
Maybe you could do it for 30 minutes. If you did both, but
God damn it! My biceps, my biceps feel like my biceps, not my chest feels like crazy, man. Still, when I want to pick myself up, it's like, oh man, the pain is still there.
Oh yeah, no, it smarts.
But the thing is, I don't have any protein shakes now. I'm protein shake free right now because I've not found one yet that I wanted. I'm gonna be buying it soon.
Yeah, it could be tough to find the right mix.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to get one that's actually cheaper because, I mean.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with that because they're not cheap.
I found one here. The problem with me is that they say I have to take 210. And the thing is, I don't eat any meat. I don't like meat. I don't like anything, and it's not a constant thing with me.
What about protein? Like, what about peanut butter?
Peanut butter is good.
Peanut butter is delicious, and it's high in protein.
Yeah, true.
How much do you have to eat? How much is that? Peanut butter is that? What is it?
I don't have a jar in front of me to tell you, but
Well, actually, you should just put on some toast and eat it.
let me think here. Do you like edamame?
I don't know what that is.
Ooh, well, you might. It's popular in Japanese restaurants. Let me just make sure.
Here it is.
Yeah, edamame, man.
Never heard of it.
You never heard of edamame?
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it's delicious. It's almost pure protein, too.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
I mean, if you just Google edamame, I'll spell it out in chat, because I realize that in saying it, it may not...
Yeah. Yeah, I know that one, yes.
Get some edamame. You can snack on that. Almonds. Almonds. You want to find a great way to manage your appetite? Almonds are amazing.
How much protein does one have?
Almonds have
I think Google has it.
yeah, you can Google to find out. It has a decent amount of protein per it, but the big thing about it is that a handful of almonds will make you feel full.
How about bananas?
Bananas are sugar.
Ah, shit.
Which is, but it's a good kind of sugar. Like, it's not a complex sugar, so it's a great source for sugar because you need sugar in your diet.
Ah, true.
So,
Yeah,
like,
if you don't have sugar, you're gonna be messed up very much.
So bananas are great. They're great in the morning because it's a simple sugar, so it kicks in quickly. It's also great for, like, while running. Like, a half a banana will help you regroup.
Almonds are like crazy amount of calories. It's 576 calories for 100 gram, which contains 21 grams of protein.
Yeah, you're probably not going to eat that many.
Yeah.
Well, matter of fact, I got a cereal box somewhere. Hold on.
But yeah, Pom, for a healthy, it's a vegetable, edamame. That'll do you well for a good protein source. And I mean, most grocery stores sell them in these steam bags that you can just throw in the microwave. So they're not hard to prepare.
Let's see. Protein is per 100 gram. Protein is 11 grams of protein for 100 gram, and it contains 122 calories.
It's a pretty good ratio of calories to protein there.
Good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yes.
Yeah, a serving is like 155 grams of edamame.
Yeah, but it still doesn't compare to the amount I get from the protein powders.
Oh yeah, no, the protein powder is a huge chunk.
I don't know which one you use, but it says here it's a new formula. It says iso, whatever it is, isolate or something. Soy protein isolate. It says here. Let me find the fats per 100.
I'm trying to remember what the reasoning is, but I know that my friend is a bigger fan of whey protein than soy. And I think it's the way the body absorbs it.
But it is whey also. The iso, it's just a type of protein. It's not really a brand.
Oh no, whey isn't a brand either.
It's not
the type
a brand.
of protein.
It's not a brand.
Whey is just a type of protein that's commonly used in protein powders.
I thought it was a brand.
Nope.
What? Why? What does that mean? Whey.
It means that the protein was made from whey as opposed to being made from soy.
Oh. So soy is not good.
It's not that soy is not bad, and I mean, obviously, if it's affordable, then that's fine. But I mean, if you're looking for like optimal gains and like really trying to get like, my understanding is that whey protein absorbs better.
And here it says, let's see. Here it says 95 grams of protein for every 100 gram.
Yep.
This is the soy one, I said. Let me give you the link here. It's maybe the image, maybe. Oh, here is the image. There it is. It is in German, but you can figure it out. It's not that hard. Oh yeah, here it's also in English, I see. Protein.
Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with grams, if you're with the metric.
All nutritional information is done in grams in the States.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I thought. Here the size of the screen is done in inches. That's strange.
I think it's just because of the industry.
Yeah.
You know, like most mechanics know metric and standard because they have to deal with parts that use both.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so 367 calories. Holy shit. That's not nothing.
Oh yeah, no, it's a decent chunk of calories, but if you're using it, it's fine.
Protein. So 90 protein, and I have to have 210. It's like.
I don't think you have to have that much.
But it says here do I have to calculate my lean body mass or my normal body mass for my suggested protein?
So you don't like.
Well, it boils down to what you're aiming to do, and I mean that 210 strikes me as like someone who's looking to bulk, which I don't think you want to do. Not to start.
I don't want to bulk. I want to gain muscles also, but not
Right.
necessarily get big. I want to get fast and maybe also strong a bit.
Right.
I know it's so stamina also. That's also big.
Yeah, and honestly, bulking won't get you any of that, so.
So maybe calculate my. Let's see here. My BMI then.
Ugh. BMI is a shitty metric.
What do you use?
Well, I mean, if you want to get like really scientific, being able to calculate your percent body fat is probably a good metric. But honestly, I would suggest taking more of a holistic approach of just seeing, you know, keep up a training routine and see where it takes you. And, you know, you've got to give it time to develop. And see if you're feeling, you know, more energetic, better stamina. Like, I mean, I would just target, can you put up more weight when you work out? Things like that.
Your weights. I have to put in my weight. That's...
Can you start doing push-ups without being on your knees? Things like that.
Oh.
Yeah, you can do push-ups.
How many push-ups can you do? When you get to the point where you can, start doing pull-ups. Obsessing about like how much you weigh is honestly a quick way to get discouraged.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Unfortunately, Desert, while most people with any rational thoughts understand that BMI doesn't really give you a very good picture of health, it is still used because it's easy to use.
Oh, okay. I wasn't too sure if it was an outdated form or not.
Well, I mean, any person who rates your healthiness based on your BMI is full of shit.
I agree.
And any medical professional will tell you that if they're worth their salt.
I mean,
for example, according to BMI, I am, I think, just a hair over obese.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I remember when I weighed in with my primary care physician on my first appointment with him. He looked at my weight, then looked over me and said, "You must be really strong." So like he wasn't like, "Well, you got to lose some weight." He said, losing weight could help, and because I have some blood pressure issues. But he wasn't like giving me like the this like big lecture about like stop eating.
Okay.
He said for my build, I was at the time I weighed 250, and he said that 220 was probably like the ideal spot for me. Which is still, I mean, according to BMI, that's still in the overweight territory. So yeah, BMI is some bullshit.
For sure. I've found my lean body mass. It's here. It says 75 kilograms or 165 pounds. Is it? Yes, pounds.
Yeah, Pom. That's
lean. That's lean. Very, very thin, actually, or what is it?
Yeah, that's I would use the term gaunt.
Gaunt? What is gaunt?
Okay, think Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, is it not good that much when I take for every pound of isn't that the rule? For every pound you weigh, you take 1 gram of protein. Is it not like that? How is it?
I've never heard that rule of thumb.
How would you measure it?
Honestly, I take a full serving of protein whenever I do a workout, and then otherwise I just try to eat high protein food in my regular diet. I don't take like a very mathematical approach to it, because I just make myself crazy.
Last time I didn't, and I did not gain any weight, any muscle mass. I stayed the same basically. I was fitter, but I stayed the same, and that was, I think, a mistake.
Well,
I don't eat any meat. I don't like meat and stuff like that, and I'm probably not gonna keep the diet of one thing constantly.
Well, I mean, you got to find a system that'll work for you, and I mean, it may even be worth it to like consult your physician and see if he has any guidance on like a diet regimen that's sustainable. And barring that, go on sites like Pinterest and just look up like high protein vegetarian diet, and I'm sure you will find an army of recipes.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, I forgot how I came up with the number 210. 210, yes. I don't remember. How did I come up with that again? How much kilograms is that again? I don't remember. Oh, right. I calculated my normal body weight, and that's what that was, I think. Yes. That's my normal body weight according to the BMI, I think. And that's how I determined how much protein I need. So if I take the new measurement, which is 165 pounds or 75 kilograms. Let's see here, how much? Okay, how the hell? I get confused because I do the conversion all the time. It's just, yeah, 165 grams. I would just take. Okay, that's it. So 2 of 90. Yeah. 2 servings. No, wait. 290. So 200 grams of protein would be sufficient.
I mean, I'd say it's a number to strive for, but I wouldn't make yourself crazy.
It's the powder, it's not pure. So each 100 gram is 90 protein.
So, I mean, that's 2 servings of that, and then, you know, the rest you will certainly get ambiently from eating.
If I take it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is 180. So this is 180, so I will spread it. I will take maybe 1 in the morning, no, 1 before my workout, and 1 before I sleep maybe.
1 after your workout.
Why after?
The body will more readily absorb, will more readily use the protein to rebuild muscle after the workout. Before the workout, you will burn the protein because it's calories.
But I have enough calories. Or that's how the body works.
That's just how the body rolls.
Yeah. Do you have? I'm like 400 pounds, you know. I'm like crazy heavy. But the strange thing is that I'm not really fat. I'm just a bit wider, but I'm not really fat. Even for my extreme weight.
You've got a good body type.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, enough about the bodies. I'm sick of it. I'll see what I'm gonna do. I think I have it figured out.
Whoa. Double up on the will.
Yeah, one is a ghost.
Be wary of down.
Okay. Oh, Tommy's in the other hangout.
Oh. Bet it's getting interesting.
Yeah. I think this one is gonna die out.
The hangout we're in?
Yeah, because we don't have crazy theists.
It is just a little too much sanity, I think.
Yeah, I think we need to throw in a wrench.
I'm surprised Art and Simon aren't here.
Simon had to step up for a bit, but I think he'll be back soon.
I think he will. Don't worry.
It's the other Scott.
Okay. So hopefully Hopefully in 2 months' time I'll see some results.
It takes time, and it takes patience. You can't get discouraged. Which is why it's important to come up with a routine that you know you can stick with.
Would you say that doing every day another muscle group continuously, would you say that's a wise choice, or how would you split it up?
I would say, surely from a practical standpoint, I would shoot for 5 days a week, and no more than 6 days a week. You should have 1 day a week that you don't exercise.
Is it because of your testosterone getting depleted?
It's more to do. Actually, weightlifting causes you to produce testosterone.
Okay.
No, it has more to do with avoiding overtraining and to give your body time to regroup.
Mhm. So Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and then a break. Or because I would split all my muscles into 3 groups: legs, back, biceps, and possibly shoulders. I'm still not decided on that. I have to make a chart how I'm gonna do it, and then triceps, and then chest, and throw the core in somewhere. I've not fully decided yet. I don't really have a plan.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the workouts I need, the ones you suggested, the ones I will do. But yeah.
Well, I mean, always just little asterisk that I'm not a personal trainer, and I can only convey what I do.
No, it's a good start. But how do you factor in cardio? Because that's also something I have to do to get my
I would
endurance up. I mean,
so what I would say is that cardio should be one of your days. One of your days should just be cardio. Trying to mix weightlifting and cardio is going to cause one to suffer for the sake of the other. You won't get the most out of your cardio if you do weightlifting because you're already going to be taxed. And you won't get the most out of your weightlifting if you've already done cardio first because you're going to be tired. So find a day. So I would say one of your days should be dedicated to cardio. And believe it or not, straight up weightlifting, despite what some claim, straight up weightlifting will get you endurance.
Does it really do it?
Does weightlifting really get you endurance?
Yes.
Absolutely. If you weightlift properly. You'll see those people who will hit the gym and they'll do an exercise and then they'll have a minute between sets and then they'll have 5 minutes between exercises and they're sitting there texting on their phone and blah 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 blah. That's not what you want to be doing. There should be no more than 30 seconds between sets and no more than 2 minutes between exercises. And you will absolutely build up cardio endurance.
But what if I mix the least fun exercise with cardio for the muscle group? What if I mix leg day with cardio? I can just do with my own body weight, train my legs. I can do, when you go into squat, you come up.
Okay, actually, squats. Let me tell you, the day that you decide to do squats, you're not going to need to do cardio that day.
But would that not be my cardio then, actually?
You are, and that's how you build endurance, through strength training. You're not going to build strength through running or doing skip rope, but you'll build cardio endurance, which is great. But if you're doing strength training, you do build endurance as well.
Because for my legs, I have no equipment. All I have is my legs, and maybe
Honestly,
a
there
sideboard.
are many different types of squats to be able to target the weights different ways. All you need is a lip, and you can do calf raises.
And I'm like 400 pounds, so weight is not a problem.
Your quads will be working.
Yeah. Oh, I can. Yeah. My muscles, I can do almost anything with my legs. So I can do all of it. It's just my endurance is so crappy. I'm wiped out so fast.
That's okay. Give yourself enough time to regroup and go back for another round.
Yeah. So I'll just consider leg day, cardio day too, because that's
Yeah,
what
but don't do it too much. You should take breaks when you're doing exercises.
I'm thinking about what I do. I do squats. I can also do jumping on the sidewalk, maybe. You know, with one leg, you jump on a higher platform, and then you come back. You get no, you don't jump. You step up like on steps. I can do steps there. I can do squats. I can do. I can jump. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. I think I have it down. Really, the main reason for this is because my liver is fatty. That's really what got this started. My liver is too fatty, and that's gonna cause problems.
Yeah, for me, it's my blood pressure.
Is it too high?
I mean, it's decent now, but that's what sort of got me kind of on the roll again.
So it exercise, it becomes lower.
Exercise will help it get lower. Unfortunately for me, there's a big factor in genetics. So exercise, and also I've had to cut sodium out of my diet by quite a bit.
Yeah, I know it all too well. Genetically, I have a very low blood pressure. It's extremely low.
I wish.
I'm like crazy. I'm crazy overweight now, you know. And even with this, my blood pressure is so low.
That's that's genetics for you.
Yeah, and I eat like a pig. I'm not kidding around. I eat
rub it in.
I mean, I eat like 3,000 plus calories a day, and
yeah. Actually, one of the interesting side effects I've begun to notice on the medication I'm taking is that my appetite has gone down, which has helped. Because I want to avoid having to take medication for blood pressure if I can.
Yeah, strange thing with me is that I'm not really hungry when I want to eat. I'm never hungry. When I eat almonds, for example, I can eat a whole can, and I'm not really hungry.
You need to. I mean, that's just a quick. Not a quick, but that's sort of like probably one of the first steps is to develop a discipline for eat till you feel full, and then stop.
But I never feel empty. That's the problem. I always feel okay, and then when I eat, I mean, it's not really out of hunger that I eat. So weird.
Well, if you start exercising regularly, that may change.
Yeah, I've not done it for 3 days now. I think 2 days, just because my muscles hurt like hell.
Understandable.
Oh.
Especially given the routine you described to me.
Yeah, I wanna. That's really the thing, you know. I want to do the explosive type of training because one, it's not dull. Two, it keeps me busy. That's really the thing. The 30-minute pass is like crazy. It's like 30 minutes feels like 5 minutes. You know.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have like the workout that like just takes forever.
Yeah, I don't not want it to drag on. I want to use the 30 minutes to the fullest extent. And by the end, I feel that my arms are floppy. I basically at the end when I do the last few bench presses, I basically do till I fail. So at the end, I'm like doing only 2. But the thing is, I don't stop. I keep going. So I just do 2, and when my arms give up, I drop it. I go do the cardio very fast. I came back and I did again another 2. So it's just because I can only do 2 at the end. I did not stop. I just did till I failed. That's really, and that was still the 30 minutes was over, and then I could go rest. That's really that's the idea I've been thinking. They say if you do it more than an amount that you actually break your muscles.
Oh yeah, no, that's overtraining. Eventually, your muscles will just start breaking down, and you're just doing damage to them.
If you like, is it to do with time, or is it to do with how much you do, or?
It depends. More to do with just how much you're working them.
I see. Because I think 30 minutes is enough. You know, it's not really too much. It's a short workout.
That's your yeah, I mean 30 minutes of elevated heart rate is a great number to strive for. And then after that it's really just a matter of really it comes down to just like if you overstress the muscles, which is another reason why to break up the muscle groups on different days, to avoid overtraining one muscle group and just causing them to not actually gain.
Yeah. You're right. I'm basically now waiting till my protein arrives, and then I'm gonna do it.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, that's about it. I think the theists are turning on each other.
Ruh-roh. Well, I suppose they have the same problem that we do. There's no atheists in there to unify them.
Yeah, that's true. When also with atheists, when we run out of theists, we turn on each other because we focus in on our differences then. Because we have a lot of different. I mean, other than that, we don't believe in a God. I mean, what the hell do we have in common? I don't know.
Very true. Very true.
I have nothing. I mean, yeah, and then you get to, for example, abortion. I personally don't like abortion. I would not want abortion.
Well, let me just throw it out there. I don't think that there are people or there are many people that I would want to hang out with who like abortion. No one likes abortion. But it's a question of whether you can recognize that sometimes it is necessary.
Yeah. I understand that, yes.
And I mean, that's the subtle distinction, and that's sort of how a lot of the theists will sort of strawman people who are pro-choice, or not theists, pro-life people will strawman pro-choice people saying that you just want to kill babies. That's not even remotely true.
I think it was a poor choice of words on my end. It's people who are for being able to abort babies, well, fetuses, but it's just I've seen the whole process.
Again, I would never say that, like, I understand the process well enough. I mean, I think there are very few people who would say that, you know, oh, that doesn't faze me at all. But I do believe that it's not, that it should be the right of the mother to choose. I wouldn't.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Cody causing a lot of noise.
Well, yeah,
I understand. Yes. Okay. He broke off my own hole. Where were we again?
We were kind of hitting on a rather hot button topic.
Yeah. I think they should be able to choose, but I'm not for it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, very few people are like pro-abortion, because it's such just, and I mean, anyone who's been through it can tell you, like, it's not an experience that anyone's looking to have. But
oh no,
I mean, sometimes it's the best of a bad set of options. And I mean, for me, and as soon as it's a case of, like, will the mother, if the mother's life, the viability of her continuing to live is jeopardized by her pregnancy, I have even less reservations about the practice of abortion, because I don't think that a person should be told that essentially they can be used as a baby incubator, even if it's going to kill them.
I agree with that. Yes, I agree with all of it.
Like, what did they? There was an incident in Britain recently where they actually, like, deemed a mother unfit and induced labor, forcing her to give birth to the child, and then took the child away.
Mm-hmm.
And oh boy, as much as I don't necessarily love how the U.S. handles everything, I looked at that and said that shit would not fly in the States.
Yeah, but what was the mother? What
She had stopped taking her medication for bipolar disorder. So that had led to some kind of altercation that brought her before a court, and they deemed her unfit and went through the steps. And now, like, they took the baby, and now she's back on the medication, and she's still, like, not even, like, being allowed to have her child back because they're too worried she'll regress, when her family was not consulted before they made any of these decisions. So basically they took no references to get a gauge on her, like, normal behavior. So, like, the whole thing is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the reason that these people go off these medications is that a lot of these medications can jeopardize the pregnancy.
Yeah.
So it's like,
But was there was no psychiatrists or psychologists?
None that knew her history, or none that knew her history were contacted.
Was she violent? Maybe. Was there anything about that?
Was she violent?
Was she a violent schizophrenic?
No, she wasn't schizophrenic. She was bipolar.
Oh, bipolar, yes.
Which, I mean, certainly can lead to some outbursts and some instability.
Yeah, if you've ever met one, they can't control their feelings.
Right, but she was medicated, but had stopped taking the medication during the pregnancy due to risks of complications.
But she said for the complications. But was there any official thing said that could lead to complications, or is this just
yes,
conjecture?
as far as I know.
Oh.
But I wouldn't. I mean, the article wasn't necessarily going into depth, but it was also they also reached out to several legal professionals in Britain and to sort of get their gauge on this topic, and I believe they called it highly irregular what happened. So something's not right.
Yeah, that's strange, but yeah. But yeah, there is a bipolar person who sometimes joins this chat. I'm not gonna mention their name, but I mean they have crazy mood swings. One moment they're happy, other moment they're sad, other moment they're.
I'm familiar. I know a few people with bipolar.
They can't control anything about their emotions, and they burst out in weird. Socially.
Yeah, no, and I mean, really, it's one of those conditions that absolutely should be medicated.
Well, yeah, and this person was medicated, and she still had that. But I guess it depends on the person.
And the medication. It usually takes a few tries before you find the right fit. Also, I'll say this: there are some people that it's entirely possible that that's just how they are, and it's not even necessarily a bipolar disorder playing in at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be right. Yes. But if the child was in danger, or it was anything like that, then I would agree taking the kid away. But if it was not, I don't know.
For me, the scary notion is that they forced her into labor. They induced labor.
But they had contacted.
They had, as far as I know, contacted no one that knew her when they made all of these decisions.
No, but they contacted professionals. I mean, this wasn't done by a back alley.
Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't like a fucking, it wasn't like the prosecutor just was like, oh, we're inducing labor. No, it was at a hospital.
Well, yeah, I mean, this... yeah.
Right, but, I mean, I don't know. This is where I kind of balk at the notion that a government can make that decision for you.
I think they should be able to do it, but there should be good reasons, because the kid that's going to be born maybe has fucked up parents that's going to damage them, the kid crazy, you know. I know a lot of people that had, for example, Annabelle, if you know her.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother is like, I don't know, she said I think her mother had some kind of mental disorder, and Annabelle's, you know, she suffered from that. Maybe if her mother had, I don't know, if there was something done on behalf of Annabelle, maybe she would have been protected maybe more, or I don't know the full story, so I'm not going to go in detail, but just people, yeah, and it's not really anybody's fault ultimately, because the parents who are mentally sick, they are mentally sick. They can't help that they're sick, and I think there should be someone looking after, I mean, who's going to get what. I mean, I personally think people shouldn't have children anyhow. That's how I'm an anti-natalist. Just causes a lot of suffering.
It can, but it's not a guarantee.
Well, the thing is, life necessarily leads to suffering. Perhaps you have a more limited scope of what suffering is.
Okay, it's yes, inevitably life has suffering in it, but it's not that life is just suffering.
No, it's not suffering, but the suffering is a necessary component. There can be no life without suffering. Someone has to die, someone has to suffer in order for another thing to survive.
I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of good in life, too.
For example, a lot of things you probably own were made by factory children working crazy hours under the whip or something.
I try to avoid purchasing from companies that have been found doing that as much as possible.
But the problem is
I don't always know.
The problem is you can't really, because I mean it's nearly impossible to control these things. But that's just one example.
Well, but are you suggesting that if I wasn't alive, that wouldn't be happening?
There would be one child less making the.
Well, that assumes, first of all, that there's some sort of 1-to-1 ratio going on, and I don't think that's the case.
No, it's it's not 1-to-1. Let's say 100 less of you were there. Maybe one child in the whole factory wouldn't be doing it. The more people you have, the more suffering there is also.
The more there can be.
Yeah. I mean, for example, a lot of animals, we treat them crazy cruel. For our animals who eat, they are treated monstrously. Their living conditions are horrible. And then there's the prospect of your life also ending in countless number of ways.
I don't know. I've only got one life, and I've rather enjoyed it so far.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just there's so much negative things that come with life.
You've not just got one life. I'd have to sort of jump in there. You've not just got one life.
Okay, well, I'm going to live as though I only have one life, because I'm not about to assume that I get a second shot.
Right, but doesn't that perpetuate the problem then? I mean, if we're in the sort of hierarchical-based, survival matrix, with that sort of outlook, does that not, sort of perpetuate that? If you get what I'm saying.
I don't actually. What am I perpetuating?
Yeah, what?
Well, the idea of survival. The idea that,
Yes, I am perpetuating the idea that I should keep living. I will concede that.
Right, but
and
I'm
I'm not going to feel at all guilty about doing that.
Right.
You shouldn't, no.
Right. I mean, should I be feeling bad about my continued survival?
No, not at all. But I mean, I don't really. No. I was going to go somewhere with that, but I sort of forgot where I was going to go with it, so never mind. Well,
the thing is, you just shouldn't force the survival on other things. My view on antinatalism is that nihilism is. I think you should be able to die however you want, but what I think you should not have the right to is to have children, is to make new life. Because that perpetuates the suffering. But you should be able to have your life and end it however you want. That's how I see it. So I don't think you should be nuked on the spot. That's not, because that would also cause you suffering,
Yeah, I think I fundamentally disagree with you.
I know it's not a it's not a comfortable position I'm holding. It's a pretty grim one, and it makes me feel pretty bad to hold that position. But that's how I've come intellectually to it. I mean, I don't feel okay about that decision. I don't like it. But I also don't like the idea of suffering.
Well, okay, so I am a human, and I've had a lot of good experiences in life, and I would like to share those good experiences with offspring.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
like looking for a legacy, but
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I don't think I don't think you should have the right to do that. But I'm not gonna stop you. That's also another caveat.
well, no, I mean obviously you're not.
It's an unenforceable rule, actually. It's because people are gonna want to do it.
I mean, I certainly I don't
It's
know.
like how I view abortion. That's also the way. I don't want abortion. I don't like abortion, but I'm not gonna stop you from having abortion. It's basically the same.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's a very. I mean, people think I like this view. People think I'm happy with this view. I'm not happy with this view. It makes me feel awful. But it's against another. You know, if you take two piles of shit, you know, one pile of shit is the size of Mount Everest, and other pile of shit is the size of a normal hill.
Well, yes, but I think that part of the problem there is that I think there's some skewed perspective.
How do you mean?
I think that I think that your perspective of, you know, the good versus the bad is skewed.
Okay, would you say that the suffering of 100 people, let's say they continuously suffer, continuously, on a continuous basis, would you be okay with that, them suffering, for you to have life, for you and the rest of humanity? Basically, only 100 people have to continuously live like in hell till they die. Would you be okay with them suffering in order for you and the rest of humanity living rather?
That's how reality works. That's how
yeah,
it
that's
works.
No, but
that's
would you?
not how it works.
No, but would you be okay with that?
Would I
If you
just willingly condemn someone to suffering so I could keep living? No.
If you had the choice.
No. If I had the choice, but I don't
If you
have the
had the
choice over
choice.
who lives and who dies and who suffers and who doesn't.
No, but life necessarily creates suffering. That's how it works. It's in different degrees for everyone. Your life probably has a little bit of suffering, not that much, maybe, or maybe more, that I'm unaware of. But
You're almost talking like the butterfly effect at this point. And
there are people who suffer their whole life, and people merely wanting to have kids is how this is.
Well, yes, but you're suggesting that having kids is somehow causative.
Yes, life is that way. Yes.
No, but it's not causative.
If you did not have kids, there would be no kids to suffer.
Right, but we would also die out as a species.
But you don't suffer anymore.
Yeah, but they also wouldn't enjoy any of there would be no joy either.
Well, why would you want joy if there would be no suffering?
Well, because suffering is an arbitrary term that would be meaningless anyways.
No.
Pom, again, you're suggesting that somehow, again, this is what I'm talking about when I say your perspective seems skewed. You seem to think that there's that there's only suffering.
No. My scope is pretty big. I take in all of it. I think you have a narrower scope. You don't look at it. You don't. I don't know. I don't know. Do you look at the suffering of others or not?
I do.
And how do you rationalize that in your mind by continuing the species?
Because I look at I look at not just the cases of suffering. Also, my having a kid doesn't somehow cause people to suffer.
No, but do you think you're not responsible for somehow continuing the species, viewing yourself as a species, as humanity? Because you have the same biological urge to propagate your own offspring. Do you not feel somewhat responsible for maybe babies that are born crazy deformed with probably no skin?
No, I don't.
So you don't feel responsible?
I don't feel even remotely responsible for that.
But
and why would I?
There's a chance that your child would be born like that.
And that's... Pom, okay, yes, you have hit on a very fine point. There are risks in life. Are you suggesting that anything that carries risks should be avoided?
I think suffering should be avoided.
You can't.
You can't if you have life.
Suffering is part of the human experience.
Of course.
So yeah, yes, if all of humanity died out, there would be no more human suffering, but that's suggesting that suffering is the only thing that humanity has, and that they don't have joy and other things in life that offset the suffering.
But no, it doesn't offset the suffering. For some people, it does not.
No, for some people it doesn't.
They live their whole lives in continuous suffering.
But that doesn't mean that we throw the towel in today just because some people suffer.
Why not?
Okay, why not? Because there's chance to make it better. And if we quit, it certainly gets better for nobody.
Not always. There's
humanity will die. No, that's not true at all, Pom. There may not be in this lifetime.
There are people who never get better.
No, there are people who never get better and they die, and that's unfortunate.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that humanity deserves to die out.
No, it's not about deserve. It's not about deserve.
Well, then what is it about?
It's about, do you want to continue the human experiment? Let some people suffer for their whole life, have not one moment of joy, so that you can have a few moments of joy here and there, and experience a good feeling here and there. Would you want that? I don't know. I'm viewing it from a species view. You're viewing it from an individual view.
That's the only point of view that I can go from.
But you're a species. You're not independent from me. You're not independent from your neighbor. You are one species.
Yeah, we're one species.
But
I neither can nor should be thinking for the whole species. I do my best to affect those around me as positively as I can.
But you can't do that for every situation.
No, of course not. No individual can.
No, not even as a race. There are times where you can never improve something.
There are times where you can't, but that
not
again, Pom. But Pom, this boils down to you seem to think that somehow this leads to the obvious conclusion that there's bad things in the world, so we should stop being here. And I disagree, because I think that there's good in the world too, and that's worth experiencing.
What would be your solution to ending suffering?
One person at a time.
I think that is a cop-out answer. I don't think that really answers anything. How do you deal with the people that suffer continuously? You cannot help them. There are people who cannot be helped.
And then my choosing to just give up does nothing.
No, you are choosing as a species.
Those people who are suffering, you said we can't help them, so why am I worrying about it? If we can do nothing, then what's the point?
You can do something.
What can I do?
Stop procreating.
That's nothing.
Yeah, you go to nothing.
Right, but that doesn't. Okay, but
That's
what
the only
about
solution I see.
Pom? This makes the assumption that somehow my having a kid leads to suffering, and that's not true. It does not follow.
It can.
It could, sure, but again, this comes back to risk.
Yeah, but you're taking a chance for another
I am
life.
taking a chance.
For another life. You're imposing your will on another life.
I'm not. Yeah, maybe I am, but that doesn't make it wrong.
Imposing your having a kid that could possibly suffer its whole life is you doing that.
That is a possible outcome, yes. It's also possible that I could wake up tomorrow and drop dead. That doesn't mean that I'm worried about falling asleep tonight.
But no, I don't see how that follows.
What I'm saying is that, yes, things can go wrong.
They do go wrong.
I could go to class tomorrow and get my ACL blown out again. That doesn't mean I'm not going to class.
No, but you're saying it could happen. But in my example, it happens every day.
Yes, but it does. But that
again. You know how many kids each day die?
How many what?
Number is how many kids die of starvation, for example, each day. Each day.
If I had a kid, they would not die of starvation.
Yeah, but we're talking about a species right now. How this is purely intellectual. This is nothing in reality that we could ever enforce. This is nothing we could enforce. I wouldn't enforce it on you. I wouldn't enforce that on anyone else.
Well, but I wouldn't even suggest it to other people.
The number is
I don't think that it's a good solution.
The number is 14,000 kids die every day of hunger. And this is just kids.
That's awful.
This is just kids.
Right, and that's terrible.
That's only starvation. We're not including horrible disfigurements, horrible accidents, horrible whatever.
Okay. But
this
that
is
doesn't.
like a drop in the
again, it doesn't follow that humanity continuing to exist is the problem.
It is.
No,
I
it's
don't see
not.
I don't see how you can have your stance. It does. Life leads to suffering.
It's easy, Pom, because less children died of starvation this year than in years past.
Yeah.
So
they still die.
Yes, some still died. People
so you
die.
Would accept, so let's take this one. So you would accept one kid starving to death to continue the humanity. You would be fine with that number.
Again, you're conflating the notion that somehow any person can make that choice. The reality is that you can either quit, which is what you're proposing, or you can keep trying to make things better. And I choose the latter.
I think you have to be, on some level, you have to be fine with one kid suffering.
No, I don't at all. And
I think you have to be. I think you have to be.
No, you don't have to be. You say that, but that doesn't make it the case.
But how not? I don't see how you could not be.
It's not a question of being okay with suffering. Like I'm not okay with suffering, but I don't think that's a solution to ending all suffering is just for humanity to die out, because that's going to be an awful, awful amount of suffering to go through to accomplish that.
I don't think so.
No,
you just phase out.
You're implying that somehow humanity continuing to exist is complicit in its own suffering.
Yes, they are. It is.
But it's also complicit in humanity continuing to progress and continuing to improve.
How? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see how.
You don't, and I think that comes down to you have a rather, you have a fatalistic outlook.
I see the suffering of others, and that bothers me a great deal, and I see that I am helpless to do anything, and I see that even the whole of humanity is helpless to do anything because
that's just not true, though.
Much.
You just don't see it helping.
No. The volume is so much. You cannot help everyone. You cannot prevent everything.
Well, I fundamentally disagree.
You're basically like you're like playing with fire in your house and saying, "My house won't burn down. My house won't burn down."
No, that's not at all what I'm doing.
Like putting out your lights with fire, with arrows.
What I'm saying is that I got punched 10 times, but I'm going to get back up and take that 11th punch if I have to.
Yeah, and some people get punched 10 times consecutively until they die.
And sometimes that happens.
Yeah, but you have to be fine with that.
No, I don't have to be fine with that. I never have to be fine with that. But I also don't have to accept that I should just quit.
It's not really a matter of quitting.
It's absolutely a matter of quitting.
It is in one form, but what
You're saying that the best option is for everyone to just die and not reproduce.
But what are you quitting? I'm wondering about that.
Existence.
No, you die anyway.
I die, yes, but humanity doesn't have to die as a whole.
What do you care about? I thought you were an individual. What do you care about other people's existence? Continuing.
Why do I care about others' existence continuing?
Yes.
Empathy.
No, but they don't exist.
Yes, they do.
No, the people that you want to continue to exist, they don't exist yet.
So?
If you do not reproduce, you're never going to have kids. You're never going to know those kids. They don't even exist yet. So I don't understand. Who are you empathic to if they don't exist yet? We just don't reproduce. That's the only thing we don't do. And we just phase out humanity. And that's the only thing we do. And you die like you would.
That eventually leads to a very small group of people dying alone.
Yeah. But suffering would end.
And I don't see that as a desirable outcome.
I know, but
I think that humanity, for all its shortcomings, has done a lot of wonderful things and can continue to climb higher.
But this is out of your hands.
Sure, it's out of my individual hands, but that doesn't mean that I think that the whole species should just call it quits then.
It's the only way you can stop it. For example, if you never drive a car, you will never have a car accident.
Well, that's ridiculous.
If you never reproduce,
Pom, I may very well never have kids. Like, that's honestly something that may well occur, but I'm not going to begrudge anyone else having kids.
I'm gonna begrudge them on a intellectual level, on an emotional level, probably not, but I'm not gonna stop them.
Well, no, of course you're not gonna stop it. You can't, just as you said.
Even if I could, I'm not gonna stop them. Even if I had the power.
Okay, so how do you come to that position then, if intellectually you know that that's leading to suffering? Doesn't that make you accept suffering?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying, if you could stop it and you don't, that means that you're just as much willing to be an accessory to suffering.
Yes, yes.
By your argument, not my argument, but...
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay,
but stopping others from exercising their own will bothers me more. It bothers me more. I would not.
But you don't believe in free will.
No, but I don't have a choice in that. I don't have a choice on whether I care or not. So whether there is free will or not, I don't really have a choice in how I feel.
Okay. And I don't have a choice in how I feel.
No, none of us really do.
And I rather like humanity for all of its shortcomings.
I like humanity too. I told you, it's two giant hills. One is the Mount Everest, one is a normal hill. And which one do you want to live on? I wanna live. I'm basically saying I wanna live on a normal hill, because the Mount Everest it's much bigger. That's what I'm saying.
Right, and I don't see the hills stacked up the same way.
I don't know, maybe you've not been exposed to the type of suffering I've seen.
And maybe you haven't been exposed to what I've seen.
Well, and there we are.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying this is what I believe. But it could also imply that you're wrong and I'm right, but that's not really what I'm saying.
No, I follow.
I'm not saying, I could be wrong, but I can't help how I feel.
I could be wrong, but I also think that right and wrong don't really play too well into this since it's all very subjective.
Well, but don't you agree that suffering is universally bad? That's I think probably the only thing.
Suffering is universally bad, but I also think that it's unavoidable.
Yeah, that's basically.
So I mean,
that's it.
If you choose to not reproduce the species, you're going to create suffering for someone.
Yes, but that will eventually end, and it will not continue. That's the point.
Possibly.
If you don't have humans, how are humans going to suffer?
That's true. Humans may not suffer anymore, but again, there's no benefit to doing that.
Then maybe let the last person have a pacemaker. If his pacemaker fails, the nuke goes off, and the planet is sterilized. I don't know. Then no life exists, and nobody's there to suffer. No gazelles are being torn apart in the savannah.
Except by the other wild animals and predators.
No, they're gonna be a nuke. It's gonna destroy everything. Nothing will survive. Maybe cockroaches.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It's just you release something that makes this planet sterile. That's just basically it. And then you end suffering.
But I don't know. I also very much believe in living more in the moment. Worrying. I mean, there's thinking for the future, and then there's spending your time worrying about the future rather than trying to get there.
Now. This is happening now. Every day, every second. Suffering is perpetuated. Every second. Right now, hundreds of people are suffering.
It's true.
At this second. I think the cost is too high.
And I
even for the joy, even if it was 95% people having joy and 5% having suffering, the cost is too high. It's too much suffering. Yeah, it is very fatalistic. It is, for example, that the theists have an out here. They say all will be made right with God. You're gonna go to heaven or whatever. That's.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I could see that as an out.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a nice thought, but I'm certainly not waiting for that ship to come in.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's just one way. I don't see how an atheist can do it.
I don't think you've talked to many atheists then.
I've not heard of one that could justify it. It could justify their own existence by letting others suffer.
Well, again, you imply a causal relationship that's not there.
That is very much there.
No. Okay, you imply a level of responsibility that is not there.
It is species-wide. Every person has this. They want to have biologically. They want to have kids. But yeah, do I blame someone because of their own biology. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving too much responsibility for people. No.
You are. You're giving a lot of responsibility for people who are, I don't know, people are trying to live their lives.
I mean, we're automatons at the end. It's not really that we can control it. I don't think you can control whether you have kids or not. I think it's also biological. Some people, they have like crazy amount of kids.
Well, I mean, there certainly is a biological imperative to reproduce.
Women, for example, have this. A lot of women have this.